Welcome to our cozy corner, where the gentle warmth of a crackling fireplace sets the perfect scene for tonight's journey into a world of dreams. Spring, with its fresh blooms and soothing breezes, invites us to renew our spirits and immerse ourselves in peaceful stories that whisk us away to magical realms. As you settle in, know that these delightful tales are yours to enjoy ad-free on Patreon, offering a pure escape into tranquility. So let your imagination take flight as we embark on tonight's calming adventure, crafted just for you. Story 1. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist curled like steam from teacups each dawn. Chimneys puffed wood smoke that smelled of cedar and cinnamon, and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew. In this quiet place where flowerpots bloomed year-round and cats conversed with sparrows, young Sam noticed peculiar gaps where familiar things should be. Granny Maple's silver thimble vanished from her windowsill. Baker Finn's favorite honey spoon disappeared mid-stir. Even Sam's own river-polished pebble, kept beside their bed, left only a dusty circle behind. No doors were forced, no locks picked. Only small, precious things were missing, each one smooth or shiny or humming with happy memories. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of chamomile tea. Sprites, guessed the weaver. A forgetful wind, wondered the cobbler. But Sam, with eyes wide as owls' moons, felt a tickle of curiosity beneath their ribs. They padded to the moss-roofed cottage of Elder Hemlock, whose beard held more stories than the village library. "Ah," murmured Elder Hemlock, stirring a pot of starlight-infused soup. "When small treasures disappear without chaos, listen to what's left behind." He handed Sam a magnifying glass rimmed with acorn caps. "Seek the whispers in the silence." That evening, Sam knelt where Granny Maple's thimble once sat. Through the glass, dew-kissed cobblestones revealed not footprints, but faint impressions like delicate feathers pressed into moss. Nearby, a single scale glimmered, smaller than a fingernail, iridescent as oil on water. As twilight painted the sky lavender, a family of hedgehogs trundled by, their quills dusted with pollen. "Evening, young detective," chirped the eldest. "Seen the night glider, have you? Flits about like a worried firefly. Took my wife's berry bright button last Tuesday. Left a pine cone in its place. Polite thief, that one." Sam's pulse fluttered. They laid a trail of sunflower seeds and Granny's spare thimble near the old oak's roots. Hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, they waited. Midnight chimed from the town clock. Moonlight silvered the grass until, rustle tap. A creature no larger than a teapot darted from the shadows. Its body shimmered like a balloon shell, wings sheer as stained glass, and in its claws, a butter knife from the bakery. It sniffed the thimble, cocked its head, then vanished into the woods. Sam followed, guided by floating willow wisps who bobbed helpfully along the path. Deep in Whisperwood, where mushrooms glowed soft blue, they found a cave veiled by ivy. Inside, Sam gasped. Hundreds of missing treasures glittered in careful piles, thimbles stacked like towers, spoons fanned like sunbeams, pebbles sorted by color. And there, fussing over a nest of woven moonlight and spider silk, sat the shimmering creature, placing Sam's river pebble beside 3 opalescent eggs. "You're building a nursery," Sam whispered. The creature froze, wings quivering. It wasn't stealing, it was collecting. Smooth stones to warm the eggs, metal to reflect predators away, small shiny things to amuse hatchlings. But its hoard lacked softness. The eggs rested on cold stone. Sam raced home, returning with armfuls of cloud-soft lambswool, tufts of dandelion fluff, and a velvet pouch of rose petals donated by the villagers. The dragonet, for that's what it was, a rare forest dragon, trilled gratefully as Sam lined the nest. By dawn, Willowbrook buzzed not with worry, but wonder. Children left polished acorns at the wood's edge, elders knitted tiny blankets. When the eggs hatched under the harvest moon, 3 pearl-scaled hatchlings tumbled out, chirping. Their mother, now named Glimmer, became keeper of lost things. If you misplaced a button, you'd find it returned with a sprig of healing lavender. And on chilly nights, her family's wings cast dancing lights on Willowbrook's cottages, a reminder that what seems lost is often just waiting to become part of someone else's comfort. Sam kept their pebble warm from the nest under their pillow. And whenever small mysteries arose in Willowbrook, villagers would smile and murmur, "Listen to the silence. The kindest answers are often hidden there." Outside, Glimmer's soft churring echoed, a lullaby woven from moonlight and found things, guarding dreams until morning. Story 2. The little town of Hemlock Hollow nestled in the crook of a sleepy valley, where cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with smoke curling lazily from their chimneys. In one such cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls like a green hug, lived a quiet boy named Milo. He loved the quiet hum of the kettle, the dusty smell of old books, and most of all, the forgotten treasures tucked away in his grandfather's cluttered attic. One rainy afternoon, the drumming on the roof a steady rhythm, Milo climbed the creaky stairs to the attic. Dust motes danced in the single beam of light, filtering through a small, round window. He rummaged through trunks filled with faded photographs and yellowed lace, past a rocking horse with one ear missing, until his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked beneath a stack of embroidered blankets. He pulled it free. It was a music box smaller than his hand, carved from dark, polished wood the color of midnight. It felt heavy and solid. On its lid, intricate patterns swirled not flowers or birds, but strange, interlocking shapes like constellations he'd never seen. There was no keyhole, only a tiny, perfectly round indentation on one side. It felt expectant. Milo carried it downstairs to the worn armchair by the fire. He turned it over, shook it gently. Nothing rattled. He traced the strange constellations with his fingertip. Click. The lid popped open a fraction, seemingly of its own accord. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a mosaic of smooth, colored stones, deep sapphire, emerald green, fiery topaz, and milky moonstone nestled together in a shallow, velvet-lined basin. They shimmered faintly in the firelight, but no music played. Disappointed, Milo sighed. He placed his thumb over the tiny indentation on the box's side, almost idly pressing down. A single pure note hung in the air, clear and sweet as a raindrop falling into a still pond. It wasn't loud, but it vibrated through his bones, filling the room with a sudden sense of space. As the note faded, Milo noticed the stones inside the box had shifted. The sapphire now glowed with a soft inner light. Heart pounding, Milo pressed the indentation again. Another note, different this time, lower and warmer, like honey drizzled on warm bread. The emerald stone pulsed with light. He pressed again and again, each note unique, high and bright like a bird call, deep and resonant like a distant bell, soft and sighing like the wind through pines. With each note another stone awoke, bathing the cozy room in shifting, colored light. But the stones remained stubbornly locked in their mosaic pattern. The music was beautiful fragments, not a song. That night Milo dreamt of the constellations on the lid, swirling and alive. He woke with a certainty. The stones needed to be rearranged to play the true music. But how? The basin seemed seamless, the stones immovable. He tried prying them gently with a butter knife, but they wouldn't budge. He tried playing sequences of notes, hoping for a hidden mechanism. Nothing. Feeling stuck, Milo took the music box outside the next morning. Dew sparkled on the grass, and the air smelled clean and green. He sat under the old oak tree at the edge of his garden, the box warm in his hands. He pressed the indentation, letting a bright, clear note chime out. It startled a plump, russet-colored badger who had been snuffling near the roots of the oak. "Gracious," rumbled the badger, blinking sleepy eyes. "That's a curious sound, not quite cricket song, not quite blackbird. What you got there, young sprout?" Badgers in Hemlock Hollow were known to be unusually wise, and occasionally talkative if you caught them in the right mood. Milo, surprised but not frightened, grandfather's stories had prepared him, showed the badger the box. "It plays notes when I press here," he explained, demonstrating. The stones glowed softly. "But I think they need to be moved to make a proper song. Only they won't budge." The badger, whose name was Bracken, tilted his head, his black nose twitching. Stubborn stones, like that rock that blocked my said entrance last winter, wouldn't move for shoving or digging, had to wait for the frost to shift it, see. Sometimes things fit not by force, but by listening." He tapped the box with a claw. "Try playing with the stones, not at them." Before Milo could ask what that meant, a soft voice, like wind chimes made of ice, drifted down. "Oh, the Starsong box, it's been ages." Perched lightly on a low-hanging branch was a small, fluffy cloud. Not a rain cloud, but a cumulus puff, white as fresh sheep's wool, with two bright, curious eyes peering down. Her name was Cirrus. "You know this box?" Milo gasped. "Knew of it," Cirrus corrected, drifting a little lower. "It belonged to the old Stardust Keeper long ago. He used it to weave the lullabies of the night sky. But the stones hold the music pieces. To unlock the song, you need to find the harmony between the notes and the stone's true places. They only move for the right resonance." Bracken nodded sagely. "See, listening." Milo looked from the gruff badger to the ethereal cloud, then down at the music box. He pressed the indentation, playing the pure, high note. The sapphire glowed. He focused on the stone, not trying to move it, but feeling the note. It felt cool and expansive, like looking up at the vast night sky. Almost instinctively, his finger hovered over the basin, drawn not to the sapphire, but to the milky moonstone nearby. He pressed the indentation again, playing the note while gently touching the moonstone. A soft chime echoed, different from the box's note, and the moonstone slid smoothly, silently, swapping places with the sapphire. Milo gasped. Bracken chuffed approvingly. Cirrus did a little twirl in the air. "Yes, resonance. Each note belongs to a place, but it needs the feeling to find it." Thus began Milo's gentle journey. It wasn't a trek across mountains, but a quiet exploration of sound and sensation. Bracken stayed rooted, offering earthy wisdom. That low note he'd rumble as Milo played the warm, honeyed tone, feels like the deep earth, roots holding fast, belongs somewhere solid, grounded. Milo would feel the note's comforting weight and guide the topaz stone to a corner of the basin. Cirrus, ever drifting, offered perspectives from the sky. That sighing note she'd whisper as the wind-like tone played, "That's the high air currents, the paths I drift on. It wants to float, to be free at the edge." Milo would sense the note's lightness and guide the emerald stone to a position that felt open and airy. The challenge wasn't just matching notes to stones. It was understanding the emotion each sound carried and finding the place in the mosaic where that feeling resonated. Some shifts were easy, the stones sliding willingly. Others required patience. One note, sharp and bright like cracking ice, resisted. Milo played it again and again, focusing. It felt brittle, yet powerful. Bracken suggested maybe it needs something strong beside it, but not crowding. Cirrus added, like lightning needs the dark sky to shine. Milo guided the stubborn stone next to the deep, resonant topaz. A harmonious chime sounded, and it slid into place. Days turned into soft evenings under the oak tree. Milo learned the fiery topaz resonated with courage and warmth, finding its place near the center. The emerald green felt like growth and gentle breezes, settling near the flowing edge. The sapphire belonged to depth and quiet mystery, finding a corner that felt like looking into deep water. The moonstone held the cool calm of moonlight, resting peacefully opposite the fiery topaz. The final stone, a deep amethyst Milo hadn't noticed before, emerged as he played a note like distant thunder. It held power and change, settling firmly at the base. Finally, the mosaic was complete. It wasn't a picture, but a pattern that felt right, balanced and beautiful, each stone glowing steadily with its own inner light. Milo took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and oak leaves filling his senses. He placed his thumb on the indentation and pressed. Instead of a single note, a cascade of sound flowed out. It was music unlike any heard in Hemlock Hollow. It had the deep comfort of the earth, Bracken's rumble, the soaring freedom of the sky, Cirrus's whisper, the crackling warmth of the hearth, the cool serenity of moonlight, and the powerful hum of distant storms. It wove together into a melody that was both ancient and new, complex yet profoundly soothing. It filled the garden, making the leaves shimmer and the dewdrops vibrate with sympathetic light. Bracken closed his eyes, a deep contentment on his face. Cirrus pulsed softly, glowing with reflected colors. The music told a story without words, a story of connection, of how different notes, different stones, different creatures, even a boy, a badger, and a cloud, could find harmony. It spoke of listening deeply, not just with ears, but with the heart. It spoke of patience and understanding, of finding where things truly belonged, not by forcing them, but by feeling the resonance. As the final, lingering chord faded into the twilight, the stones pulsed once, brightly, then settled into a soft, constant glow within the box. Milo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the magic, but from the journey itself. He hadn't just unlocked the box, he'd unlocked a new way of seeing the world. He saw the potential magic in ordinary things, the song in the wind, the story in the stones, the wisdom in a badger's advice, the friendship in a cloud's presence. Bracken nudged his hand gently. Fine-tune, young sprout, fine-tune. Cirrus drifted down, brushing softly against Milo's cheek like cool silk. The stars will sing sweeter tonight, knowing the star song box is found. Milo carried the softly glowing box back to his cottage. He placed it on the windowsill where moonlight could touch it. He didn't play it constantly, saving its true song for quiet moments. But the magic wasn't just in the music anymore. It was in the way Milo listened to the kettle's whistle, hearing its own simple melody. It was in the way he noticed the intricate pattern of frost on the window pane, another kind of mosaic. It was in the comfortable silence shared with Bracken under the oak, and in the cheerful greeting he'd call up to Cirrus when she drifted by. He had discovered that the world was full of extraordinary secrets hidden in plain sight, like constellations carved on dark wood. All it took was a curious heart, a patient touch, and the wisdom to listen, truly listen to the quiet music all around him. And as the gentle glow from the music box mingled with the embers in the fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the wall, Milo drifted to sleep, the soft echo of the star song's harmony cradling him, a lullaby woven from earth, sky, and the quiet wonder of a listening heart. Story 3. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy stones, there existed a harmony older than memory. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets, and the air hummed with the breath of slumbering earth magic. Young Pip, a squirrel with fur the color of cinnamon at dawn, scurried along a hazel branch, his nose twitching at the scent of damp soil and ripening blackberries. Autumn's first chill had arrived, yet the forest felt uneasy. The Glimmerfall, a cascade of golden light that danced from the canopy each equinox to nourish roots and awaken dormant seeds, had not come. For generations, the Glimmerfall had marked the turning wheel of seasons. Pip's grandmother Hazel Eyes had described it in hushed tones by their acorn hearth. It flows like liquid sunbeams, child, carrying the forest's dreams into the soil. Without it, the frost bites too deep, and spring's song grows faint. Pip watched worriedly as mushrooms withered prematurely, their caps curling like weary fists, and the creek's melody grew thin and raspy. Even the fireflies, usually shimmering guides in twilight, flickered weakly, their light dimmed by an invisible sorrow. Determined to understand, Pip sought counsel from old Hemlock, a great horned owl whose feathers held the gray of storm clouds and wisdom. Perched in his cedar hollow, where the scent of pine resin clung to the air, Hemlock spoke in a voice like wind through reeds. The Glimmerfall is born from the heartwood sigh, a balance between decay and rebirth. But the stone circle at Willow's Bend vibrates with silence. Its mosses are gray as ash. He explained how the standing stones, woven with root and rain, amplified the forest's harmony. If their song faltered, magic frayed like old thread. Pip's friend, Bramble the Badger, whose fur was night itself striped with moonlight, nudged him gently. "My tunnels run deep near the stones," she rumbled, her breath warm as baked earth. I felt tremors not of the earth, but of sorrow. Something grieves there. Together they journeyed to Willow's Bend, where weeping willows trailed their fingers in the water. At the circle, Pip gasped. A fallen oak, uprooted by summer storms, had crushed 2 stones, scattering lichen-covered rubble. Beneath it, a family of hedgehogs huddled, their spines quivering. Mother Nettle explained in a voice like rustling parchment. Our burrow collapsed when the tree fell. We tried to clear the stones, but our paws are too small. The imbalance was clear. The stone's fracture silenced the land's magic, and the displaced creature's fear thickened the air like fog. Pip remembered Hazel Eye's words, "When one thread unravels, weave kindness to mend it." He raced to gather the forest's gentle souls, Luna the deer, whose hooves kissed the ground softer than falling petals, Thistle the rabbit, whose nose could find the sweetest clover, and even the reclusive moss folk, tiny beings who mended bark with threads of spider silk. Under Hemlock's watchful gaze, they devised a plan. Luna used her strong neck to nudge smaller rocks aside, while Thistle and the moss folk gathered dewdrops to soften the soil. Bramble dug carefully around the roots, and Pip scurried up the fallen oak, chewing through tangled vines that bound the stones. As they worked, the forest breathed with them. Rain began to fall, not a downpour, but a tender shower that smelled of petrichor and promise. Each droplet carried a whisper of encouragement, and Pip realized the magic wasn't gone. It had been waiting for their hearts to beat in unison. When the last stone was righted, Luna pressed her forehead to the moss, humming a low, resonant note. One by one the creatures joined, Bramble's earthy grumble, Thistle's light cheer-up, the moss folk's tinkling laughter, until the stones shimmered with collective warmth. That night, as the moon rose high, the Glimmerfall began. Not as a torrent, but as a slow, radiant drizzle. Golden light seeped from oak leaves like honey, sinking into the soil where mushrooms swelled plump and rosy, and the creek's song swelled to a contented murmur. Pip watched from Hazel Eye's side as fireflies wove constellations above the mended stones. "See, little nut," she whispered, her paw resting on his back. "Magic is the forest breathing together. Even broken things bloom when tended with care." Winter came, but it was gentle, a quilt of snow embroidered with creature tracks, where the hedgehogs slept soundly in a new burrow lined with thistledown. And when spring arrived, the Whisperwood blossomed with uncommon vigor. Bluebells rang like tiny bells in the breeze, and the standing stones pulsed with a soft, green luminescence, a testament to the harmony nurtured by friendship. Pip curled in his dray, listening to the owl's lullabies and the stone's silent song, knowing that some wisdom grows deepest when rooted in kindness. The forest slept, cradled in balance, and all was well. Story 4. Leo had always been a quiet boy who noticed things others overlooked. the way dust motes danced in sunbeams, or how the old oak's bark curled like secret scrolls. His favorite place was his grandmother's attic, a kingdom of forgotten treasures where he'd while away afternoons. One drizzly Tuesday, while polishing a tarnished music box, he discovered a loose floorboard beneath it. Tucked inside lay a small velvet pouch, and within it, a key. Not an ordinary key, but one carved from iridescent moonstone, cool to the touch and humming faintly, like a bee in a blossom. When Leo held it, warmth spread through his palm. Suddenly, the attic transformed. Objects shimmered with soft halos, whispering tales only he could hear. The music box sighed of waltzes in grand ballrooms. A chipped teacup murmured about garden picnics under cherry trees. The key, Leo realized, unlocked memories, the hidden hearts of ordinary things. But the key's magic came with a longing. It yearned for its lock, a feeling that tugged Leo's ribs like an invisible thread. So began his journey to the Whispering Woods, where ancient trees arched into emerald cathedrals and ferns unfurled like velvet carpets. There he met two unlikely guides. First, Bramble, a badger with spectacles perched on his snout and a satchel full of dried herbs. "Ah, a memory key," he rumbled, adjusting his spectacles. "Rare as starlight in daylight, it seeks the clock of forgotten hours deep in the woods. But beware, the path is guarded by the sorrowful sentinel." His second companion was Pip, a squirrel with a penchant for acorn pastry and dramatic flair. "Guardian Pa," she chirped, twirling her bushy tail. "Just a lonely old statue, but it weeps such chilly tears the flowers wilt for miles." Their trek wove through valleys where brooks sang lullabies over pebbles, and up hills where the air smelled of cinnamon and damp earth. Leo listened as the key hummed louder, its light pulsing like a heartbeat. Yet as they neared a moss-choked clearing, an unnatural chill seeped into Leo's bones. There stood the sentinel, a stone owl frozen mid-flight, tears of ice glistening on its cheeks. Where they fell, the grass crisped white with frost. Pip shivered. "See, it mourns something lost, but what?" Bramble sighed. "Force won't thaw this sorrow, lad, only understanding." Leo approached, the key glowing warmly in his hand. He pressed it gently to the sentinel's stony chest. Visions flooded him. The owl wasn't a statue, but a guardian cursed by a bitter rift. Long ago it had watched over the clock of forgotten hours, a timepiece that held precious memories of the forest. But when two woodland lords quarreled over its magic, their anger shattered the clock's heart. The owl, heartbroken, turned to stone, weeping eternally for the harmony broken. Wisdom stirred in Leo. He didn't need to repair the clock, he needed to heal the memory. Gathering Bramble's sage and Pip's laughter, which sounded like wind chimes, he built a small fire. As flames crackled, Leo whispered the sentinel's own story back to it, the lush forests it protected, the joy of creatures who'd gathered beneath the clock's chimes, the sorrow of the feud. "Their anger wasn't yours to carry," he murmured. "Some memories are heavy, but they don't have to freeze you forever." The ice deers slowed. A faint tremor ran through the stone. Leo placed the moonstone key into the crack where the owl's heart would be. Light bloomed, soft gold, then rose pink, washing over the sentinel. Stone softened to feathers, the owl blinked great amber eyes, thawed and alive. With a grateful hoot it soared upward, circling once before vanishing into the canopy. Where its tears had fallen, snowdrops pushed through the frost. Deeper in the woods they found the clock of forgotten hours, a towering, intricate thing of silver vines and crystal gears, dusty but whole. The key slotted perfectly into its heart-shaped lock. With a chime like raindrops on petals, the clock whirred to life. Gears spun, releasing not time but memories, fireflies waltzing in moonbeams, foxes sharing stories over feasts, trees humming lullabies to saplings. The forest sighed, its hidden wounds gently stitching. Leo returned home as autumn painted the world in ginger and gold. The key, now warm and quiet, rested in his palm. He understood now magic wasn't in grand feats, but in listening. In the attic, he touched a dusty quilt. It whispered of his grandmother stitching it by lamplight, humming tunes of her childhood. Leo smiled. Every object held a story, every heart a secret. And sometimes the quietest keys unlocked the deepest wonders. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the scent of brambles, sage, and Pip's acorn pastries seemed to linger. Outside, an owl hooted, a soft, familiar sound. Leo knew the forest remembered just as he did. And in that knowing, the world felt endlessly kind, full of stories waiting to be heard, one gentle heartbeat at a time. Story 5. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 10 times, each deep bong echoing through the quiet house. Leo, tucked beneath a patchwork quilt that smelled faintly of lavender and sunshine, stared out his window. The full moon painted the garden below in shades of silver and deep indigo, transforming the familiar apple tree into a giant, twisted sentinel. Sleep felt far away tonight, replaced by a restless ache, a feeling of being slightly too small for his own skin, a bit too alone even in his cozy room. His parents were downstairs, their soft murmurs drifting up like distant birdsong, but Leo felt adrift in the vast silence of the moonlit world. As he watched, a flicker of unusual light caught his eye near the base of the ancient oak tree at the bottom of the garden. It wasn't the steady glow of a firefly, nor the harsh beam of a torch. It pulsed softly like a heartbeat made of emerald and sapphire light, nestled amongst the gnarled roots. Curiosity, warm and insistent, nudged aside his restlessness. Slipping silently from his bed, his bare feet meeting the cool wood floor, Leo crept to the window. The light pulsed again, stronger this time, beckoning. He knew he shouldn't go outside alone at night, but the pull was magnetic, whispering promises of wonder just beyond the garden gate. Pulling on his thick woolen socks and his worn corduroy jacket, Leo eased open his bedroom door, the hinges sighing softly. He padded down the stairs, avoiding the creaky third step with practiced ease, and slipped out the back door into the cool, damp night air. The scent of wet earth, crushed grass, and something sweet, like night-blooming jasmine, filled his nostrils. Crickets chirped a rhythmic lullaby. Moonlight dappled the path as Leo made his way past the sleeping flower beds, past the silent swing, towards the great oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the skin of a wise old giant, and the strange light pulsed from a hollow partially hidden by a curtain of ivy. Kneeling on the cool, mossy ground, Leo reached into the hollow. His fingers brushed against something cool and smooth, yet strangely warm at its core. He pulled out an object unlike anything he'd ever seen. It was a compass, or at least it looked like one. The casing was made of a dark, polished wood, warm to the touch, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift and shimmer in the moonlight. The glass covering the face was thick and flawless, like a frozen tear. But the needle beneath, it wasn't pointing north. It glowed with that same internal emerald sapphire light, swirling slowly, lazily, as if stirred by unseen currents. It didn't point towards the house, or the road, or the distant hills. It pointed into the dense thicket of hawthorn bushes that bordered the far end of the garden, a place Leo's parents called the Wild Fringe, strictly off-limits. Holding the compass felt like holding a small, living heartbeat. A soft hum vibrated against his palm, gentle and reassuring. The ache of loneliness faded, replaced by a thrilling sense of anticipation. The needle pulsed brighter, urging him towards the hawthorns. Taking a deep breath, the scent of damp leaves and wood smoke sharp in his nose, Leo pushed aside the first thorny branch. Instead of the expected scratchy resistance, the branches seemed to part like velvet curtains, revealing not the tangled undergrowth Leo expected, but a narrow, winding path carpeted with luminous moss that glowed a soft, welcoming green. Overhead, giant ferns unfurled like cathedral arches, dripping with dew that sparkled like diamonds in the moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. The air here was warmer, sweeter, filled with the heady perfume of unseen blossoms and the gentle murmur of hidden water. The compass in Leo's hand glowed fiercely now, the swirling needle pointing resolutely down the glowing path. He had stepped into a hidden world. The path wound deeper, the air growing thicker with the scent of pine resin and rich, loamy earth. Strange, soft chimes seemed to hang in the air, though Leo saw no wind chimes. He saw flickers of movement, tiny, winged creatures like living sparks darting amongst luminous mushrooms, a shimmering outline of something large and gentle moving through the trees far off. He felt watched but not threatened. It was a feeling of quiet curiosity emanating from the forest itself. The luminous moss illuminated his way, casting long, dancing shadows. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, the path opened into a wide clearing dominated by an impossibly ancient tree. Its trunk was wider than Leo's house, its bark a tapestry of deep grooves and ridges, some shimmering with veins of silver light. Great roots, thick as dragons' tails, snaked across the clearing and plunged back into the earth. High above, its branches stretched out like benevolent arms, cradling a canopy woven with leaves that shimmered in every shade of green, gold, and silver. Beneath the tree, nestled amongst its colossal roots, lay a large, flat stone, its surface smooth and milky white, radiating a gentle, steady warmth. This, Leo instinctively knew, was the heart of this hidden place. The Heartstone. But the Heartstone pulsed with a light that seemed tired, flickering, like a candle guttering in a draught, and the clearing felt strangely muted. The luminous moss around the stone was patchy and dim. The leaves on the great tree seemed less vibrant, some tinged with an unhealthy brown at the edges. The soft chimes were fainter, replaced by a low, sorrowful hum that vibrated through the soles of Leo's feet. As Leo stood there, the compass humming softly in his hand, a rustling came from behind a particularly large root. Slowly, cautiously, a creature emerged. Leo gasped softly. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but that was where any similarity ended. Its body seemed woven from living moss, deep emerald and velvety brown, shifting like soft fur. Twigs, polished smooth and gleaming like dark wood, protruded from its back like miniature antlers. Its eyes were large and luminous, the color of deep forest pools, filled with an ancient, gentle wisdom. It moved with a quiet grace, its paws barely disturbing the glowing moss. It stopped a few feet from Leo, tilting its head, studying him with those fathomless eyes. "Greetings, young traveler," a voice spoke, not aloud, but directly into Leo's mind. It was a voice like rustling leaves and trickling water, warm and resonant. "I am Thistle, you hold the keystone compass. It has chosen you." Leo blinked. "Chosen me for what? What is this place? And what are you?" Thistle gave a soft, chiming sound that might have been a laugh. "This is the verdant glade, a secret heart within the world you know. I am a guardian, a spirit of the deep woods, bound to the Heartstone." Its large eyes drifted towards the flickering stone. "And it has chosen you because the glade is fading. The Heartstone weakens." "Why?" Leo asked, stepping closer, drawn to the creature's gentle presence. He felt no fear, only a profound sense of connection. The loneliness he'd felt in his room seemed a distant memory. "Time wears thin," Thistle murmured, settling onto its haunches beside the stone. One mossy paw rested lightly on its cool surface. "The threads that bind this hidden place to the world above fray. The old magics sleep too deeply. The world outside grows louder, busier, forgetting the quiet songs of earth and root. The Heartstone feeds on harmony, on the patient strength of deep roots and the gentle turning of seasons. Without it, Thistle gestured around the dimming clearing. The glade fades, the light dims, the song grows faint. Leo looked at the keystone compass in his hand. Its swirling needle now pointed directly at the heartstone. But what can I do? I'm just Leo. Thistle's eyes softened. You found the compass. You heard the call. You stepped onto the path of moss. That is not the doing of just Leo. The compass senses what is needed. It sensed a quiet heart, perhaps a lonely one that could listen. The guardian leaned closer. The heartstone needs rekindling. Not with fire, but with resonance. With echoes of deep time and quiet strength. These echoes are scattered now, like seeds on the wind, lost in the noise. Leo understood. We need to find them, these echoes. Thistle nodded, the twigs on its back shimmering. Deep within the glade lie 3 ancient places, the whispering caves where the memories of the earth are stored, the pool of starlight which reflects the constancy of the heavens, and the grove of the ancients where the oldest trees slumber. Each holds a fragment of the resonance the heartstone needs, but the paths are overgrown, the echoes faint, the glade resists, it is weary. Leo felt a spark ignite within him, not of fear, but of purpose. He looked at the flickering heartstone, at the dim moss, at Thistle's wise, worried eyes. I'll help, he said firmly. We'll find them together. A warmth spread through Thistle, making its mossy fur glow brighter for a moment. Together, the guardian echoed, the word chiming softly in Leo's mind. The compass will guide us, hold it steady. Listen not just with your ears, but with your heart. Their journey began back into the luminous forest, but now off the main glowing path. The compass led them towards a steep, moss-covered slope where the air grew cool and damp, smelling of wet stone and ancient secrets. Vines thick as Leo's arm hung like curtains. The compass needle shifted, pointing towards a dark opening half hidden behind a waterfall that fell silently, like liquid moonlight. The whispering caves. As they approached, a low, discordant hum filled the air, making Leo's teeth vibrate. The entrance seemed to pulse with a dark energy. The memories are restless, Thistle murmured, its voice tense. Fractured, they feel the fading too. Stepping inside was like entering the ear of a giant. The walls glistened with moisture and embedded crystals that caught the faint light from the compass and Thistle's own soft glow, casting shifting patterns. But the whispers were wrong. Instead of the deep, sonorous murmur of earth memory, Leo heard sharp, broken fragments, overlapping cries of forgotten storms and grinding stones, a cacophony of distress. It made his head ache. The harmony is broken, Thistle said, its voice barely a whisper against the noise. We must find the central chamber, the memory stone. It holds the core resonance. Navigating the twisting passages was treacherous. The floor was slick, and the oppressive noise made it hard to think. The compass needle trembled erratically. Leo felt panic rising, the chaotic whispers threatening to overwhelm him. He stopped, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath, remembering Thistle's words, "Listen with your heart." He focused on the warm hum of the compass in his hands, a steady anchor. He thought of the deep roots of the great tree, of the patient strength of stone. Slowly, deliberately, he began to hum. Not a tune, just a low, steady note, a vibration deep in his chest, echoing the compass's own calm frequency. To his astonishment, the chaotic whispers around him seemed to falter. Thistle looked at him, its luminous eyes wide with surprise, then understanding. The guardian joined in, its own voice adding a complex harmony, like wind through reeds and water over stones. Their combined sound, simple yet resonant, created a bubble of calm in the chaos. The dissonance lessened. The compass needle steadied, pointing true down a side passage they hadn't seen before. They emerged into a vast cavern. In its center stood a tall, dark stone, covered in intricate, glowing carvings that pulsed weakly. This was the memory stone, but its light was dim, its carvings flickering erratically. The cacophony was loudest here, a physical pressure. "Focus," Thistle urged, its voice strained against the noise. "Remember deep time, remember stillness." Leo stood before the stone, the compass warm in his hands. He closed his eyes again, shutting out the visual chaos. He thought of the oldest oak in his garden, its roots gripping the earth for centuries. He thought of mountains standing unyielding against the wind. He poured that feeling of immense, quiet endurance into his hum, matching it to the compass's frequency. Thistle wove its own song around his, a melody of deep roots and patient growth. Their combined resonance washed over the memory stone. The chaotic flickering slowed. The dissonant whispers softened, blending, transforming into a deep, unified murmur, the slow turning of tectonic plates, the patient growth of crystals, the sigh of deep earth. The carvings on the stone flared with a warm, amber light, steady and strong. A single pure note, deep and resonant like a struck gong, echoed through the cavern, silencing the last remnants of chaos. A wisp of that amber light, like captured sunlight, drifted from the stone and flowed into the keystone compass, making its swirling needle glow brighter, steadier. They had found the first echo, the resonance of patience. Emerging from the caves felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. The forest air, sweet and cool, was a balm. The compass now pointed towards a part of the glade where the trees grew taller and thinner, their leaves shimmering with a silvery sheen. The path here was less mossy, more strewn with smooth, white pebbles that glowed faintly. The air smelled crisp and clean, like frost and starlight. They were heading for the pool of starlight. As they walked, the quality of light changed. The soft green luminescence of the moss gave way to a cooler, silvery radiance that seemed to emanate from the leaves above. Soon they entered a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle around a pool of water so still and dark it looked like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. Stars, impossibly bright and clear, were reflected perfectly on its surface, as if the pool held its own private cosmos. This was the pool of starlight. But something was wrong. The reflected stars weren't steady. They shimmered and wavered violently, as if the pool's surface was disturbed by an unseen storm. The air above the pool crackled faintly with static, smelling faintly of ozone. The constancy was broken. "The heavens are reflected here," Thistle explained, its voice hushed with reverence and concern. "Their unwavering paths, their timeless dance, that constancy feeds the heartstone, but look, the reflection is agitated, the connection is unstable." Leo knelt by the pool's edge. The water itself felt icy cold. He could feel the faint vibrations of the disturbance through the ground. "How do we calm it?" "We must restore the mirror's stillness," Thistle said. "The pool reflects not just light, but the deep quiet between the stars. That quiet is drowned out by haste." The guardian looked pointedly at Leo. "The compass brought you here for a reason. You carry the noise of your world within you, young one. The hurry, the worry. It resonates here, disrupting the silence." Leo flushed. He thought of fidgeting in class, of rushing through chores, of the restless energy he'd felt just hours ago. "I didn't mean to." "You carry it unknowingly," Thistle said gently. "All beings from the outer world do. To calm the pool, you must find your own inner stillness. You must match the quiet of the stars." Leo looked down at the violently rippling starscape in the water, then up at the real stars, serene and unchanging in the clear patch of sky above the grove. The contrast was stark. He sat cross-legged on the cool, smooth stones bordering the pool. He placed the compass on his lap, its warm hum a familiar anchor. Closing his eyes, he took slow, deep breaths, trying to quiet the whirl of thoughts, the wonder of the glade, the worry about the heartstone, the excitement of the quest. It was hard. His mind felt like a cage full of fluttering birds. He remembered the resonance of patience they had found. Deep time. Stillness. He focused on the steady hum of the compass, letting its vibration spread through him. He imagined himself not sitting by a pool, but floating in the vast, silent expanse between the stars, where time stretched thin and quiet reigned supreme. He listened to his own breath, slow and deep. In. Out. He felt the coolness of the stones beneath him, the faint scent of frost in the air. Gradually, the frantic flutter inside began to settle. His breathing deepened. The sense of urgency melted away, replaced by a profound calm, like sinking into deep, still water. As Leo found his own quiet center, the compass's hum deepened, resonating with his newfound stillness. Thistle, sensing the shift, began a soft, wordless song beside him, a melody of vast distances, of cold, clean vacuum, of the slow, inevitable turn of galaxies. It was the sound of cosmic patience. Leo opened his eyes. The surface of the pool of starlight was calming. The violent shimmering subsided. The reflected stars steadied, becoming perfect, unwavering points of light. The crackling static in the air faded. The pool became a perfect, serene mirror once more, holding the heavens in its dark embrace. A sense of deep, eternal peace radiated from it. A silvery wisp of light, cool and pure, drifted up from the now still surface and flowed into the compass, making its swirling needle glow with a serene, silvery light. They had found the second echo, the resonance of stillness. The compass now pulled them deeper into the oldest part of the glade. The trees here were colossal, their trunks wider than Leo could comprehend, their bark deeply fissured and covered in thick layers of soft, gray-green moss. The air hung heavy with the scent of decaying wood and rich, dark earth, the smell of immense age. Sunlight, or its glade equivalent, filtered down in thick, golden shafts, illuminating swirling motes of dust. The ground was covered in a deep, silent carpet of fallen leaves. This was the grove of the ancients. Here the oldest tree spirits slumbered, their dreams woven into the very fabric of the glade. But the silence here wasn't peaceful. It was a thick, suffocating blanket, heavy with sorrow. The golden light seemed dim, struggling to penetrate the oppressive gloom. The great trees seemed hunched, burdened. No birds sang. No insects hummed. It felt less like a slumber and more like a deep, mournful sleep. The ancients dreamed the deep dreams, Thistle whispered, its voice barely disturbing the heavy air. Dreams of growth, of seasons turning, of the enduring strength of life. Their dreams sustain the heartstone's vitality, but now their dreams are troubled, filled with shadows of endings, not beginnings. Leo felt the weight of the sorrow pressing down on him. It was a physical ache, a deep weariness that seeped into his bones. "What shadows them?" he asked, his voice sounding small in the vast silence. "They feel the fading," Thistle said mournfully. "They feel the world forgetting. They dream of roots withering, of leaves falling forever, of the silence becoming permanent. Their hope sleeps too deeply. We must wake it gently. We must remind them of the enduring spark." The compass in Leo's hand felt heavier, its light dimmed by the surrounding gloom. Its needle pointed towards the very center of the grove, where the largest tree of all stood, its branches like a cathedral roof high above. Thistle led the way, moving with reverent slowness across the deep leaf litter. They stopped before the great tree. Up close, Leo could see its bark was etched with patterns that looked like sleeping faces, ancient and wise, but etched with lines of sorrow. "How do we wake hope?" Leo murmured, feeling utterly inadequate before such immense, ancient grief. "With remembrance," Thistle said softly. "With the echo of life persisting. You carry it within you, Leo, the simple, fierce joy of being alive, of discovering wonder. That spark is a powerful magic, especially here, where it has dimmed. Thistle placed its mossy paw on the giant tree's trunk. Leo hesitated, then placed his small hand beside it on the rough, cool bark. He closed his eyes, trying to push past the weight of sorrow. He thought of the thrill he'd felt finding the compass, the awe of stepping into the glowing path, the wonder of meeting Thistle, the satisfaction of calming the memory stone and stilling the pool. He thought of the cozy warmth of his quilt, the taste of his mother's apple pie, the feeling of sunshine on his face, the sound of his father's laugh. He gathered all those small, bright sparks of joy and life, holding them like precious flames in his heart. He poured that feeling outwards through his hand on the ancient bark, not demanding, not shouting, but offering. A quiet sharing of his own small, vibrant light. Remember, he thought, remember the taste of rain, the unfurling of a new leaf, the warmth of sunlight after winter. Remember the joy. Thistle joined him not with a song this time, but with a deep, resonant feeling, the memory of spring sap rising, the fierce push of a seedling through dark soil, the unshakable will to grow, to be. The guardian's essence resonated with Leo's spark. For a long moment, nothing happened. The sorrow pressed down. Then, Leo felt a faint tremor beneath his hand. A sigh, deep and resonant like distant thunder, echoed through the grove. One of the etched faces on the bark seemed to soften. A single glowing bud, impossibly bright gold, pushed its way through the thick moss high up on a branch. Then another, and another. A soft green-gold light began to pulse from deep within the great tree, spreading slowly through its vast network of roots, visible as veins of light beneath the leaf litter. The light spread to the nearest trees, then the next, like a slow, gentle wave. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by a deep, contented hum, like the earth itself breathing a sigh of relief. The golden shafts of light brightened, chasing away the gloom. The sorrow didn't vanish, but it was balanced now by a renewed sense of quiet strength, of enduring life. A warm, golden wisp of light, smelling of fresh earth and new growth, drifted from the great tree and flowed into the compass. Its swirling needle now blazed with a steady, vibrant light, combining emerald, sapphire, amber, silver, and gold. They had found the third echo, the resonance of renewal. The journey back to the Heartstone clearing felt different. The luminous moss glowed brighter underfoot. The leaves above shimmered with renewed vigor. The air hummed with a subtle, joyful energy. The soft chimes were back, clearer and sweeter than before. The glade itself seemed to breathe easier, strengthened by the recovered echoes carried within the keystone compass. As they emerged into the clearing beneath the great tree, the Heartstone pulsed weakly, its light barely a flicker against the roots. Thistle's luminous eyes fixed on Leo, filled with trust and ancient wisdom. Now, young guardian, it is time. The compass holds the resonance. You are the bridge. Place it upon the Heartstone. Leo approached the large, milky white stone. It felt cool, but the weak pulse within it was like a fading heartbeat. He knelt, the compass warm and alive in his hands, humming powerfully now, swirling with all the colors and resonances they had gathered. He took a deep breath, feeling the stillness he'd found by the pool, the patience from the caves, the spark of renewal from the grove, all mingling with his own quiet courage. He placed the keystone compass gently onto the center of the Heartstone. The moment the warm wood touched the cool stone, light erupted. Not a violent explosion, but a deep, radiant pulse that flowed outwards in a wave of pure, harmonious energy. Emerald, sapphire, amber, silver, and gold light intertwined, swirling up from the Heartstone and through the compass, then cascading down the great roots like liquid light, spreading across the luminous moss of the clearing. The great tree above them shuddered, not in distress, but in profound relief. Its leaves blazed with renewed color, vibrant greens, deep golds, shimmering silvers. The patches of dim moss flared back to life, brighter than before. The air filled with the sweetest, clearest chimes Leo had ever heard, a symphony of pure harmony. The heartstone's flickering ceased. It glowed now with a steady, warm white light, pulsing slowly and powerfully, like the strong, calm heartbeat of the world. Warmth radiated from it, filling the clearing with a cozy, comforting energy. The transformation was complete. The verdant glade was healed, its magic restored, thrumming with vibrant, quiet life. Thistle moved beside Leo, its mossy fur shimmering with reflected light, its eyes glowing with profound gratitude and joy. "You have done it, young Leo, you have rekindled the heart. The glade remembers, it endures." The guardian placed a gentle, mossy paw on Leo's shoulder. The touch was warm and filled with a deep, wordless affection. "The loneliness you carried, see how it transformed. It was the space waiting to be filled with wonder, with purpose, with friendship." Leo looked around the radiant clearing, breathing in the sweet, vibrant air, feeling the steady pulse of the heartstone beneath his feet. He felt different. The restless ache was gone, replaced by a deep, quiet contentment and a sense of belonging he'd never known. He looked at Thistle, his unlikely, wise friend. "I'll never forget this," he whispered. "And you will always be welcome here," Thistle chimed softly into his mind. "The path of moss will remember your step, but now—" The guardian looked towards the edge of the clearing, where the path back to the hawthorns began. "The moon dips low in your world. It is time for you to return." Leo felt a pang, but it wasn't sadness. It was the warmth of knowing this secret place existed, that he was part of it. He picked up the keystone compass. It was warm, its light steady, but the swirling needle now pointed calmly and firmly back towards the path home. Its work here was done. "Will I see you again, Thistle?" Leo asked. The mossy creature gave its soft, chiming laugh. "When the moon is full and the garden is quiet, listen. Listen with your heart. The glade sings softly to those who know how to hear, and I am always here, guarding the heart." Thistle nudged him gently towards the path. "Go, young guardian, carry the quiet strength, the stillness, and the spark back with you. Remember the deep roots, the patient stars, the enduring life." Leo walked back down the path of moss, the luminous green light guiding his way. The forest seemed to embrace him, leaves rustling a gentle farewell, the chime birds singing sweeter songs. He pushed through the hawthorn thicket, which parted easily once more, and stepped back into his own moonlit garden. The air felt cooler, thinner, but the scent of wet earth and jasmine was still there. He looked back. The hawthorns were just hawthorns again, dark and tangled. The pulsing light at the oak's base was gone. He slipped back into the quiet house, up the stairs, avoiding the creaky step. He placed the keystone compass carefully on his bedside table. It glowed softly, a tiny, steady heartbeat of light in the dim room. The restless ache was gone, replaced by a profound, cozy peace. He climbed back into bed, the lavender-scented quilt warm around him. As he drifted towards sleep, the comforting pulse of the compass beside him, Leo knew something fundamental had changed. He wasn't just Leo anymore. He was Leo who had walked a hidden path, who had befriended a mossy guardian, who had helped heal a secret heart of the world. He carried the resonance of patience, the stillness between the stars, and the enduring spark of renewal within him. The garden outside his window, bathed in silver moonlight, held a secret now, a promise of wonder just beneath the surface, a reminder that magic wasn't always loud, but often found in the quiet strength of roots, the steady pulse of stone, and the warmth of unexpected friendship. The last thing he heard before sleep claimed him was not the grandfather clock, but a faint, sweet chiming, like distant laughter carried on a gentle breeze, and the deep, steady hum of the heartstone, echoing softly in his dreams. The world was wider, deeper, and infinitely more comforting than he had ever imagined. And he belonged. Story 6. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the sighing branches and amidst the rustling ferns, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. They were the keepers of the Glimmerdew, guardians of a delicate balance tied to the turning seasons. Among them lived Sorrel, a young field mouse with fur the color of damp earth and eyes that held the curious spark of dawn. Her dearest friend was Linden, a venerable red squirrel whose russet coat was touched with silver at the tips, and whose knowledge of the Whisperwood's ways was as deep as its oldest roots. Linden often spoke of the Glimmerdew, a mystical substance that appeared only at the cusp of seasons, clinging like liquid starlight to the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal plants deep within the forest's oldest grove. "The Glimmerdew isn't just dew, little Sorrel," Linden would murmur, his voice a comforting rasp like dry leaves skittering over stone. They sat on a moss-covered log, the air thick with the sweet, decaying scent of autumn leaves and the damp, rich aroma of loam. It's the forest's breath condensed. It holds the promise of spring's growth, the strength of summer's sun, the wisdom of autumn's release, and the quiet hope of winter's sleep. It keeps the magic flowing, the roots strong, the streams singing. Without it, the balance wavers. Sorrel twitched her whiskers, tasting the crisp air. She could feel the subtle shift, the vibrant greens of summer yielding to the fiery golds and scarlets of autumn. The usual symphony of bird calls held a different note, a touch more melancholic. But how does it work, Linden, and why only at the season's turn? Linden's bushy tail flicked thoughtfully. "Ah, that's the dance, little one. The magic gathers when the world holds its breath between one season and the next. It needs stillness, anticipation. And it needs the harmony of all who dwell here, the industrious beetles turning the soil, the patient spiders spinning their silver webs, the owls watching with wise eyes, even the grumbling badgers in their deep sets. Our respect, our quiet existence in tune with the woods. Feeds it disruption, fear, disharmony. These things can thin the Glimmerdew, make it harder to form." He pointed a claw towards a patch of particularly vibrant ferns. "See how the light catches there? That's the edge of the Glimmer Grove. When the true cusp arrives under the hunter's moon, the dew will bloom." As the days shortened and the nights grew colder, a palpable unease began to ripple through the Whisperwood. Sorrel, while gathering hazelnuts near the Whispering Brook, felt at first a tremor beneath her paws, not of the earth, but of the magic itself. The brook's song seemed strained, a little hoarse. The vibrant colors of the turning leaves looked duller, muted, as if dusted with ash. Most worrying of all, whispers reached her tiny ears. The Glimmerdew wasn't forming as it should. Only faint, scattered sparks appeared on the moonpetal leaves, not the usual shimmering veil. Linden's face grew grave when Sorrel shared her observations. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a deep, troubled frown. "The balance is tipping," he rasped, his claws digging into the soft bark of his favorite perch. "Something disturbs the deep quiet. Fear has crept in like a cold fog." He explained that a family of newcomers, boisterous young foxes unused to the Whisperwood's subtle ways, had been chasing smaller creatures recklessly near the Glimmer Grove, their loud barks and crashing steps shattering the precious stillness needed for the dew's formation. Their fear, and the fear they instilled, was poisoning the harmony. "But the cusp is almost here." Sorrel squeaked, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. Under the hunter's moon, without the Glimmerdew. She couldn't finish the thought. She remembered stories Linden told of past imbalances, streams running sluggish, plants wilting prematurely, the very magic of the woods growing thin and brittle. "We must act," Linden declared, his voice firm despite its age. "But not with force, with wisdom, and with the strength of the whole forest." He shared an ancient tale passed down from squirrel to squirrel, about a time when discord silenced the brook. The solution hadn't been confrontation, but understanding and shared purpose. "We must show them the way, Sorrel. We must show them they belong, and that their belonging requires respect. So, guided by Linden's wisdom, a quiet plan unfolded. Sorrel, swift and nearly silent, became the messenger. She visited the warren of Thistle the badger, whose deep, rumbling voice commanded attention. She spoke with Pip, the swiftest kingfisher, whose dazzling blue feathers could catch any eye. She whispered to the venerable owl Orla, whose knowledge of the night was unmatched. She even braved the intricate tunnels of the beetle clans, led by the sturdy elder Korax. Each creature understood the peril. The harmony was their lifeblood. On the eve of the hunter's moon, as the great silver orb rose, bathing the Whisperwood in an ethereal, cool light, the forest gathered at the edge of the Glimmer Grove. The young foxes, drawn by the unusual quiet and the gathering of so many creatures, watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and residual boisterousness. Linden stepped forward onto a flat, mossy stone. His voice, amplified by the profound stillness of the expectant woods and the watchful moon, carried clearly. He spoke not of blame, but of connection. He spoke of the Whisperwood's heart, the Glimmerdew. He described how the fox's powerful paws, meant for swift running, also gently aerated the soil. How their keen noses could find hidden truffles that fed the roots of ancient trees. How their very presence was part of the forest's tapestry, if woven with care. He spoke of the deep, resonant silence needed now, the shared breath of anticipation. As he spoke, Sorrel scurried to the base of the oldest moonpetal plant. She closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the feel of the cool moss beneath her paws, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the distant, gentle hoot of Orla, the soft chirr of crickets. She poured her love for the woods, her trust in Linden, her hope for balance, into her quiet presence. Around her, the other creatures did the same. Thistle hummed a deep, grounding note. Pip perched silently, a jewel in the moonlight. Korax and his beetles stilled their ceaseless work. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in the branches. The young foxes, sensing the profound shift, instinctively stilled. Their playful energy melted into watchfulness. One, the boldest, took a tentative step closer, then another, his movements suddenly careful, aware of the delicate ferns underfoot. He lowered his head, sniffing the air, not with hunting intent, but with newfound curiosity about the subtle magic swirling around him. In that deep shared silence, charged with the focused harmony of the forest's heart, the magic responded. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the air. Then, as if woven from moonlight and starlight, tiny points of luminescence began to bloom on the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal plants. Not just sparks, but a soft, cohesive glow that spread like a living veil. The Glimmerdew, pure and potent, formed before their eyes. It pulsed with a gentle, internal light, casting soft, dancing shadows on the forest floor, silver, gold, and the faintest hint of spring green. The air itself hummed with a pure, clean energy, tasting like cold, clear water and wild honey. The strained song of the whispering brook nearby suddenly regained its melody, clear and strong. A collective sigh of relief and wonder rustled through the gathered creatures. Linden nodded, his eyes reflecting the dew's soft glow. "The balance is restored," he whispered, the sound blending with the brook's renewed song. "Through shared purpose and quiet respect." The young foxes watched, awestruck, as the magical dew shimmered. The bold one who had stepped forward dipped his nose towards a low-hanging leaf, not to disturb, but to gently touch the cool, glowing moisture. A sense of profound belonging, a feeling deeper than play or territory, washed over him. He understood, not with words, but with his whole being, his place in the intricate web. Later, as the hunter's moon began its descent, painting long, soft shadows, the forest settled. Sorrel curled up in her cozy nest of dried grasses and thistledown, tucked beneath the gnarled roots of Linden's oak. The scent of the Glimmerdew, faint but unmistakably pure, lingered on the cool air drifting in. She could hear the deep, rhythmic breathing of the old squirrel nearby, a comforting counterpoint to the gentle gurgle of the brook and the occasional soft call of a night bird. Lyndon's words echoed in her mind, a warm ember in the peaceful darkness. Remember, little sorrel, the magic isn't just in the dew, it's in the listening, in the stillness, in the understanding that every rustle, every chirp, every paw print is part of the great song of the Whisperwood. Guard the harmony, nurture the quiet, and the glimmerdew will always return, season after season, a promise kept. Outside, the forest slept under the watchful moon, bathed in the soft aftermath of magic. The glimmerdew glowed gently on the moonpetal leaves, a silent testament to wisdom shared, fear overcome, and the enduring, peaceful balance of a world where every creature, seen and unseen, played its part in the ancient, enchanting dance of life. And in that deep, harmonious quiet, filled with the scent of dew-kissed moss and the promise of renewal, sorrel drifted into a sleep as peaceful and deep as the Whisperwood itself. Story 7. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the Whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmerpond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. Frogs don't wear crowns, giggled Flicker. Then, a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the near-sighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. He admitted, scratching his head. Thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box. Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in Mrs. Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Story 8. In the snug little village of Moss Grove, nestled between Buttercup Meadows and the Whispering Woods, something peculiar began happening just as the autumn moon waxed full. Young Theo, who loved polishing his collection of river stones each evening, noticed it first. His favorite stone, a smooth obsidian one that caught starlight, vanished from the windowsill overnight. Then Mrs. Bramble's copper teapot disappeared from her hearth. Finally, Mayor Thistle's brass weather vane, shaped like a leaping hare, spun right off the bakery roof. Each morning revealed the same clue, a faint trail of silver glitter dusting the cobblestones, sparkling like frozen stardust. The village murmured with gentle concern. Mossgrove was a place where hedgehogs delivered the mail on tiny carts, and lanterns glowed with captured fireflies, so mischief felt unsettling. Theo, with his curious heart and patchwork satchel, decided to investigate. He followed the glittering trail past cottages with crooked chimneys puffing cinnamon-scented smoke, through gardens where pumpkins hummed sleepy tunes. The path led deep into the Whispering Woods, where trees rustled secrets and ferns unfurled like velvet cloaks. As twilight painted the sky lavender, Theo grew hesitant. That's when a soft hoo-hoo echoed. Perched on an oak branch was Oliver, a great horned owl whose feathers held the colors of twilight. Lost your way, little observer. Oliver's voice was a low, comforting rumble. Theo explained the vanishing treasures. Oliver blinked his moon-gold eyes. Strange glitter, you say, follow me, but tread softly as dandelion fluff. They ventured to a mossy clearing where a cottage crouched beneath weeping willows. Warm light spilled from its windows, smelling of chamomile and honey. Inside sat Granny Hazel, her hair a cloud of silver, knitting socks that changed colors with her mood. Ah, she smiled, setting aside her needles. The glimmer mystery. I felt the air shiver with it. She poured Theo spiced elderberry tea in a cup that warmed his palms. Tell me everything. Theo described the missing items, all small, all shiny, and the silver dust. Granny Hazel nodded. Glitter trails mean glimmer sprites, tiny, shy folk, no bigger than acorns. They adore bright things but rarely take them unless troubled. Oliver fluffed his feathers. Their home is the crystal caves beneath the Whispering Woods, Perhaps something frightens them. Granny Hazel handed Theo a seeing stone, a lens of clear quartz. Look closely where the glitter falls. Sprites leave more than dust, they leave stories. Theo practiced in her garden, peering through the stone. Suddenly the glitter shimmered into tiny, frantic footprints. Some tracks seemed smudged, as if something had chased them. "They're scared," Theo whispered. Oliver hooted softly. "We must find their cave." Guided by the quartz lens, they followed the sprite tracks deeper into the woods. Moonlight filtered through leaves, casting lace patterns on the forest floor. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and pine. Soon they reached a hillside veiled by ivy. Behind it yawned the crystal cave's entrance, usually aglow with sprite light. Now it lay dark except for flickers of movement inside, like trapped fireflies. Suddenly, a low growl vibrated the ground. A shadow detached itself from the rocks, a massive badger, her fur matted, one paw swollen and caked with mud. She snarled, guarding the cave mouth. Theo's heart thumped, but Granny Hazel stepped forward, her voice a soothing balm. "Easy, dear one, you're hurt." She opened her palm, revealing a honeycomb cake from her pocket. The badger sniffed, whimpering. Gently, Granny Hazel examined the paw, a thorn deeply embedded. "Ah, no wonder you're cross. Let's fix that." As Granny Hazel worked, Theo peered into the cave with his seeing stone. Inside, dozens of glimmer sprites huddled, their wings drooping. They'd piled Theo's obsidian stone, Bramble's teapot, and the brass hair into a makeshift barricade. They thought the badger was attacking, Oliver realized. They stole shiny things to build a wall, scared she'd crush their home. With the thorn removed and her paw bandaged with spider silk gauze, the badger, named Thistleback, nuzzled Granny Hazel gratefully. She hadn't meant harm, pain had made her grumpy and territorial. Theo approached the sprite barricade, holding out a butterscotch candy. One brave sprite, shimmering like a sapphire, fluttered close. "We sorry," it chimed in a bell-like whisper. Our cave echoes were crumbling, then big rumbles came, her limping steps, so we hid. The solution bloomed in Theo's mind. "The glitter, it's not just dust, it's crystal folk magic. When you fly, you sprinkle it. What if you mend the echoes with it?" The sprites blinked, then buzzed excitedly. Together they fluttered around the cave, wings shedding glitter onto the cracked walls. Where the silver dust settled, the crystals pulsed, healing like knitting bones. The cave filled with soft, chiming music, the restored echoes. To thank the villagers, the sprites returned every treasure, polished brighter than ever. But the surprise came at dawn. The sprites had woven the leftover glitter into a shimmering bridge between Thistleback's den and their cave, so she could guard them properly and share honey cakes. Moss Grove celebrated with a moonlit feast. Mrs. Bramble brewed tea in her copper pot, Mayor Thistle's hair weathervane leapt happily on the mended roof, and Theo's obsidian stone sat gleaming on Granny Hazel's mantle, a reminder. As stars blinked awake, Theo curled by Granny Hazel's hearth, Oliver purring on the rafters. "Fear makes walls where bridges could be," murmured Granny Hazel, her knitting now a soft rainbow. "And kindness," added Theo sleepily, watching firelight dance on his stone, "is the shiniest treasure of all." Outside, silver glitter dusted the path home, glowing like a promise in the peaceful dark. Story 9. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading. The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking." Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the Whisperwood. "I feel it too, little Bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. "The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance." Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the Whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. "I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines." Sylvan nodded gravely. "Aye, shadow vine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising." He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar. Force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. "But we have to get rid of it. Can't I just gnaw through it?" He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. "Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes." "The old ways teach us," Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. "Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts. He turned to Bramble. Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one? Bramble puffed out his chest. For the silver thread, of course, keeper. He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup? Pip's eyes widened. The very top, but the wind. The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip, Sylvan said gently. Trust your agility, as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadowvine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. Now, Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. Place the moonpetal bulb deep within the knot of shadowvine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come. With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadowvine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadowvine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. A deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding, a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. The Whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the Whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the Whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. Story 10. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the river like a silvery shawl. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet girl named Anya, whose greatest joy was combing the riverbanks for smooth stones and fallen feathers. Her hands, often smudged with earth, held a patience beyond her years. One crisp autumn afternoon, while tracing the gnarled roots of the grandfather oak, Anya's fingers brushed against something cool and carved. It was a teacup no larger than a robin's nest, made of porcelain so thin it seemed spun from moonlight. Strange symbols danced along its rim, glowing faintly like submerged fireflies. Curiosity humming in her chest, Anya filled the cup from the river. As droplets touched the porcelain, the water shimmered, transforming into liquid starlight. A single sip filled her mouth with the taste of sun-warmed peaches and distant thunderstorms. But the magic faded instantly, leaving only river water on her tongue. That night, as crickets sang outside her window, Anya realized the cup didn't create magic. It revealed hidden stories trapped within ordinary things. The river water held memories of mountain snows and meadow rains. Her heart ached to understand more. Guided by the cup's gentle pulse, Anya embarked for the Whispering Hills where, legends said, forgotten magic slept. Her path wound through forests where leaves rustled secrets, and the air smelled of damp moss and cinnamon. Soon she met her first companion, Thistle, a badger whose fur was silvered with age. He moved with a scholar's deliberation, sniffing the wind with thoughtful snuffles. Lost things find their way, he rumbled, noticing the cup in Anya's hands. But wisdom walks slowly, child, let my maps guide you. His claws sketched constellations in the soil, paths only badgers knew. Higher in the hills, where twilight arrived early, they encountered Pip, a blue jay with feathers like shattered sapphires. Pip darted between branches, chattering rhymes and riddles. Stories in streams, secrets in stones, what's borrowed must be given back, he sang, landing on Anya's shoulder. His eyes sparkled with mischief. The cup shows truths, but sharing them, that's the flight. Pip taught Anya to listen, not just with ears, but with her pulse. He showed her how dewdrops on spiderwebs held entire rainbows, if seen through the cup's rim. Their journey led them to the Valley of Echoes, where sound rippled like water. Here the land grew barren, choked by thorny vines that wept sticky sap. At the valley's heart stood a crumbling stone archway, the gate of whispers, once a place of stories, now silenced. Thistle nosed the ground grimly. The vines feed on forgotten tales. They grew when people stopped listening. Pip fluttered anxiously. Without stories, the valley's heart is starving. Anya lifted the cup, filling it from a murky puddle. The water swirled, revealing not starlight, but shadows, 100 hushed voices pleading beneath the thorns. The magic taunted her. One sip could banish the vines in a blaze of light. But Pip's riddle echoed, what's borrowed must be given back. Force would only scatter the trapped stories forever. Wisdom, Thistle had said, walks slowly. Anya sat cross-legged on the cold earth, the cup cradled in her palms. Stories need listeners, she murmured. She poured the enchanted water onto the roots of the nearest vine. Instantly, the thorns shivered. From the cup's glow emerged a shimmering figure, a woman weaving moonlight into lace. The vine recoiled, not from pain but recognition. You remember her, Anya whispered to the plant. She sang to your seeds long ago. Thorn by thorn, the vines retreated as Anya poured memory after memory, a lullaby from the cup's drop of milk, a courage tale from a scrap of wool, a laughter echo from a crumb of bread. Thistle hummed low harmonies. Pip scattered the tales like seeds on the wind. The gate of whispers cleared, stones humming with rekindled voices. Where thorns had been, velvety moss unfurled, blooming with star-shaped flowers that held the scent of old books and honey. The valley sighed, content. As they descended, Anya understood the cup's true gift, not revelation, but connection. It changed her sight. Now every river ripple, every breadcrumb, held a universe of tales waiting to be honored. Back in Willowbrook, Anya placed the cup in the grandfather oak's hollow. Villagers gathered, drawn by the new warmth in her voice, as she described Pip's riddles and Thistle's star maps. She served river water in ordinary cups, and though it didn't glow, people tasted thunderstorms and peaches in her words. The valley's flowers bloomed in their window boxes, carrying whispers of courage. Now, when Anya walks the riverbank, children run to her with pebbles and feathers. What story does this hold? They ask. She smiles, her hand brushing the oak's bark where the teacup rests, forever humming. And under Willowbrook's moon, as owls call softly and fireflies dot the meadows like fallen stars, the world feels deeply, tenderly alive. A cup forever overflowing with quiet wonders, shared one gentle sip at a time. Story 11. Oliver always felt the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not scary ones, the kind that hummed beneath birdsong and rustled in the dappled sunlight. On the afternoon everything changed. He'd been sketching ferns beside Mossroot Creek when a glimmer caught his eye. Nestled in a cradle of velvet, moss lay an acorn, unlike any other. Its cap was burnished copper, its body swirling with patterns like captured starlight. When Oliver touched it, warmth pulsed against his palm, and a faint melody, like wind through crystal chimes, whispered in his ears. That night, moonlight pooled on his windowsill. The acorn glowed, casting dancing constellations across his walls. Drawn by its gentle call, Oliver slipped outside. The forest breathed differently at midnight, silvered leaves, shadows that moved like liquid smoke. Following the acorn's pulsing light, he stepped between two ancient oaks knotted together like clasped hands, and gasped. Instead of the familiar path, A tunnel woven from living roots and glowing blue mushrooms spiraled downward. The air smelled of damp earth and wild honey. This was the entrance to Whisperwood. Below lay a world stitched from dreams. Trees towered like cathedrals, their trunks shimmering with embedded quartz. Rivers of liquid amber flowed silently, and flowers bloomed in colors Oliver couldn't name, shifting hues that sang when touched. But something felt deeply wrong. Patches of the vibrant moss crumbled to gray dust. Leaves curled inward, brittle and silent. The crystal river ran sluggish, its music fading. At the edge of a dying glade, Oliver met Thorn. A badger with fur like storm clouds and eyes sharp as flint, he snorted when he saw the boy. Lost, surface dweller, or just foolish? "I found this," Oliver whispered, holding up the acorn. Its light flickered weakly. Thorn's gruffness faltered. The heartseed, he rasped. "It hasn't bloomed in a century. Without its song, Whisperwood fades." He explained the heartseed was born from the forest's oldest magic, meant to bloom every generation and renew the bond between spirit and root. But its guardian, the starlight stag, had vanished long ago, leaving the ritual forgotten. Without the stag's horn to awaken it, the seed sleeps, and we wither. Oliver traced the acorn's swirling patterns. "What if we find the stag?" Thorn scoffed. "Many tried, the silent peaks guard his last trail, a place where sorrow steals your voice and memories." Yet seeing the desperate hope in Oliver's eyes, the badger's bristly shoulders slumped. "Fine, but when frostbite nips your toes or phantom wolves howl, don't say I didn't warn you." Their journey unfolded through wonders and perils. They crossed the bridge of sighs, woven from spider silk and moonbeams, where happy memories lightened their steps. Oliver shared tales of his mother's laughter, Thorn grudgingly admitting he'd once nursed an orphaned squirrel. In the Glimmer Grotto, caverns echoed with crystals that amplified every whisper into roaring echoes. "Trust your feet, not your ears," Thorn growled when phantom footsteps tried to lead them astray. Oliver focused on the heartseed's steady pulse against his chest, guiding them through the maze. Days blurred. Thorn taught Oliver to read the forest's subtle language, the way lichen grew thicker on the north side of stones, how fireflies clustered near clean water. Oliver, in turn, mended Thorn's torn paw with a poultice of singing clover, his gentle hands surprising the gruff badger. "Surface dwellers aren't usually useful," Thorn muttered, avoiding Oliver's smile. The silent peaks loomed, jagged obsidian mountains where an unnatural hush smothered sound. Climbing them felt like wading through tar. Oliver's thoughts fragmented. He forgot the sound of rain, then his cottage's warmth, then his own name. Panic clawed at him until Thorn nudged his hand. The badger couldn't speak, but his eyes held a fierce, wordless promise. "I remember you." Anchored by that gaze, Oliver pressed on, the heartseed a coal of warmth against the cold forgetfulness. At the summit they found not the stag, but his final resting place, a circle of petrified oak, antlers fused with the stone like a haunting sculpture. The stag was gone, claimed by time. Oliver's heart sank. Thorn pawed the earth, a low whine escaping him. Then Oliver noticed it, nestled within the stone antlers, a single radiant hair, silver as a comet's tail. The stag's last gift. But how do we use it? Oliver breathed, the sound swallowed by the peak's silence. Thorn touched the hair to the heartseed. Nothing happened. Despair thickened the air. Then Oliver remembered Thorn's words. The heartseed blooms through joy, through connection. The ritual wasn't about the stag's physical presence. It was about reigniting the bond he represented. Closing his eyes, Oliver poured his memories into the seed. The taste of sun-warmed blackberries, the crunch of autumn leaves, his mother humming lullabies, Thorn's reluctant chuckle when Oliver slipped in a creek. He focused on the fierce, unexpected friendship kindled in these magical woods. The heartseed began to vibrate, its light intensifying. Thorn added his own memories, the scent of dew-soaked ferns, the pride in Oliver's courage, pressing his nose against the seed. A chime resonated deep and pure, shattering the peak's silence. The silver hair dissolved into the seed. Copper patterns blazed gold, and with a sound like 1,000 sighs of relief, the heartseed bloomed. Not a flower, but a radiant sphere of light, swirling with images of thriving forests and joyful creatures. It rose, floating towards Whisperwood's heart. They raced back. Wherever the sphere passed, color surged back into the world. Gray moss plumped into emerald velvet. Brittle leaves unfurled, singing again. The amber rivers ran clear and bright, their music swelling into a triumphant chorus. In the central glade, the sphere settled into the hollow of the great root tree. Roots pulsed with light, spreading vitality through every vein of Whisperwood. Under the reborn canopy, Thorn nudged Oliver. "You did it, seedling." His gruff voice held new warmth. "But it was us," Oliver said softly. The stag left the spark, but friendship lit the flame. Thorn huffed, but his eyes crinkled. Suppose even surface dwellers have their moments. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Oliver knew he had to return home. Whisperwood was healed, but his own world awaited. At the root tunnel entrance, Thorn pressed a smooth, ordinary-looking stone into Oliver's hand. "When you miss the rustle of magic," he said roughly. Oliver clasped it, feeling a familiar, comforting warmth. Back in his sunlit room, the stone pulsed once, a secret heartbeat against his skin. Oliver changed. He noticed the hidden wonders he'd once overlooked, the determined curl of a seedling through pavement, the intricate architecture of a spiderweb jeweled with dew. He sketched not just what he saw, but what he felt, the resilience in an old oak's bark, the joy in a sparrow's bath. And sometimes, when the moon hung full and heavy, he'd slip into the woods. Near Mossroot Creek, a badger with storm-cloud fur would be waiting, sharing stories of Whisperwood's latest wonders, a grove of newly awakened dream lilies, a family of star-nosed moles building mosaics from luminous pebbles. They'd sit in comfortable silence, two friends who'd defied sorrow and silence, guardians of a bond that bridged worlds. Oliver kept the stone on his windowsill. On quiet nights, its gentle pulse reminded him that magic wasn't just in hidden realms. It bloomed in kindness, in quiet courage, and in the extraordinary friendship found where you least expect it. And as he drifted to sleep, the forest outside whispered its eternal, grateful song, a lullaby woven from starlight and roots, promising that even the smallest heart could hold the seed of miracles. Story 12. The little town of Glimmerbrook was known for two things: its perpetually misty mornings that clung to the cobblestones like silver cobwebs, and its inhabitants' quiet contentment. Nobody ever expected extraordinary things to happen there. Young Theo, a boy with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that beat a little too quickly at loud noises, certainly didn't. He preferred the hushed corners of his grandfather's cluttered attic, a treasure trove of forgotten things, to the bustling market square. One damp Tuesday, while searching for a missing gear for his clockwork sparrow, Theo pushed aside a dusty tapestry depicting a rather grumpy-looking badger. Behind it, tucked into a shadowed alcove, sat a teapot. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. It was a simple thing, made of smooth, cool porcelain the color of moonlight. Delicate forget-me-nots were painted around its middle, and its spout curved gracefully like a swan's neck. What truly caught Theo's eye, however, was the faint, warm glow emanating from within it, like captured sunshine seen through amber glass. Hesitantly, Theo lifted it. It was surprisingly light. As his fingers brushed the porcelain, a gentle warmth spread up his arm, calming the usual flutter in his chest. He turned it over. On the bottom, in tiny, elegant script, were the words, "Pour with intention." Curiosity, a feeling Theo usually kept tucked away like a fragile seashell, bloomed brightly. He carried the teapot downstairs to the quiet kitchen. He filled its belly with cool water from the pump, the porcelain humming faintly under his touch. Now, what to pour with intention? He looked around. Grandfather's favorite chamomile sat in a tin. Carefully, Theo placed a few dried blossoms into the teapot. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the sweet, dusty air, and focused. Intention. He poured not just water, but a wish into the act. Show me something quiet and kind. The liquid that streamed from the spout wasn't water. It was pure liquid light, shimmering with the soft gold of honey and the pale green of new leaves. It filled his waiting mug without a splash, releasing a scent that wasn't just chamomile, but the essence of a sun-drenched meadow, the quiet hush of a forest glade, and the comforting warmth of a knitted blanket. Theo took a tentative sip. The world didn't explode. Instead, a profound sense of calm washed over him, deeper and sweeter than any ordinary tea. His jittery nerves settled like dust motes in still air. And then he heard it. Not with his ears, but somewhere deep inside his mind, a soft, worried murmur, like tiny voices rustling through dry leaves. It seemed to be coming from the direction of the ancient silverwood forest that bordered Glimmerbrook. The next morning the murmuring was louder, tinged with distress. Theo knew with a certainty that felt as warm as the teapot itself that he had to follow it. He filled a small knapsack with bread and cheese, wrapped the teapot carefully in a soft cloth, and slipped out before dawn painted the mist pink. The silverwood was vast and ancient, its canopy so thick the forest floor lived in perpetual twilight. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. The murmuring grew clearer as Theo ventured deeper, a chorus of tiny anxieties, two dry roots thirsty, light fading. He felt a pang of sympathy. The forest felt sad. His journey wasn't lonely for long. Near a moss-covered boulder shaped like a sleeping bear, he met Sage. Sage wasn't a person. He was a badger, old and stout, with fur like frosted silver and eyes that held the calm depth of deep wells. He regarded Theo not with suspicion, but with quiet curiosity. "You carry the glimmer," Sage rumbled, his voice like stones shifting gently in a stream. He nodded towards the knapsack where the teapot rested, its faint glow visible through the cloth. "The forest whispers of thirst, young listener." Further on, scrambling down the trunk of a massive oak, came Bramble. Bramble was a squirrel, her fur a vibrant russet, her movements quick as dappled sunlight. "Oh, oh, the Glimmer Keeper," she chittered, her voice like pebbles tumbling down a hill. "The springs, they're sleepy, won't wake up, the moss is getting crunchy." Her tiny paws ringing together expressed her worry perfectly. Theo, his newfound calm allowing him to speak more easily than usual, explained what he'd heard and felt. Sage listened gravely, Bramble nodding so vigorously Theo feared she might tumble off her branch. "The heart springs," Sage explained. "Deep within the oldest part of the wood, they feed the roots, the streams, the very life of Silverwood, but they have fallen silent, something blocks their song." The challenge wasn't hidden by monsters or dark magic, but by something far more insidious, neglect and misunderstanding. The heart springs weren't just water sources, they were ancient, sentient wells of life, nourished by harmony and attention. Over the years, as fewer people ventured respectfully into the deep woods, the connection had frayed. Debris had clogged the springs' entrances, and worse, the quiet intention of care they needed had faded. Reaching the heart springs required navigating a path hidden by thick ferns and gnarled roots. Bramble scampered ahead, pointing the way with her fluffy tail. Sage moved with deliberate strength, clearing smaller fallen branches with a powerful swipe of his claws. Theo followed, the comforting warmth of the teapot a constant presence against his back. They found the heart springs 3 natural stone basins, nestled in a hidden grove, carpeted in luminous blue moss. But the scene was wrong. The basins were choked with dead leaves, silt, and tangles of dried vines. The water that should have bubbled forth was still and murky. The gentle, resonant hum Theo had expected to feel was absent, replaced by a hollow silence. The blue moss was dull and brittle. Bramble whimpered. "See, sleepy." Sage sighed, a deep sound that stirred the still air. "Force will not wake them. Clearing the debris is but the first step. The springs need to remember their song, to feel the intention of life flowing back." Theo understood. He remembered the words on the teapot, "Pour with intention." He carefully unwrapped the moonlit teapot. He knelt by the first basin, ignoring the cold dampness seeping into his trousers. He scooped clear water from his own canteen into the teapot. He closed his eyes, shutting out the sight of the clogged spring, and focused. He poured not just water, but intention, gratitude for the forest's shade, admiration for the strength of the ancient trees, love for the quiet beauty of the blue moss. He poured the wish for the spring to remember its own vital, joyful song. The water that flowed from the spout shimmered with that same inner light. It trickled into the clogged basin, not with force, but with gentle persistence. As it touched the silt and leaves, something extraordinary happened. The debris didn't just wash away. It seemed to soften, dissolve, and sink into the earth as if gratefully returning to it. A faint, deep thrum vibrated through the ground beneath Theo's knees. He moved to the second basin. This time he focused on the interconnectedness of the forest, the badgers in their sets, the squirrels in their drays, the birds in the canopy, the insects in the soil. He poured the intention of community, of life supporting life. Again the glowing water flowed, clearing the basin, and the thrum grew stronger, a resonant note rising from the stone. At the third basin, Theo thought of the quiet courage it took for small things to grow, for roots to push through dark earth towards unseen light. He poured the intention of hope and resilience. The glowing water cascaded in, and with a sound like a deep, contented sigh, the heartsprings awoke. Clear, sparkling water, infused with a soft, internal luminescence, began to bubble up from the depths of each basin. It overflowed, trickling down channels in the stone, disappearing into the thirsty earth. The blue moss beneath Theo's hands instantly plumped up, regaining its vibrant, luminous hue, spreading its soft glow through the grove. The air filled with a fresh, sweet scent, like rain on new leaves and blooming night-blooming jasmine. The murmuring Theo had heard in his mind transformed into a chorus of pure, resonant joy, the song of the forest, restored. Sage rumbled deep in his chest, a sound of profound satisfaction. Bramble did a series of dizzying flips in the air, chittering, awake, singing, crunchy no more. The journey back through the Silverwood felt different. Sunlight, previously muted, now dappled the path more brightly. The leaves seemed greener, the air fresher, filled with the busy, happy sounds of the forest. Theo walked taller, the lingering warmth of the teapot in his knapsack matched by a new warmth inside him, the quiet confidence of having listened, understood, and helped not with force, but with gentle intention and kindness. He returned the teapot to its alcove in the attic, but its magic had changed him. Theo still preferred quiet corners, but he wasn't afraid to listen deeply to the wind in the eaves, the creak of old floorboards, the worries of a friend, or the subtle needs of the world around him. He learned that true strength often sounded like silence, and wisdom tasted like chamomile tea poured with a caring heart. And in Glimmerbrook, though they never knew the full story, people noticed the Silverwood seemed to glow a little brighter on misty mornings, and the springs that fed the town brook ran clearer and sweeter than ever before. Sometimes, on quiet evenings, Theo would share a pot of ordinary chamomile tea with his grandfather. And if the steam seemed to hold a faint, golden shimmer, and the taste brought an extra measure of peace, well, that was just Glimmerbrook's little secret, warm as moonlight and sweet as a forgotten melody rediscovered. The teapot rested, holding its gentle power, waiting for the next quiet heart ready to pour with intention. And Theo, listening to the comforting crackle of the fire, knew that magic, true magic, was often found not in grand gestures, but in the quiet act of caring poured into the world, one warm, soothing sip at a time. Story 13. Maya had always felt a curious tugging in her heart whenever autumn painted the hills around her village in russet and gold. It was a feeling like half-remembered music, humming just beyond hearing. Her grandmother, with hands as gnarled and wise as ancient oak roots, would smile knowingly. "The land remembers you, child," she'd murmur, stirring honey into chamomile tea by the hearth. "Someday you'll remember it back." That someday arrived when grandmother placed a small birchwood box in Maya's palms. Inside lay a river stone, smooth as polished moonlight, veined with silver. "This," grandmother whispered, "was your great-great-grandmother's heart stone. She carried it when she walked the whispering trails, paths only our family remembers." The stone felt warm, pulsing softly like a sleeping heartbeat. "Follow where it glows brightest, Maya. The land will show you what you need to know." So as the first frost dusted the pumpkin vines, Maya set out. The heartstone led her past amber meadows where sheep grazed like clouds, into a forest where sunlight dripped through crimson leaves like liquid amber. Here the stone flared, illuminating symbols carved into an ash tree, a spiral, a crescent moon, a hand holding a seed. Maya traced them, and the bark shimmered. A hidden door, woven from ivy and shadow, appeared. With a deep breath, she stepped through. Beyond lay the valley of echoes. Not echoes of sound, but of memory. Gentle mist curled around moss-crowned stones and silver birches, each whispering fragments of the past. Maya saw ghostly figures tending herb gardens, weaving baskets from willow, singing to bees in hives shaped like stars. Among them walked a woman with Maya's own dark, thoughtful eyes, her great-great-grandmother, Leora. She moved with quiet purpose, placing river stones like Maya's at the roots of ancient trees, murmuring blessings for balance and renewal. In the valley's heart stood the grove of roots. A colossal oak, its trunk wide as a cottage, cradled a pool of still water. Here, Maya's stone blazed like captured starlight. As she knelt, the water stirred. Images surfaced, droughts softened by shared wells, storms weathered by linked hands, disputes soothed under this very oak. She understood this was no mere gathering place. It was a living archive where her ancestors had woven their wisdom into the land itself. The stones were anchors, holding their legacy of stewardship and kinship. A soft chime drew her attention. Beneath the oak's roots lay a clay bowl, intricately painted with leaping stags and constellations. Inside rested 9 acorns, each capped with a dewdrop. As Maya lifted it, Leora's voice echoed, gentle as wind through reeds, "Tend the threads that bind past to present. When storms gather, plant an acorn where healing is needed. The roots remember." Suddenly, Maya felt the present calling. Her village had been arguing over diverting the river for new mill wheels, fracturing their harmony. The grove's lesson resonated. True progress grew from roots of unity, not force. Clutching the bowl, she followed her stone back through the whispering door. That evening, villagers gathered in the square, voices sharp as winter branches. Maya stepped forward, heart pounding. She placed the clay bowl beneath the old maple tree, where generations had traded stories. "Our ancestors left us a map," she said softly, opening her palm. The heartstone glowed, casting warm light over the acorns. Not for finding gold, but for growing peace. She shared the grove's visions, the shared wells, the linked hands, the oak that sheltered them all. Then she planted the first acorn by the river bank. Let this grow where the water flows freely, a reminder that we thrive together. Silence fell, deep and thoughtful. one by one, villagers took acorns. The baker planted hers near the oven, vowing to share bread with those in need. The miller's son placed his by the disputed river bend, pledging to listen before building. Under the rising moon the heartstone's glow spread, wrapping them in a soft, silver embrace. Years later, Maya would bring her own granddaughter to the maple tree. 9 oaks now stood guard, by the river, the bakery, the schoolhouse, their branches interlacing like clasped hands. Maya would place the warm heartstone in the child's hands, whispering, "The land remembers you, little one, and now you remember it back." As fireflies blinked like earthbound stars and the oaks sighed in the breeze, the legacy lived on, a tapestry of roots and kindness, forever weaving past into present, under a sky thick with peace. Story 14. The first raindrop landed with a soft plip on the moss, just beyond Bramble's burrow entrance. Then another and another until the world outside became a symphony of gentle pattering, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Bramble, a small hedgehog with prickles the color of twilight and eyes as dark as polished river stones, tucked her nose a little deeper into her bedding of dried ferns. Autumn storms always made her burrow feel wonderfully snug, a haven carved deep within the roots of the ancient sentinel oak. Yet tonight a peculiar restlessness prickled beneath her spines, a feeling as unfamiliar as a summer snowflake. Earlier, while foraging for the last plump beetles before winter's deep sleep, she'd stumbled upon something extraordinary. Half buried beneath the gnarled root of a long-fallen birch, something had glimmered. Not the sharp glint of dew or ice, but a soft, pulsing light, like a captured piece of moonlight. With careful paws, she'd unearthed the stone. It was smooth and cool, about the size of a hazelnut, but unlike any stone she'd ever seen. Its surface swirled with colors that seemed to shift when she looked away, deep blues like the midnight sky, greens like the forest canopy, and flecks of gold like distant stars. Holding it sent a strange, warm vibration up her leg, not unpleasant, but tingling, alive. She'd brought it home, placing it reverently on a smooth, flat stone near her sleeping nook. Now, as the rain whispered secrets to the earth, the stone pulsed gently, casting shifting, watery patterns on the earthen walls. The restlessness grew. It wasn't fear exactly. It felt more like a tug. A quiet, persistent invitation. Bramble looked from the cozy nest to the glowing stone, then back again. With a determined little huff, she wriggled out of her bed. Her small paws padded silently across the packed earth floor. She hesitated only a moment before picking up the stone. The vibration intensified, humming softly against her paw pads. It felt like holding a tiny, sleeping star. Driven by an impulse she couldn't name, Bramble shuffled towards the burrow entrance. The rain had eased to a fine mist, coating the world outside in a silvery sheen. She peered out. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, russet, gold, and deep crimson, glistening under the veiled moon. The familiar path she took to the stream seemed different. Shadows pooled deeper, shapes seemed to shift at the edge of her vision. But the stone in her paw pulsed warmly, and the tug became stronger, pulling her not towards the stream, but deeper into the heartwood grove, towards the immense, silent presence of the sentinel oak itself. Bramble had lived beneath its roots all her life, but she'd rarely ventured close to its colossal trunk. It felt too vast, too ancient, too imposing for a small hedgehog. Tonight, however, the stone seemed to guide her. She shuffled through the wet leaves, the sound muffled, her senses heightened. The air grew cooler, damper, smelling deeply of loam and ancient bark. The sentinel oak loomed before her, its trunk wider than 10 hedgehogs nose to tail, its bark deeply furrowed like the map of a forgotten land. The stone's pulse quickened, the colors swirling more intensely. Bramble held it up, unsure. As she did, a beam of soft, multi-hued light shot from the stone, striking a specific point on the oak's trunk, a knot, twisted and weathered, that looked like a closed eye. To Bramble's astonishment, the knot shimmered. The deep grooves of the bark around it seemed to rearrange themselves, not opening like a door, but rather parting like thick velvet curtains, revealing an opening Bramble was certain hadn't been there moments before. It was just large enough for her to squeeze through. A wave of cool, earthy-scented air, tinged with something else, something sweet and mossy and utterly unfamiliar, wafted out. The tug from the stone was insistent now, an undeniable pull into that dark opening. Bramble's heart hammered against her ribs like a trapped bird. Every instinct screamed to retreat to her safe, dry burrow. But the glow of the stone, the strange warmth in her paw, and the sheer, breathtaking impossibility of it all held her fast. Taking a deep breath that tasted of damp earth and mystery, Bramble, the timid hedgehog, clutching her glowing stone, stepped through the opening in the ancient oak. The world changed instantly. The gentle patter of rain vanished, replaced by a profound, velvet silence. She wasn't inside a tree trunk, as she'd expected. She stood on a narrow, winding path of smooth, pale stone, illuminated by the soft light emanating from her own stone and from the world around her. She was in a cavern, but unlike any cave she could have imagined. It stretched upwards into dizzying heights, lost in shadowy vaults. Gigantic, glowing mushrooms, taller than Bramble herself, dotted the landscape like luminous umbrellas. Their caps pulsed softly with internal light blues, purples, and gentle greens, casting long, shifting shadows. Delicate fronds of glowing moss draped from rocky outcrops, shimmering like starlight. Strange, translucent plants with veins of light curled from crevices. The air was cool and still, smelling richly of damp stone, sweet fungus, and an underlying hint of ozone, like the air after a lightning strike. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly alien. The hidden gloaming. Bramble stood frozen, overwhelmed. The path stretched ahead, winding between towering mushroom forests and alongside pools of water so clear and still they looked like polished obsidian, reflecting the glowing ceiling far above. The stone in her paw hummed contentedly. The tug was gone, replaced by a sense of profound belonging, a feeling she'd never truly known in the sunlit forest above. Yet a new fear pricked at her. She was utterly alone in this vast, silent wonderland. She began to walk, her small paws making almost no sound on the smooth stone. The silence was immense, pressing in on her. The beauty felt fragile, almost watchful. She passed a pool reflecting the glowing ceiling. Leaning closer, she saw her own wide-eyed reflection, distorted by the ripples caused by unseen droplets falling from high above. Then movement. Not a reflection. Something shimmering, silvery, darting just beneath the surface. Before she could react, it broke the water with a soft splash. Not a fish. It was about Bramble's size, but shaped like a sleek, elongated droplet of pure moonlight. It had large, luminous eyes the color of deep amethyst, and two delicate, fin-like appendages that fluttered gently, keeping it hovering just above the water's surface. It made no sound, simply regarded Bramble with an expression of intense, intelligent curiosity. Bramble instinctively curled into a tight ball, her prickles bristling defensively. She'd never seen anything like this creature. It looked like magic made flesh. The creature tilted its shimmering head, its amethyst eyes unblinking. Slowly, deliberately, it drifted closer, not touching the ground, hovering just a few paw lengths away. It emitted a soft, musical hum, a sound like tiny bells tinkling underwater. It wasn't threatening. It seemed fascinated. Cautiously, Bramble uncurled. She held up the glowing stone, her only familiar object in this strange place. The creature's eyes widened, reflecting the swirling colors. It drifted closer still, its form rippling like liquid silver. A slender, almost transparent tendril extended from its body, reaching tentatively towards the stone. Bramble held her breath. The tendril touched the stone's surface. A jolt, not painful but startling, ran through Bramble's paw. Images flooded her mind, not through her eyes but directly into her thoughts. A cascade of glowing waterfalls, forests of luminous crystal, vast underground skies filled with drifting, bioluminescent creatures. And a profound sense of loneliness, a yearning for connection that mirrored her own. She gasped. The creature hummed again, a questioning, hopeful sound. You see. The thought wasn't spoken aloud. It resonated softly within Bramble's mind, clear as a bell. You see the gloaming. Bramble stared, awestruck. You speak. In my head. The creature rippled, a gesture Bramble somehow understood as a nod. I am Lumen. My kind, we share thoughts, feelings. You hold the keystone. It chose you. It brought you here. Lumen's gaze drifted towards the towering mushrooms. The gloaming is fading, little traveler. The light, it weakens. Bramble looked around. The mushrooms still glowed, but now she noticed patches where the light seemed dimmer, where the vibrant colors were muted. Some fronds of moss looked brittle and gray. Fading. How? What can I do? Lumen drifted closer, its form radiating gentle warmth. The heartlight dims. Deep within the crystal grottos. The source of all light in the gloaming. Something blocks its flow. We Lumen, we feel the light, we dance with it, but we cannot fix what is broken deep within the stone. We are too insubstantial. Lumen gestured towards Bramble's sturdy little form, her sharp prickles. You are different. Solid. Strong. The keystone called you. Perhaps you can go where we cannot. See what we cannot. Bramble shrank back. Go deeper. Into unknown, dark places. Her familiar fear surged. I'm just a hedgehog. I'm small. I get scared. Lumen's amethyst eyes held hers. The keystone chose you, the thought resonated gently, firmly. It feels your heart. It feels the quiet courage beneath the fear. You came here, didn't you? Through the sentinel's eye. That was brave. Very brave. Lumen drifted forward, its silvery form brushing gently against Bramble's prickles. It felt like cool, soft mist. I will guide you. Show you the path. We Lumen know the ways of light. Together. The offer hung in the silent air. Bramble looked at the fading glow of a nearby mushroom, then down at the pulsing keystone in her paw. She thought of her safe burrow, so far away now. But she also felt the strange warmth of Lumen's presence, the trust in its thoughts, the undeniable pull of the keystone, and a new, fragile sense of responsibility for this beautiful, fading world. She wasn't sure she was brave, but she knew she couldn't turn away. She took a shaky breath. Together she thought back, the decision settling like a warm stone in her chest. Their journey began. Lumen became her luminous guide, fluttering ahead, illuminating the path with its own soft glow, complementing the light of the keystone. They traveled winding paths through forests of colossal, softly pulsing mushrooms, their caps like stained glass ceilings. They crossed narrow bridges of petrified roots spanning bottomless chasms, where faint glimmers hinted at rivers of liquid light far below. They navigated fields of giant, glowing toadstools that chimed softly when the air stirred. Lumen shared thought stories of the gloaming's history, how the heartlight pulsed life into everything, how the Lumen were born from its purest light, how the keystone was a fragment of the heartlight itself, meant to guide those who could help. The deeper they went, the more Bramble noticed the decay. The mushroom forests grew sparser, their light dim and sickly. Patches of the glowing moss crumbled to gray dust at a touch. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell beneath the usual damp sweetness. The silence deepened, no longer peaceful, but heavy and watchful. Fear prickled along Bramble's spine again, sharper this time. We are near the crystal grottos, Lumen thought, its usual shimmer dimmed with apprehension. The heartlight lies within, but the way it is guarded now. The path ended abruptly at the edge of a vast cavern. Unlike the others, this one was not illuminated by soft fungal light. Instead, jagged crystals, some as tall as trees, thrust upwards from the floor and ceiling. They were dark, opaque, absorbing the feeble light from the keystone and lumen rather than reflecting it. In the center of the cavern floor pulsed a low, sickly light, a massive, multifaceted crystal, dull and gray, with only a faint, struggling ember deep within its core. The heart light. Blocking the main path leading towards it was a sight that made Bramble freeze. It wasn't a creature made of flesh and bone. It was a shifting mass of pure, Inkai shadow, darker than the deepest cave. It had no defined shape, constantly swirling and reforming, but within its depths, 2 points of cold, malevolent light burned like dying stars. Tendrils of darkness lashed out, coiling around the base of the dark crystals, seeming to draw strength from them. The air around it crackled with a silent, oppressive chill. The source of the gloaming's fading light. The shade, Lumen's thought, was a terrified whisper. It feeds on light, on hope. It grew when the heartlight weakened, feeding the dark crystals that now block its flow. Bramble's instinct was to curl into a ball and never uncurl. The shade radiated pure dread. It felt like the embodiment of every fear she'd ever had. How could she, a small hedgehog, face that? The keystone, Lumen urged, its light flickering nervously. It is a piece of the heart light. Pure light. The shade fears it. But it is strong. You must reach the heartlight core. Only the keystone can reignite it, drive the shade back. The path to the heartlight core was blocked by the swirling mass of the shade and the forest of dark crystals. Bramble saw no way around. Despair threatened to overwhelm her. She was too small, too weak, too afraid. Then she looked down at her own body. Small. Small enough, perhaps. She looked at the dark crystals. They weren't a solid wall, there were narrow gaps between them, cracks near the cavern floor. Gaps too small for any lumen, too small for the shade to notice, but perhaps, just perhaps, big enough for a very small, very determined hedgehog. Lumen, she thought, a plan forming with desperate clarity. I need a diversion. Can you draw its attention? Just for a moment. Lumen trembled, its silvery form paling. Facing the shade was its deepest fear. But it looked at Bramble, at the fading gloaming, at the struggling heartlight. Its light flared brighter, a defiant spark in the oppressive gloom. For the gloaming, it thought, its mental voice filled with a courage that belied its fear. Fly fast, little friend. Without another thought, Lumen shot forward, a streak of pure silver light. It darted towards the shade, humming a loud, challenging note that echoed strangely in the cavern. The shade instantly reacted. Its form surged, tendrils of darkness lashing out towards the darting Lumen with terrifying speed. The cavern filled with the silent fury of the shade, focused entirely on the luminous distraction. Bramble didn't hesitate. She dropped low, belly to the cold stone floor, and scuttled forward. She squeezed into the narrow gap between two massive, dark crystals. The space was tight, scraping her prickles, the cold, lifeless stone leaching the warmth from her. She could hear the silent roar of the shade above, feel the chilling vibrations through the crystal. She focused on the faint, struggling pulse of the heartlight ahead, using the keystone's warm glow to guide her through the labyrinth of shadows. It was agonizingly slow. She navigated treacherous crevices, slid down slopes of gritty crystal dust, squeezed through cracks that seemed barely wider than her snout. All the while, the sounds of Lumen's desperate evasions echoed the hums growing fainter, more strained. Bramble pushed on, driven by fear for her friend, and a fierce determination ignited within her. She wasn't just Bramble the timid hedgehog anymore. She was Bramble the keystone bearer. Bramble the friend. Finally, she emerged from the forest of dark crystals onto a wide, flat dais directly before the massive heartlight core. Up close, it was even more heartbreaking. The crystal was cold to the touch, its surface rough and scarred. The light within was a faint, guttering ember. The shade, sensing the intruder near its prize, let out a silent shriek of rage that vibrated through Bramble's very bones. It began to disengage from pursuing Lumen, turning its cold, burning eyes towards the small creature near the heartlight. Now Bramble. Lumen's thought was weak, strained. Now. Bramble scrambled onto the dais, holding the keystone high. Its light flared brilliantly in response to the proximity of the heartlight, bathing the cavern in swirling colors. She saw the shade recoil, the pure light painful to its shadowy form. But it didn't retreat. It gathered itself, a wave of pure darkness rushing towards her. With all her strength, fueled by desperation and the warmth of the keystone, Bramble slammed the glowing stone against the cold, dead surface of the heartlight core. Nothing happened. For a heart-stopping moment, silence reigned. The shade loomed, tendrils reaching. Then a deep thrum resonated through the cavern, starting deep within the heartlight. The keystone flared, its light pouring into the core like liquid sunlight. A crack appeared on the heartlight's surface, then another. Golden light, pure and powerful, began to seep from the cracks. The thrum grew louder, becoming a resonant boom that shook the cavern floor. The wave of darkness hit Bramble just as the heartlight exploded with light. It wasn't a destructive explosion, but an eruption of pure, radiant energy. Golden light surged outwards in a blinding wave. Bramble was knocked backwards, but the light felt warm, welcoming, like diving into a sunlit pool. She heard the shade's silent scream, a sound of pure agony and dissolution, as the wave of light consumed it. The dark crystals surrounding the dais shattered, dissolving into clouds of glittering dust that was instantly swept away by the radiant energy. The wave of light washed through the entire cavern, then pulsed outwards, racing through the tunnels and chambers of the gloaming. Bramble, blinking spots from her eyes, saw Lumen hovering nearby, battered but whole, its silvery form reflecting the glorious golden light, its amethyst eyes wide with wonder and relief. The heartlight pulsed steadily now, a beacon of warm, golden radiance, its surface smooth and vibrant once more. The oppressive gloom was banished. The cavern shimmered as the light reflected off the remaining crystals, now clear and sparkling. High above, the vaulted ceiling began to glow with soft, bioluminescent patterns that hadn't been seen in ages. Lumen drifted to Bramble's side, humming a soft, joyful melody. You did it, little friend. You saved the gloaming. Bramble looked at the radiant heartlight, then down at the keystone in her paw. It still glowed, but softly now, its colors calm and steady, humming contentedly. The crushing fear was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and a quiet strength she had never known she possessed. She hadn't vanquished the shade through force, but through courage, cleverness, and the light she carried within, amplified by the keystone and her unexpected friendship. We did it, she thought back, warmth spreading through her. Together. The journey back through the gloaming was a celebration. Wherever they went, light had returned, stronger and more beautiful than before. Mushrooms pulsed with vibrant colors, moss shimmered brilliantly, hidden streams glittered like molten gold. Lumen creatures, drawn by the restored light, emerged from hidden crevices and high perches, their forms shimmering like constellations. They didn't speak, but their silent joy, their luminous dances in the air around Bramble and Lumen, spoke volumes. They were beings of pure light and emotion, and their gratitude washed over Bramble like warm sunshine. Lumen guided her back to the Sentinel Oak's hidden entrance. Standing before the velvet curtain of bark, Bramble felt a pang. The gloaming was wondrous, but the sunlit forest, her burrow beneath the roots, that was home. She looked at the keystone, then at Lumen. "You must keep it," Lumen thought, understanding her unspoken question. "It is bound to you now. A reminder. And a bridge. You can return whenever the moon is veiled and the rain whispers. The gloaming will always welcome its brave little friend." Bramble touched the keystone to the bark where the opening had been. The velvet texture shimmered, and the opening reappeared. Cool, damp air carrying the familiar scent of the autumn forest washed in. "Thank you, Lumen," Bramble thought, her heart full. "For everything." Lumen rippled, a gesture of affection. "Thank you, Bramble. For your courage. For your friendship. For the light." With a final, lingering look at the shimmering cavern, the dancing Lumen, and her radiant friend, Bramble stepped back through the opening. She emerged into the cool, misty dawn. Rain still dripped from the leaves of the Sentinel Oak, but the storm had passed. The forest looked different. The colors seemed richer, the air cleaner, the sounds sharper. She could feel the life humming beneath the surface in a way she never had before. The keystone pulsed softly in her paw, a comforting warmth. She looked at the gnarled knot on the oak. It was just a knot again, weathered wood. But Bramble knew the secret it held. She shuffled through the wet leaves, the journey back to her burrow feeling shorter, easier. She paused at the entrance, looking back at the vast forest. She wasn't just Bramble, the small, timid hedgehog anymore. She was Bramble who had walked in the hidden gloaming. Bramble who had faced the shade. Bramble who carried a piece of pure light within her, and in her heart the warmth of an impossible friendship. She entered her burrow. It was still cozy, still safe. She placed the keystone back on its smooth stone pedestal. It glowed softly, casting gentle, shifting colors on the earthen walls, a piece of the gloaming's magic now a part of her home. The scent of damp earth and dried ferns wrapped around her, familiar and comforting. Outside, the first rays of the rising sun began to filter through the canopy, painting the wet leaves with gold. Bramble curled up in her nest of ferns, the keystone's gentle hum a soothing lullaby. She thought of Lumen dancing in the restored light of the gloaming. She thought of the immense Sentinel Oak standing guard over the hidden world. She thought of the quiet courage she had found, not by becoming someone else, but by embracing who she was, small perhaps, but capable of carrying great light and great friendship. Exhaustion, deep and peaceful, settled over her. The storm had passed, both outside and within. As she drifted towards sleep, the keystone's light softened to a mere ember, mirroring the glow of the rising sun outside. She was home. She was safe. And she carried within her a secret light and a friendship that spanned worlds, a warm, golden ember against the encroaching winter, a promise of magic just beneath the surface of the ordinary world. The rustle of the wind in the leaves above sounded like a gentle sigh of contentment, and Bramble slept, a small smile touching her snout, dreaming of luminous forests and a friend made of moonlight. Story 15. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten summers. dust motes dancing in the single shaft of afternoon light that pierced the small, grimy window. Leo, a boy with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes wide with the quiet curiosity that often leads to extraordinary things, was exploring. He wasn't looking for anything in particular, just enjoying the whispers of history, the ghostly outline of a rocking horse, a trunk plastered with faded steamship labels, towers of books with leather spines cracked like ancient skin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten shawl woven with intricate, faded birds, he saw it. Not a grand treasure chest, but a simple wooden box, dark and smooth with age, unadorned except for a tiny silver clasp. It felt warm in his hands, humming with a faint, almost imperceptible vibration, like the purr of a contented cat. With gentle reverence, he lifted the clasp. Inside, nestled in blue velvet worn thin, lay a magnifying glass. But this was no ordinary magnifying glass. Its handle was carved from deep, warm amber, swirling with trapped sunlight from centuries past. The lens itself seemed to ripple slightly, catching the dim attic light and refracting it into 1,000 fleeting rainbows that danced across the dusty rafters. It felt alive. Compelled by a pull he couldn't name, Leo lifted it. He pointed it idly at a cobweb strung between two beams. Through the amber lens, the world didn't just enlarge, it transformed. The web wasn't just dusty threads, it was a glittering suspension bridge of diamond-strung silk, each strand humming with intricate patterns. The dust motes weren't just specks, they were luminous, swirling galaxies. He gasped, the sound loud in the quiet attic. Then movement. Not just dust, but purposeful, tiny movement within the web. Leo held the magnifying glass steady, his breath fogging the cool amber handle. There, perched on the central strand, was a creature no taller than his thumb. It had shimmering, iridescent wings folded neatly like a dragonfly's, but its body was slender and clothed in what looked like woven petals of moonlight and moss. Its face was delicate, with large, luminous eyes the color of forget-me-nots, currently wide with alarm as it stared back at him through the lens. Leo froze. The creature froze. For a long moment, the only sound was the muffled ticking of a clock somewhere far below. Then, with a frantic flutter of wings, the tiny being darted away, vanishing into a crack in the wall so small Leo wouldn't have noticed it without the magnifying glass. His heart hammered against his ribs, a mix of shock and exhilarating wonder. He hadn't imagined it. He'd found a key to a hidden world. He spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the attic anew through the lens. He saw miniature doorways carved into the baseboards, pathways of polished dust leading to unseen realms, and fleeting glimpses of other tiny figures, some with beetle shell armor, others with mushroom cap hats, all scurrying away at the sight of the giant eye peering through the amber glass. As dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and peach, Leo reluctantly closed the box. The magnifying glass seemed to sigh, its inner light dimming. He carried it downstairs, the secret burning warm and bright inside him, more precious than any pirate's gold. That night, sleep was elusive. The image of those luminous, startled eyes filled his dreams. The next morning, armed with a small notebook and a pocketful of crumbs he thought might be suitable offerings, Leo returned to the attic. He sat cross-legged on the worn floorboards, the wooden box beside him. Carefully, he lifted the magnifying glass and scanned the crack where the tiny being had vanished. Nothing. He pointed it towards a cluster of dried lavender stalks tied with ribbon in a forgotten vase. Through the lens, the lavender became a towering purple forest. And there, perched high on a swaying stalk, was the same creature. It wasn't fleeing. It was watching him, its head tilted, curiosity warring with caution in its large blue eyes. Leo moved slowly, deliberately. He placed a single, tiny crumb of shortbread on the floorboards directly below the vase, then carefully set the magnifying glass down beside it, lens angled upwards, hoping the creature could see him clearly. He sat back, hands in his lap, trying to project nothing but gentle interest. Minutes stretched, filled only with the dusty silence. Then a shimmer. The creature descended, wings a blur of light, landing lightly beside the crumb. It was even more beautiful up close. Its skin seemed to shift color like an opal, its wings like stained glass. It studied the crumb, then looked directly at Leo through the lens. It placed one delicate hand on its chest. Thistle, a voice whispered in Leo's mind, not a sound, but a clear, bell-like thought. It was the creature's name. Leo pointed to himself. Leo, he thought back, concentrating hard. Thistle's eyes widened further, then a tiny smile touched its lips. It pointed a slender finger at the crumb, then back at Leo, a question in its luminous gaze. Yes, for you, Leo thought spoke. Thistle bowed deeply, a gesture of surprising grace. It then broke off a piece of the crumb, almost as big as itself, and took a delicate bite. A ripple of pure delight seemed to pass through its tiny form. It chirped, a sound like tiny crystal chimes, and gestured upwards with its free hand. Following its direction with the magnifying glass, Leo saw more faces peeking out from the lavender forest, other glimmerfolk, as Thistle named their kind when their thoughts mingled with his. They were wary, but Thistle's evident safety and enjoyment encouraged them. Soon a small delegation descended, marveling at the giant boy and the unexpected feast. Leo learned their names: Moss, a sturdy fellow with a beard of lichen, Willow, whose hair flowed like spun silver, and Fern, quick and bright-eyed. They communicated in a blend of simple images, emotions, and the bell-like thoughts Leo was learning to understand. He learned they were the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of hidden places, weavers of light and dew. They lived in the interstices of the human world, in forgotten corners and quiet nooks, unseen and undisturbed. Until now. Thistle, their keenest observer, had been the first to notice Leo's discovery. Over the next few days, a tentative friendship blossomed. Leo visited the attic daily, bringing small gifts: a dewdrop collected on a leaf, a particularly shiny bead, a pinch of fragrant herbs. In return, the Glimmerfolk showed him wonders. Through the lens, he saw their village built within the hollow of an old oak beam, homes like spun sugar, nestled in the grain, pathways lit by captured fireflies in tiny lanterns, gardens of luminous fungi and miniature blossoms that glowed with their own soft light. They showed him how they mended spider silk into shimmering cloth, how they coaxed music from the wind humming through cracks, how they celebrated the phases of the moon with dances that painted the air with light. Leo felt a profound sense of peace and belonging in their presence. The magnifying glass wasn't just a tool. It was a bridge, opening his eyes to the intricate, delicate magic woven into the fabric of the ordinary world. He learned their quiet wisdom, the importance of noticing small things, the strength in gentle persistence, the interconnectedness of all life, no matter how tiny. One afternoon the peace shattered. A summer storm, fierce and sudden, rolled in. Rain lashed against the old house, wind howled like a lonely wolf down the chimney. Leo, safe in his room below, felt a tremor of unease. He thought of the attic, of the cracks and crevices where the Glimmerfolk lived. Grabbing the magnifying glass, he raced upstairs. The storm's fury was magnified in the confined space. Rain seeped through a loose slate on the roof, creating a relentless drip that was a torrential waterfall through the amber lens. Worse, the wind found a loose board near the eaves, creating a howling gale that tore through the Glimmerfolk's hidden realm. Leo saw their terror. Their delicate homes in the oak beam were flooding. The wind threatened to rip their entire village apart, scattering the tiny folk into the chaotic storm outside. Thistle flew towards the lens, her tiny face etched with desperate fear. Images flooded Leo's mind, collapsing walls of wood grain, frantic Glimmerfolk clutching children, their luminous gardens washed away. Help, the silent plea screamed in his thoughts. The heartwood, the storm breaks the heartwood. The heartwood was the central support beam of their village, a thick, ancient timber. The relentless drip from the leak was eroding it, softening the wood dangerously, while the wind battered it from the other side. It groaned ominously even to Leo's ears. Leo's heart pounded. He was just a boy. How could he stop a storm? How could he fix a leak in a high, dangerous roof? Panic threatened to freeze him. He looked at Thistle's terrified eyes, at the frantic activity of the tiny folk trying vainly to shore up their homes with bits of moss and twig. He remembered their lessons, noticed the small things. Strength in gentleness. Interconnectedness. He couldn't stop the storm, but he could stem the tide. He couldn't reach the roof, but he could divert the water. He needed to think small like them. Thistle, moss, willow, he thought urgently, pointing the lens towards them. Show me where the water gathers before it hits the heartwood. Understanding dawned in Thistle's eyes. She darted upwards, leading Leo's view with the magnifying glass to a shallow depression in a higher beam, directly beneath the lake. Rainwater pooled there before cascading down onto the vulnerable heartwood below. Container, I need a container, Leo thought. He scanned the cluttered attic frantically. His eyes landed on an old, chipped teacup, discarded near the rocking horse. It was small, but through the lens, it was a vast reservoir. He grabbed it, climbed precariously onto a stack of boxes beneath the leak, and positioned the cup directly under the drip. Plink, plink, plink. The water fell neatly into the cup instead of onto the beam. The torrent threatening the heartwood reduced to a trickle, then stopped. A collective sigh of relief, like the rustle of butterfly wings, seemed to rise from the Glimmerfolk village. But the wind still howled, battering the loose board. The heartwood still groaned under the strain. Leo saw Thistle pointing frantically towards the source of the draft, a gap where the loose board met the wall. It needed to be secured, but it was high up, near the sloping roof. Too dangerous for him to reach safely. He looked at the Glimmerfolk, then at the magnifying glass. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. Thistle, can you guide me? Can you show me exactly where the wind is strongest, where the board needs pressure? Thistle tilted her head, then nodded resolutely. She zipped towards the gap, a tiny beacon of shimmering light against the dark wood. Leo followed her with the lens. She landed right at the edge of the loose board, where it vibrated violently. Here, her thought chimed. Leo scrambled down. He needed something heavy, something wedge-shaped. He spotted a thick, leather-bound book, a dictionary. He dragged it over, its weight surprising. Using the magnifying glass, he kept Thistle in sight as she hovered precisely at the critical pressure point. Now, Thistle's thought urged. With a grunt, Leo lifted the heavy book and shoved it hard against the wall, right where Thistle hovered. Thud. The wind's howl lessened immediately. The loose board stopped rattling, pressed firmly back into place by the solid weight. The gale tearing through the Glimmerfolk's world subsided to a manageable breeze. Silence fell, broken only by the drumming rain on the roof and the steady plink of water into the teacup. Leo lowered the magnifying glass, breathing heavily. Through the lens, he saw the Glimmerfolk emerge from their shelters. They looked up at him, their tiny faces filled with awe and immense gratitude. Thistle flew down and landed gently on the rim of the magnifying glass, looking directly into Leo's eyes. Thank you, Leo Giant Hand, her thought chimed, warm and clear. You saved the heartwood, you saved us. Images of celebration flooded his mind, tiny lights glowing brighter, the soft chime of crystal music, Glimmerfolk dancing on the now stable beam. They showed him the heartwood, strong and secure, the diverted water nourishing a new patch of luminous moss instead of destroying their home. He saw how they used strands of spider silk, reinforced with fibers Leo couldn't see, to bind the wood even tighter where it had strained. The storm raged outside, but inside the attic, and within the hidden village, there was profound peace. Leo sat on the dusty floor, the magnifying glass warm in his hand, Thistle resting nearby. He hadn't fought the storm with force. He'd listened, observed, and used what he had, guided by his tiny friends. He'd been changed. The world wasn't just bigger through the lens. It was deeper, more connected, filled with responsibilities and wonders he'd never imagined. As summer waned, Leo's visits continued, but the nature of them shifted. It wasn't just about discovery anymore. It was about stewardship. He learned the Glimmerfolk's rhythms when they gathered moon dew, when they needed quiet during their star-watching ceremonies. He became their silent guardian. He carefully patched other small cracks where drafts might bother them. He placed shallow dishes of clean water in hidden corners during dry spells. He learned which crumbs they favored and which herbs repelled pests too large for them to handle. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light streamed into the attic, Thistle approached him with unusual solemnity. Through the lens, she gestured not towards their village, but towards the wooden box containing the magnifying glass. "It is time," Leo giant hand, her thought chimed softly, tinged with both sadness and certainty. The veil thins with the turning season. The lens, it was a key, but keys are meant to be used, not kept forever open. Our world must remain hidden, as yours must remain large. Keeping the bridge open too long, it weakens the veil. Leo understood, his heart squeezing. He'd felt it to a slight strain sometimes when using the lens for too long, a sense that he was peering through a curtain that shouldn't be permanently drawn. The Glimmerfolk's safety depended on secrecy. But will I ever see you again? The thought was thick with emotion. Thistle's luminous eyes held his. "You see us always, Leo, not with the amber eye, but with the heart eye you opened. You know we are here. You hear our music in the wind, see our gardens in the moss, feel our care in the quiet corners. The lens showed you the path, but the friendship that lives within you now." She fluttered closer, landing gently on his finger beside the magnifying glass. A tiny, cool hand touched his skin. A wave of pure warmth, gratitude, and unbreakable connection flowed into him. "Remember, big help comes in small packages, and small worlds hold the biggest wonders. Guard our secret as we guard yours." One by one, the other Glimmerfolk emerged. Moss bowed deeply. Willow shed a tiny, shimmering tear that sparkled like a diamond on the dusty floorboard. Fern did a final, somersaulting dance of farewell. They gathered, a constellation of tiny lights, and bowed as one towards Leo. Then, with a final chorus of crystal chimes that seemed to hang in the air long after they faded, they retreated into the lavender forest, into the oak beam, into the hidden cracks of the attic, their luminous forms winking out like distant stars. Leo sat alone in the quiet, golden light. He picked up the magnifying glass. It felt warm, but the inner light was subdued, resting. He looked through it at the spot where Thistle had stood. The dust motes danced. The wood grain was just wood grain. The veil was drawn. The hidden world was hidden once more. With infinite care, he placed the magnifying glass back into its velvet nest within the wooden box. The clasp clicked shut with a soft, final sound. He held the box for a long moment, feeling its familiar warmth, the echo of wonder and friendship it contained. That evening, as the first stars pricked the twilight sky, Leo placed the wooden box back beneath the moth-eaten shawl in the attic. It belonged here, a guardian of the threshold. He didn't feel loss, he felt fullness. He carried the Glimmerfolk within him, their wisdom, their courage, their quiet magic. Later, tucked into his own bed, the scent of cedar faint on his hands, Leo listened. Outside, the wind sighed through the trees, carrying a melody that sounded suspiciously like tiny crystal chimes. A dust mote drifted in a moonbeam near his window, catching the light in a way that made it shimmer, just for a second, with an impossible iridescence. He smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him. He knew with absolute certainty that just beyond the edge of sight, in the quiet heart of the world, Thistle and her kin were safe. They were weaving starlight into new cloth, tending their luminous gardens, and remembering the boy with autumn leaf hair who saw them, helped them, and learned that true size is measured not in inches, but in kindness and connection. He closed his eyes, the gentle rhythm of the night cradling him, secure in the knowledge that magic wasn't gone. It was simply resting, hidden but ever present, a secret warmth in the heart of the world and in his own. The story wasn't over. It had just folded itself back into the quiet tapestry of existence, waiting for the next curious heart to sense its gentle pulse. Sleep came then, deep and restful, filled with the soft, comforting glow of remembered light and the unshakable peace of a friendship that defied size and sight. Story 16. The old umbrella shop at the end of Willow Street smelled perpetually of damp wool, cedar wood, and the faintest hint of ozone, like the air just before a summer storm. Its owner, a gentle soul named Mr. Thistledown, had hands as knotted as ancient oak roots and eyes that held the soft gleam of twilight. He kept his wares neatly stacked, each umbrella a promise against the rain. Yet one umbrella sat apart, tucked beneath the counter, forgotten. It was plain, made of faded blue silk, its wooden handle worn smooth by unknown hands. Oliver, a quiet boy with a mind that noticed the dust motes dancing in sunbeams and the secret patterns in cobwebs, often visited Mr. Thistledown. He loved the quiet hum of the shop and the stories the old man wove about the places his umbrellas had traveled. One drizzly Tuesday, Oliver's gaze fell upon the blue umbrella. "What about that one, Mr. Thistledown?" he asked, pointing. Mr. Thistledown's brow furrowed. "Ah, that one, young Oliver. Came in years ago, belonged to a traveler who left it behind. It's a curious thing. Seems quite ordinary, doesn't it? But sometimes—" He trailed off, patting the worn silk. "Sometimes ordinary things hold the most extraordinary secrets. Would you care to borrow it, see if it keeps the rain off?" Oliver accepted the umbrella gratefully. As he stepped outside into the gentle drizzle and unfurled it, something unexpected happened. The raindrops didn't patter on the silk, they shimmered through it like tiny stars falling onto the pavement. And beneath the canopy, Oliver didn't see the gray street. Instead, he saw a path winding through a forest of towering, luminous mushrooms, their caps glowing softly in hues of lavender and emerald. The air beneath the umbrella smelled of damp earth, crushed pine needles, and something sweet like wild strawberries. His heart thumped a nervous rhythm. This was no ordinary shelter, it was a doorway. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, following the glowing path. The drizzle of Willow Street vanished, replaced by the soft crunch of moss under his boots and the gentle sigh of unseen creatures in the luminous forest. He was on a journey, guided by the magic held within simple blue silk. He hadn't walked far when a voice, slow and deliberate as dripping honey, called out. "Halt, traveler, the path ahead requires more than sturdy boots." Perched on a giant, speckled toadstool was a snail. But this was no garden snail. Its shell was a spiral of deep blues and greens, swirling like a captured galaxy, and perched upon its head was a tiny pair of spectacles made of iridescent beetle wings. "I am Bartholomew," it announced, "keeper of forgotten lore and slow contemplation. You carry the wayfarer's canopy. Where does your path lead?" I don't know," Oliver confessed, awestruck. "I just opened it, and here I am." Bartholomew extended a long, sticky eye stalk thoughtfully. "Ah, a seeker, the canopy reveals paths hidden to the hurried eye, but the whispering gorge lies ahead. Many rush through, blinded by haste, and become lost in its echoes. You will need wisdom and perhaps a different perspective. He nudged a tiny, shimmering pebble towards Oliver with his foot. Hold this, it is a listening stone. When the world shouts, it helps you hear the quiet truth. Thanking the thoughtful snail, Oliver continued, the listening stone cool and smooth in his pocket. Soon, the path descended into a deep gorge. Sheer walls of dark, velvety stone rose on either side, covered in luminescent lichen that pulsed gently. The air hummed, not with wind, but with whispers. Hundreds of overlapping voices swirled around him, fragments of conversations, forgotten songs, sighs, and laughter, all echoing endlessly off the stone. Turn back, it's too far. Find the key, beneath the weeping willow. Trust the one who sings off-key. The whispers were overwhelming, confusing, pulling his thoughts in a dozen directions. He felt a surge of panic, the urge to run, to shout back, to cover his ears. Remembering Bartholomew's words, he clutched the listening stone. Its coolness spread up his arm, calming the frantic beat of his heart. Instead of fighting the noise, he closed his eyes and listened, not to the words, but to the silence between them. He focused on the steady rhythm of his own breath, the faint drip of water somewhere deep in the gorge. Slowly the chaotic whispers faded into a background murmur, like distant waves. A sudden, raucous squawk shattered his concentration. Lost are we, stuck in the Gabble Gorge. Perched precariously on a jagged outcrop was a large, glossy black mynah bird with eyes like polished jet beads. It tilted its head. Named Silas the Borrowed. I borrow things, shiny things, interesting words, sometimes directions. You look like you could borrow a clue. Silas hopped closer, his feathers shimmering with captured flecks of the lichen's light. Everyone tries to push through the whispers, or yell, or run. Doesn't work. The gorge doesn't like force. It likes stillness, and maybe a bit of nonsense. He let out a deliberately off-key whistle that bounced comically off the walls. Oliver smiled, the bird's absurdity easing his tension. He remembered the stone. Bartholomew gave me this, he said, to listen for the quiet truth. Silas bobbed his head approvingly. Old slow and steady, wise chap if you can wait for him to finish a sentence. He's right, the gorge isn't trying to trick you, it's just remembering. All the voices that ever passed through. The way out isn't hidden, it's ignored. Look. Silas fluttered down to the gorge floor, pecking at a patch of moss near the base of the wall. Beneath it, almost invisible, was a small, smooth archway, barely big enough for Oliver to crawl through. See, everyone looks ahead or up, they push against the noise. They never think to look down and be quiet. Try less, hear more. That's the key. Kneeling, Oliver peered through the low arch. Beyond it, the path continued, bathed in the gentle glow of the mushroom forest. He looked back at Silas. Thank you, and thank Bartholomew for me. Silas puffed out his chest. Consider the thanks borrowed, now off you go. Adventure awaits. With another off-key squawk, he flapped up into the shimmering gloom of the gorge. Crawling through the archway, Oliver emerged back onto the glowing path. The oppressive whispers vanished, replaced by the peaceful sounds of the luminous forest. He walked on, feeling different. He felt calmer, more observant. He noticed the intricate patterns on a spiderweb strung between two glowing stalks, heard the faint melody of a wind chime made of crystal dewdrops hanging from a giant fern. The magic of the umbrella wasn't just about showing a hidden path. It was about showing him how to see, how to listen, how to find stillness within the storm. The path led him to a clearing dominated by an ancient, gnarled tree whose bark looked like folded velvet. Its roots cradled a small, clear pool, reflecting the soft light above. Oliver knew his journey was nearing its end. As he approached the pool, he saw not his own reflection, but the familiar gray drizzle of Willow Street reflected on its surface. He also saw the blue umbrella lying forgotten under Mr. Thistledown's counter. The challenge wasn't physical. It was emotional. How could he return? And what about the magic? Did he leave it behind? He felt a pang of loss. Sitting by the pool, he dipped his fingers into the cool water. Ripples spread, distorting the images. Bartholomew's words echoed. Wisdom requires slow contemplation, Silas's advice chimed in. Try less, he closed his eyes, remembering the feeling of stillness in the gorge, the way listening had calmed the chaos. The magic, he realized, wasn't trapped in the forest. It was in the seeing, the listening, the quiet strength he'd found within himself. The umbrella was just a key, the true treasure was the change it had sparked. He didn't need to hold onto the path, he could carry the lesson home. Opening his eyes, he took the listening stone from his pocket. It felt warm now. He gently placed it beside the pool, a small token for the magical forest. Then, holding the wayfarer's canopy aloft, he took a step towards the image of the umbrella shop. The luminous forest dissolved like mist. He was standing back on Willow Street, the gentle rain pattering onto the blue silk of the umbrella now, just like any other. He stood there for a moment, breathing in the familiar scent of wet pavement and distant bread baking, feeling the comforting weight of the ordinary world around him. Yet he felt different. The world seemed sharper, richer. He noticed the intricate pattern of raindrops on a spiderweb in the shop window, heard the soft, rhythmic creak of Mr. Thistledown's rocking chair inside. Oliver returned the umbrella to the old man. "Thank you, Mr. Thistledown. It kept the rain off perfectly, and it showed me some wonderful things." Mr. Thistledown's eyes crinkled at the corners, holding a knowing twinkle that hadn't been there before. He took the umbrella, his gnarled fingers tracing the worn silk. "Did it now? Well, some umbrellas are like that, young Oliver. They don't just shelter you from the rain. Sometimes they open up whole new worlds, or remind you of the magic hidden in this one." He placed the blue umbrella not under the counter, but proudly displayed on a high shelf near the window, where the afternoon light caught its faded silk. Perhaps it needed the right traveler to remember its purpose. As Oliver walked home, the drizzle softened to a fine mist. He didn't mind the damp. He listened to the rhythmic splash of his footsteps, smelled the clean, wet scent of the world washing itself anew. He felt the quiet strength of stillness within him, the wisdom of listening, and the warmth of unexpected friendship found in the most extraordinary corners of an ordinary world. The blue umbrella had shown him a hidden path, but the greatest discovery was the secret magic he now carried inside, a gentle light to guide him through any storm, visible only to those who knew how to truly see and listen. And as he drifted to sleep that night, the scent of cedarwood and luminous mushrooms seemed to linger, a comforting whisper of wonder in the quiet dark. Story 17. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched their moss-draped limbs toward skies painted in twilight hues, lived a realm unseen by human eyes. Here the air hummed with the quiet magic of shifting seasons, and every creature understood their part in the forest's delicate dance. Among them was a young squirrel named Pip, whose russet fur held the warmth of autumn's last rays. Tonight, as an unseasonable frost crept over the forest floor, Pip shivered beneath the great mother oak, her breath puffing silver in the moonlight. "Something's amiss," murmured old Master Hoot, his amber eyes glowing like captured suns from his hollow. The owl's feathers, patterned like bark in starlight, rustled softly. The frost nymphs weep too early. Winter's song should still be sleeping beneath the earth. Pip twitched her nose, inhaling the crisp scent of frozen pine needles and the distant tang of icy streams. "But why, master? The snowdrops haven't even peeked through." "Ah, little one," sighed the owl, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in Pip's bones. "The balance is fraying, the heartstone, the forest's ancient pulse, has dimmed. Without its warmth, the seasons bleed into one another like spilled watercolors." He gestured with a wing toward the northern ridge, where auroras usually danced in winter. Now only a flat, gray haze smothered the stars. Long ago my grandmother spoke of this. When the heartstone weakens, the frost nymphs grow restless, scattering ice where spring's first kiss should fall. Determined to help, Pip embarked on a journey at dawn. The woods greeted her with crunching frost underfoot and diamond-frosted spiderwebs glittering in shafts of weak sunlight. She passed badgers curled in drowsy burrows, their breath frosting the entrances, and families of field mice huddling over stores of acorns dwindling too fast. Near Cedar Creek she met Bramble, a badger whose fur was silvered with age and wisdom. "Seeking the heartstone, are you?" Bramble grunted, sniffing the brittle air. "I felt the earth shiver last moon. Follow the creek upstream, where the water sings backward." His paw traced a path through ice-veined ferns. "But beware the morning mists, they steal warmth from unwary travelers." As Pip journeyed, the forest unveiled its hidden wonders, mushrooms glowing with soft bioluminescence, guiding her like lanterns, whispering reeds that hummed lullabies in the wind, and a clearing where rainbows pooled in frozen puddles, casting prismatic light on snow-dusted ferns. Yet the unnatural cold deepened. When the morning mists descended, a silvery fog that numbed her paws, Pip remembered Master Hoot's advice: kindness thaws the coldest magic. She offered her last hazelnut to a shivering blue jay trapped in the mist. Gratefully the bird sang a single, piercing note, scattering the fog with sound waves of liquid gold. At the creek's source, Pip found the heartstone, a geode pulsing with captured sunlight, nestled in a grove of petrified willows. But it was encased in ice, its light flickering weakly. 3 frost nymphs, translucent as cracked crystal, circled it mournfully, their tears freezing midair like falling stars. "We are lost," one whispered, her voice the creak of settling snow. The stone's song faded. We thought winter's embrace might rouse it. Pip understood. The nymphs weren't malicious, only lonely, their purpose tangled in grief. "Seasons must flow, not force," she said gently, recalling Bramble's tales of harmony. "Let the stone breathe spring." With a chitter of encouragement, she called the forest's hidden allies. Earthworms thawed the soil, coaxing roots to cradle the stone. Bees dormant in their hives hummed vibrations of warmth, and Master Hoot arrived on silent wings, his presence a blanket of calm. Together they wove magic. Pip placed acorns in a spiral around the ice, symbols of cycles. The nymphs, hesitantly at first, gathered melting frost to water them. As the first acorn sprouted, tendrils of green unfurled, cracking the ice. Sunlight burst from the heartstone, flooding the grove with the scent of damp soil and blooming heather. The nymphs dissolved into dewdrops, returning to their slumber with sighs of relief. Spring arrived in a rush, cherry blossoms unfurled like pink clouds, crickets chirruped in symphony, and Cedar Creek swelled with snowmelt, its song now forward-flowing and bright. Back at the great mother oak, Pip nestled into her dray, lulled by the drip of melting icicles and the distant chorus of peepers. Master Hoot perched nearby, his feathers gilded in moonlight. "Remember this night, little Pip," he murmured. "Balance isn't stillness, it's the courage to change, to listen, and to trust the forest's shared breath. Winter rests so spring may dream, spring blooms so summer may feast, autumn falls so winter may reflect. All are notes in the same endless song." As Pip drifted to sleep, the woods cradled her in a tapestry of rustling leaves and owl song. Far above, the auroras shimmered back to life, ribbons of emerald and violet waltzing across the sky. And deep in the earth the heartstone pulsed steadily, its warmth spreading through roots and rivers, a silent promise that harmony, once tended with gentle hearts, would always find its way home. The whispering woods slept, wrapped in the quiet magic of beginnings renewed, where every creature, small or wise, knew they belonged to something greater, something everlasting. Story 18. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of silver moss and streams hummed lullabies over polished stones, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here the boundary between earth and enchantment thinned like morning mist. Bramble the hedgehog snuffled through fallen leaves, her tiny paws releasing the scent of damp soil and cinnamon ferns. Autumn painted the canopy in burnt umber and gold, each leaf a whispered secret as it spiraled down. She paused beneath a grandfather sycamore, its bark etched with runes of time, and watched the sky dancers, a family of winged seeds, catch sunset light on their feathery sails. "The balance breath comes early," murmured Elder Moss, a tortoise whose shell held maps of forgotten glaciers. He emerged from a thicket of amber-tipped ferns, dewdrops clinging to his eyelids like liquid diamonds. The frost shouldn't bite until the last acorn finds its cradle. That night, winter's fingers crept in too soon. Moonbeams froze midair, crystallizing into icy lace that shattered with the lightest breeze. Bramble woke shivering, her burrow's earthen walls brittle with cold. Outside, the silent chill had spread. Spiderwebs hung like glass chandeliers, berry bushes wore icy armor, and the brook singer's song guttered into choked gurgles. Even the starlight beetles, whose abdomens usually pulsed with warm constellations, flickered weakly beneath frost-rimed ferns. "The seasoned spinner's wheel is stuck," clucked Rowan, the mother wren from her nest woven of thistle down. Her fledglings huddled silently, their breath puffing white ghosts into the air. Bramble remembered Elder Moss's warning, "When harmony frays, the forest's heart trembles." Guided by the faint ember glow of Flicker, eldest of the firefly guardians, Bramble navigated frozen roots to Elder Moss's sanctuary, a cave veiled by waterfall icicles. Inside, warmth lingered in the musk of dried herbs and sun-baked clay. The tortoise rested beside the weeping stone, a moss-covered monolith where groundwater seeped like silent tears, feeding the forest's veins. "Long ago," rumbled Elder Moss, his voice echoing with the weight of centuries, "a sky star fell into the whispering pools. Its heat birthed the seasoned spinner, a being woven from maple sap and spider silk. She dances atop the great stone circle, her steps guiding sun and snow. But the fallen star's twin slumbers beneath Blackroot Hill, and its cold dreams are leaking." He described the frost whispers, spectral tendrils that fed on imbalance, thickening ice wherever life's rhythm faltered. To mend the dance, they needed the ember petal, a flower born from the first sunrise after the great thaw, kept alive by the rabbit folk in their earthen warrens. Their quest unfurled like a fern frond. Flicker's children lit their way, casting buttery light on ice-sheathed ferns that chimed like wind chimes when nudged. At the frozen shallows, where minnows hung suspended in jeweled ice, the brook singer's spirit, a shimmering otter-shaped mist, nudged them toward stepping stones hidden beneath bubbled frost. "Patience melts haste," she gurgled, her voice thawing the ice just enough for passage. Deeper in the woods they met Thistle, chief of the rabbit folk, her nose twitching anxiously. Her warrens hummed with warmth, the air sweet with dried clover and the musk of sleeping kits. "The ember petal weakens," she fretted, leading them to a cavern where roots cradled a single bloom. Its petals glowed like captured sunrise, but edges browned with encroaching cold. Its roots drank from the weeping stone's tears, if the stone freezes. Bramble gently plucked a single petal, its heat pulsing against her paws like a tiny heartbeat. Blackroot Hill loomed, crowned with jagged ice shards that sang a discordant, shivering song. Frost whispers swirled like vengeful snowflakes, numbing Bramble's nose. "Remember the balance," urged Elder Moss. Thistle's rabbits dug swiftly, tunneling past frozen roots until they unearthed the slumbering startwind, a obsidian rock weeping icy vapor. Bramble placed the ember petal upon it. Light bloomed, honey gold and gentle, melting the frost from within. The whispers dissolved into dew. At the great stone circle, the seasoned spinner, a wisp of dandelion silk and dawn light, stumbled mid-waltz. Bramble laid the warmed star fragment at her feet. Instantly, the spinner's dance smoothed. Her bare feet brushed the stones, and winter's grip gentled into feathery snowflakes that kissed rather than bit. Harmony returned on silent wings. Snow blanketed the woods in downy white, insulating burrows where creatures nestled into dream-laden sleep. The weeping stone flowed freely again, its song a contented hum beneath the stars. Bramble curled in her burrow, lulled by the creak of settling snow and the distant chime of thawing icicles. Outside, Elder Moss watched the seasoned spinner dance beneath the moon, her steps painting constellations on the snow. "The forest remembers," he murmured to a young owl perched nearby. "When cold shadows grow, warmth answers, not in flame, but in shared breath and rooted trust." And as the first tender buds of future spring dreamed beneath the snow, the whispering woods sighed, a contented exhale scented with pine and promise, cradled once more in the endless, gentle wheel of seasons. Story 19. The cobblestone path ended abruptly where the forest began its deep, green sigh. Most townsfolk turned back here, whispering of tangled shadows and forgotten ways. But today a boy named Finn, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart quieter than most, felt a different whisper, a tickle of curiosity like sunlight on his skin. He'd always watched the swallows dart into that green wall each dusk, wondering where their secret routes led. Today he decided to follow. Pushing aside a curtain of weeping willow fronds, Finn stepped into the Whisperwood. It wasn't dark, as the stories claimed. Instead, a soft, emerald light filtered through a canopy of leaves shaped like crescent moons, dappling the mossy ground. The air hummed thick with the scent of damp earth, crushed mint, and something sweet like wild honey. It smelled alive. And it sounded alive, too. Not with bird calls, but with gentle rustlings that seemed to form words just beyond hearing, like leaves conspiring in hushed tones. Welcome, they might have murmured. Explore. The path, barely more than a deer track, wound between colossal tree trunks wrapped in velvet moss and studded with tiny, bioluminescent mushrooms that pulsed like sleepy fireflies. Ferns unfurled in impossible spirals, dripping dew that shone like scattered diamonds. Finn walked slowly, his usual quietness deepening into awe. He felt no fear, only a swelling wonder that pushed him further. Soon the trees thinned, opening into a meadow unlike any he'd ever imagined. The grass wasn't green, but a shimmering silver blue, soft as rabbit fur underfoot. And growing amidst it were flowers that sang. Not metaphorically. Actual clear, bell-like notes drifted on the honeyed air. Tall, trumpet-shaped blooms chimed deep bass tones. Clusters of tiny star-shaped blossoms tinkled like wind chimes. Broad, velvety petals vibrated with rich, resonant hums. It was a symphony born from the earth itself. Finn stood utterly still, letting the gentle music wash over him, a smile blooming on his face as wide as the meadow itself. He noticed movement near a cluster of singing lilies. Small, furry creatures, no bigger than his hand, with fur the color of twilight and eyes like polished amber, were carefully plucking dewdrops from the petals with delicate paws. They placed the drops into tiny woven baskets made of spider silk. As Finn watched, mesmerized, one creature looked up. It didn't startle. Instead, it tilted its head, gave a soft, musical chirp that harmonized with the lilies, and nudged its basket towards him. Inside glistened a single, perfect dewdrop, refracting the silver light into a miniature rainbow. "Thank you," Finn whispered, unsure if it understood, but feeling the kindness radiating from its tiny form. He carefully scooped the dewdrop onto his fingertip. It felt cool and strangely energizing. The creature chirped again, a sound like laughter, and bounded off towards its friends. Finn tucked the dewdrop into a small, smooth pebble he found nearby, a tiny treasure for his pocket. He felt lighter, as if the music and the creature's gentle nature had seeped into his bones. The meadow sloped gently upwards towards a hill crowned with smooth, pale stones that gleamed like moonstone. As Finn approached, he realized the stones weren't random. They formed a low, circular wall, ancient and silent. In the center stood a single, towering crystal, clear as water and humming with a soft, inner light. This, he felt, was the heart of the Whisperwood. But between him and the crystal circle lay a challenge. A wide, shallow stream chuckled over polished pebbles, looking easy enough to cross. Yet as Finn stepped towards it, the water seemed to resist. Not violently, but with a gentle, insistent pressure, like pushing against a soft, invisible pillow. He tried stepping on a large, flat stone midstream. The water swirled faster around it, creating little whirlpools that tugged playfully at his boots. It wasn't trying to drown him, it was playing a game. A test of observation, perhaps. Finn paused, remembering the quiet way he watched things back home, the ants building their hills, the way frost patterned the window pane. He looked closely at the stream. He noticed how the water flowed faster in some channels, slower in others. He saw stones beneath the surface that weren't slippery, but rough and grippy. He saw a path where the current seemed calmer, almost inviting. Taking a deep breath, he didn't push against the resistance. Instead, he moved with the water's playful flow, stepping lightly onto the grippy stones, dancing sideways where the current nudged him, finding the calm lane. It felt like a graceful puzzle. The water's pressure eased, becoming a supportive swirl around his ankles, as if approving his cleverness. With a final, almost effortless step, he reached the far bank. Inside the stone circle, the air hummed with the crystal's quiet power. It felt peaceful, ancient, and deeply comforting. Finn approached the central crystal. As he did, a large, slow-moving shape detached itself from the shadow of the wall. It was a creature made of smooth, moss-covered stones, ambling on sturdy legs like tree trunks. Its head was a single, large boulder with deep-set eyes that glowed with a warm, mossy green light. It didn't speak, but Finn felt a wave of calm, earthy wisdom emanating from it, the guardian of the glade. The guardian lumbered towards the crystal and placed one massive, mossy paw upon its base. The crystal pulsed brighter, and within its depths, swirling colors formed not an image, but a feeling. Finn saw his own quiet wonder reflected back at him, his careful steps through the stream, his gentle interaction with the dewdrop gatherers. It showed him the path he'd taken, not as a journey out, but a journey in into his own curiosity and quiet courage. He understood. The Whisperwood wasn't about grand adventures or slaying beasts. It was about listening to the subtle whispers of the world, finding wonder in the small things, and trusting your own quiet strength to navigate the gentle challenges. The courage wasn't loud, it was the quiet step forward into the unknown, the willingness to observe and adapt. The guardian made a deep, rumbling sound like stones settling comfortably. It nudged a small, perfectly smooth stone from its own mossy shoulder towards Finn. This stone was warm to the touch and hummed faintly with the same peaceful energy as the glade. A token. A reminder. As Finn turned to leave, the path back through the singing meadow seemed clearer, brighter. The silver-blue grass glowed softly in the gathering twilight beneath the crescent leaves. The flower songs swelled in a gentle farewell symphony. The dewdrop gatherers paused in their work, their amber eyes watching him go, their tiny chirps weaving into the music. He crossed the stream again, this time the water parting easily for him, swirling around his boots like friendly puppies. Emerging from the willow curtain felt like stepping out of a dream, yet the smooth, humming stone in his pocket and the memory of the singing meadow felt utterly real. The town lights twinkled in the distance. He looked back once at the darkening forest edge. It no longer seemed forbidding, but full of a quiet, secret magic he now knew was real. That night, curled in his bed, Finn held the warm stone. He closed his eyes and heard, not the rustling of his blankets, but the gentle symphony of the singing flowers. He felt not the darkness, but the soft, emerald glow of the Whisperwood. He knew he hadn't conquered a wilderness, he had befriended a secret. He understood now that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the presence of curiosity stronger than hesitation. And the greatest magic wasn't in distant lands or grand feats, but in the quiet wonder found when you dare to step off the known path, listen to the world's gentle whispers, and trust the kindness and the strength within your own quiet heart. The stone pulsed softly against his palm, a tiny, comforting heartbeat of the enchanted wood, lulling him into a sleep filled with silver meadows and the sound of singing earth. Story 20. In the quiet village of Mossgrove, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight, and lanterns glowed with captured starlight, odd things began to happen. It started with Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning teapot. One evening it sat proudly on her mantelpiece, painted with lilacs and hummingbirds. By dawn it rested beside the old stone well in the village square, perfectly unharmed but utterly perplexing. Then Farmer Bramble's favorite copper watering can, always kept by his sunflower patch, appeared dangling from the lowest branch of the whispering willow. Lastly, the baker's son, young Milo, found his wooden toy badger, carved with such care by his grandfather, nestled in a bed of moon petals deep in the Glimmerwood, far beyond where a child would wander. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs of chamomile tea. Sprites, guessed the cobbler. Or perhaps a forgetful wind, suggested the weaver. But no wind ever placed objects so precisely, and sprites usually left trails of glittering dust. The only clue was a faint, sweet scent, like crushed mint and honeycomb, lingering near each moved item. Enter Oliver, a boy with eyes the color of storm-soaked earth, and a mind that loved puzzles. He noticed things others missed, the way the dew clung in perfect circles around the teapot at the well, the single, tiny scratch on the watering can's handle that hadn't been there before, and the fact that the toy badger faced east, as if watching the sunrise. Most importantly, he detected that honey mint scent, strongest near patches of velvety blue moss that glowed softly in the twilight. "It's a trail," Oliver whispered to his shadow. "But who's leaving it?" Seeking wisdom, Oliver visited Elder Hemlock, a woman who lived in a cottage woven from living vines and spoke to bees. Her hair was silver as spider silk, and her voice rustled like pages turning in an ancient book. "Ah," she said, stirring a pot of lavender-infused honey over her hearth. "The scent is whisper silk mint, rare and magical. It grows only where the moss can tread." She explained that mosskin were shy, fern-haired creatures, no taller than a buttercup, who mended broken roots and sang stones to sleep. "But they don't steal, child, they protect. Look deeper." Armed with a jar of Elder Hemlock's honey, for mosskin adored sweetness, and a heart full of curiosity, Oliver followed the scent into the Glimmerwood at dusk. Fireflies pulsed like tiny lanterns, and the air hummed with the forest's evening song. Near a ring of glowing mushrooms, he sprinkled droplets of honey on a mossy stone and waited. Soon, a soft chime echoed and 3 mosskin emerged. Their skins shimmered like birch bark under moonlight, and their eyes were luminous green pools. They trembled until Oliver offered the honey, their tiny hands brushing his palm like cobwebs. One, with a cap of acorn, chirped in a language of raindrops and rustling leaves. Oliver couldn't understand, but he noticed their gestures, small hands pointing east, miming something heavy being carried, then covering their faces as if hiding. They beckoned him onward, their glow lighting a path deeper into the woods, where the whisper silk mint scent grew overpowering. There, in a clearing veiled by weeping ferns, lay the source of the mystery. A young stonehare, a gentle creature with fur like granite and eyes like polished quartz, was trapped under a fallen oak branch. Its leg was pinned, and around it lay a circle of moved village treasures. Mrs. Thimblewick's teapot held rainwater for the hare to drink. Farmer Bramble's watering can was tipped to drip onto parched moss. Milo's toy badger sat watchfully beside the creature, a comforting sentinel. The Moskin had gathered these items not to steal, but to help the injured animal, carrying them painstakingly through the night. The scratch on the watering can. A Moskin's tiny fingernail catching the copper during their rescue mission. The hare, unable to free itself, had been whimpering, a sound only Moskin could hear, drawing them to its aid. Oliver's heart swelled. He carefully lifted the branch, his hands guided by the Moskin, who hummed a healing tune that made the wood light as dandelion fluff. The stone hare nuzzled Oliver's hand, its purr a rumble like distant thunder. As the Moskin applied poultices of blue moss to the hare's leg, Oliver realized the final clue. The hare always slept facing east, toward the first warmth of dawn. That's why the toy badger had been placed just so. Word spread through Moss Grove, not in alarm but in wonder. Villagers left offerings by the well, honey cakes, bundles of thyme, and polished river stones for the Moskin. Farmer Bramble built a snug burrow near his sunflowers where the stone hare, now named Pebble, could recover. Mrs. Thimblewick placed her teapot in the garden, filling it daily with fresh rainwater for any thirsty creature. And Milo. He gifted his toy badger to the Moskin, who placed it in their mushroom ring, a tiny guardian watching over them all. That night, as Oliver lay in bed, he heard a soft chime at his window. There on the sill rested a single petal from a moon-petal flower, glowing with captured starlight. Beside it, a perfect circle of blue moss pulsed gently. Outside, the Moskin's faint laughter tinkled like wind chimes, and Pebble's contented purr vibrated through the roots of the whispering willow. The mysteries had knitted the village closer to the wild magic around them, proving that even the oddest happenings bloom from kindness, and that help often comes in sizes both smaller and wiser than you'd ever expect. Oliver smiled, the scent of mint and honey weaving through his dreams as the lanterns of Moss Grove glowed like fallen stars, keeping watch until morning. Story 21. The fire crackled softly, painting dancing shadows on the walls as the evening deepened. Outside, a gentle rain whispered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm for the tale about to unfold. Tonight's story begins not in a grand castle, nor a bustling city, but on the quiet, windswept slopes of the Shepherd's Crown Mountains, where young Silas tended his family's flock. Silas, with eyes the color of storm clouds and hair like spun flax, possessed a quiet heart attuned to the whispers of the high places. He knew the secret paths where mountain thyme grew thickest, the hidden springs where the water tasted like cold starlight, and the language of the wind as it sighed through the ancient pines. His days were filled with the bleating of sheep, the scent of sun-warmed wool and damp earth, and the vast, open silence of the peaks. Yet deep within him stirred a yearning for something more, a feeling as persistent as the mountain stream carving its path through stone. One afternoon, as the sky bruised with the promise of a summer storm, Silas guided his flock towards the sheltered overhang of Greyweather Crag. The air grew thick and heavy, charged with unseen energy. Thunder grumbled in the distance, a deep-throated warning. As the first fat raindrops began to splatter the dusty ground, Silas noticed something glinting near the base of an ancient, lightning-struck oak. It wasn't metal, but a warm, deep amber glow. Curious, he scrambled over the rain-slicked rocks. Nestled amongst the roots, partially buried in moss and fallen leaves, lay a small wooden bird. It was exquisitely carved, no larger than Silas's palm, from wood the color of dark honey, swirling with intricate grain. Its wings were swept back as if caught mid-flight, and its tiny eyes, crafted from chips of polished obsidian, seemed to hold a depth far beyond their size. Most astonishing was its warmth. It radiated a gentle heat against his chilled fingers, like a sun-warmed stone long after dusk. As Silas carefully brushed away the damp earth, a low, resonant hum vibrated from the bird, so faint he felt it more than heard it. It pulsed softly, rhythmically against his skin. The rain began to fall harder, drumming on the crag above. Silas tucked the little bird safely into the deepest pocket of his worn woolen tunic, close to his heart. Immediately a sense of calm washed over him, the frantic energy of the storm replaced by a quiet, focused warmth radiating from the carving. The sheep huddled closer, unusually placid beneath the overhang as the tempest raged outside. That night, curled in his simple cot in the stone shepherd's hut, Silas examined his find by the flickering light of a single tallow candle. The wooden bird seemed almost alive in the soft glow. He traced the smooth curves of its wings, the delicate lines suggesting feathers. The obsidian eyes seemed to watch him. As sleep finally claimed him, the bird nestled in his hand. He dreamed not of sheep or storms, but of soaring high above the mountains, riding thermals unseen, seeing the world laid out like a rumpled green and gray quilt beneath vast, star-strewn skies. The next morning dawned crisp and clear, the world washed clean. The wooden bird lay silent and cool on his bedside table. Yet as Silas stepped outside to greet the day, the bird gave a single, distinct thrum against the wood, like a plucked lute string. He picked it up. It warmed instantly in his palm. Then, without warning, it lifted slightly, hovering just above his skin, its carved beak pointing insistently towards the highest, most treacherous ridge of the shepherd's crown, a place known only as the Whispering Wall, a sheer cliff face rumored to be impassable and haunted by strange winds. A thrill, equal parts excitement and apprehension, shot through Silas. The bird hummed again, a gentle, encouraging sound. This was no ordinary trinket. It was a guide. Taking a deep breath of the pine-scented air, Silas packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, his water skin, and the wooden bird. He secured the flock in a safe, high meadow with ample grazing, whispering reassurances to the anxious ewes. Then, with the bird held aloft in his palm, its humming a constant, quiet beacon, he began to climb. The path the bird indicated was no path at all. It led him through dense thickets of thorny gorse, across slippery scree slopes where loose stones clattered like falling teeth, and along narrow ledges where the wind tugged at his clothes, and the drop below made his stomach clench. The bird's warmth and steady hum were his anchors. It seemed to sense safe footing, humming more brightly when he chose correctly, dimming to a warning pulse when danger lurked a loose rock, a hidden crevice. Hours passed. Sweat stung his eyes, his muscles burned, and the thin air made his lungs ache. Doubt whispered, was this folly? Chasing a fancy carved by who knew who. But the bird's persistent warmth and the memory of his dream kept him moving upwards, towards the imposing shadow of the Whispering Wall. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, the bird's humming intensified, becoming a vibrant, almost musical thrumming. It dipped suddenly, pulling Silas's hand towards a curtain of thick, ancient ivy clinging to the base of the sheer cliff. Expecting solid rock, Silas stumbled forward as his hand, guided by the bird, passed through the dense foliage as if it were mist. He gasped, blinking in astonishment. He hadn't passed through ivy, he had passed through an illusion. Before him yawned a narrow, hidden crevice in the rock face, veiled perfectly by the cascading greenery. Cool, damp air, smelling of deep earth and something else, something green and vibrant and utterly alive, washed over him. The wooden bird glowed warmly, illuminating the dark passage ahead. Heart pounding with a mixture of fear and wonder, Silas stepped into the mountain. The crevice twisted and turned, descending slightly. The air grew warmer, moister. The sound of dripping water echoed, and then, gradually, another sound joined it, a soft, melodic chiming, like tiny crystal bells stirred by a gentle breeze. The passage widened and the light changed. Silas stepped out of the tunnel and froze, his breath catching in his throat. He stood on the edge of a hidden valley, cradled deep within the heart of the shepherd's crown. It was a world apart. Giant luminous mushrooms, taller than Silas, glowed with soft bioluminescence blues, greens, and gentle amethysts, casting an ethereal twilight over everything. Trees unlike any he knew grew here. Their bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and their leaves, broad and fern-like, shimmered with captured dew that refracted the mushroom light into tiny rainbows. Crystal-clear streams chuckled over smooth, multicolored stones, and the air vibrated with the harmonious chimes he'd heard, emanating from clusters of delicate, bell-shaped flowers that swayed without any discernible breeze. It was breathtakingly beautiful, a sanctuary of impossible magic. The wooden bird in his hand pulsed with a satisfied warmth, as if greeting home. Silas wandered, awestruck, through the luminous groves. He dipped his hand in a stream. The water was cool and sweet, tasting faintly of mint and moonlight. He brushed a glowing mushroom cap. It released a puff of iridescent spores that danced like fireflies before vanishing. The peace was profound, deep as the mountain roots. Yet amidst the serenity, Silas sensed a subtle undercurrent. The light from the mushrooms seemed slightly dimmer than it should be. Some of the bellflowers hung silent and still. A faint scent of decay, like autumn leaves left too long in the damp, lingered beneath the vibrant smells. He followed the sound of the strongest chiming towards the valley's heart, where a small, perfectly circular pool reflected the glowing canopy above. It was here he saw the source of the valley's unease. Lying half-submerged in the shallows of the pool, one magnificent wing bent at an unnatural angle, was a creature of legend. It was a griffin. Its eagle-like head, crowned with a crest of iridescent feathers shifting from gold to deep bronze, rested wearily on the bank. Its powerful leonine body, covered in tawny fur that gleamed like spun copper in the soft light, was still. The injured wing, feathers the color of storm clouds tipped with silver, lay awkwardly in the water, the primary feathers snapped and waterlogged. Its eyes, large and intelligent, the color of molten topaz, were clouded with pain and a deep, weary sorrow. Silas stopped dead, his heart hammering against his ribs. Griffins were creatures of fire and sky, proud and fierce, spoken of in hushed tones and fearful tales. This one looked vulnerable, broken. The griffin lifted its head slowly, fixing Silas with a gaze that seemed to pierce right through him. A low rumble, more vibration than sound, emanated from its chest. Silas felt no aggression, only profound exhaustion and sadness. The wooden bird in his hand suddenly flared with heat and light, humming urgently. It tugged Silas's hand not away, but towards the injured creature. Swallowing hard, pushing down generations of ingrained caution, Silas took a tentative step forward. "Hello," he whispered, his voice seeming too loud in the quiet valley. I mean no harm." He slowly raised his hand, the wooden bird glowing warmly, a beacon of peaceful intent. The griffin watched him, its topaz eyes unblinking. Then, incredibly, it lowered its great head again, a gesture that felt less like defeat and more like acceptance. Trust. The rumble softened, becoming almost a purr, a sound of deep earth shifting. Silas knelt carefully beside the pool, keeping a respectful distance but close enough to see the extent of the injury. The wing joint was badly swollen, clearly dislocated, and several flight feathers were shattered. "You're hurt," he said softly. Can I help?" The griffin made no move, but its eyes held his. Silas remembered the deep calm the wooden bird had given him during the storm. He gently placed the warm carving on the bank near the griffin's head. This found me. It led me here. Maybe it knew you needed help." As the bird's soft light bathed the griffin's face, a remarkable thing happened. The creature's eyes seemed to clear slightly, the deep sorrow momentarily eased. It nudged the wooden bird gently with its beak, and the bird hummed in response, a sound like distant singing. A silent understanding passed between boy, bird, and beast. They were connected. Silas knew setting a wing required strength and knowledge he didn't possess. Panic flickered. But the wooden bird pulsed steadily, its warmth spreading up his arm, calming his racing thoughts. Think. Observe. He looked around the enchanted valley. The luminous mushrooms, the chiming flowers, the sweet water. Everything here felt alive with purpose. He remembered his grandmother's poultices for sprained joints, comfrey and arnica, steeped in warm water. Perhaps the magic here could offer something similar. He scanned the glowing flora. Near the water's edge grew clusters of thick, rubbery leaves that glowed a soft, healing green. He touched one. It felt cool and soothing. Another plant nearby had star-shaped blue flowers that released a puff of icy vapor when brushed. He gathered armfuls of the green leaves and several stems of the blue flowers. Using a smooth stone, he mashed the leaves into a thick, fragrant paste that smelled of rain and new growth. He dipped the blue flowers into the pool. They instantly chilled the water around them. He soaked strips of cloth torn from his spare shirt in this magically cooled water. Then, moving with infinite care, speaking soft, reassuring words all the while, "Easy now, just hold still, this might feel cold," Silas began his ministrations. He gently bathed the swollen joint with the chilled cloths, the griffin flinching only slightly. Then he applied the cool, green paste thickly over the injury. The griffin let out a long, shuddering sigh as the paste made contact, a sound of profound relief. The intense heat radiating from the injury seemed to lessen visibly. The wooden bird hummed approvingly from its spot nearby. Over the next few days, a routine formed in the hidden valley. Silas would return each morning, guided unfailingly by the wooden bird's pull. He'd tend his flock swiftly, his mind always drifting back to the luminous sanctuary and its wounded guardian. He brought oats and dried fruit, which the griffin accepted with surprising delicacy. He continued applying the cooling paste and fresh bandages. He spoke to the griffin, telling it about the sheep, the mountains, the storms, his simple life. The griffin listened, its intelligent eyes following him, sometimes making soft, rumbling sounds that felt like responses. Silas named him Thuron, meaning hunter in the old tongue, though it seemed ironic now. The wooden bird was the bridge. When Silas held it near Thuron, a warmth flowed not just from the carving, but between them. Silas felt echoes of Thuron's pain, but also his immense strength, his deep connection to the valley, and his sorrow over its fading magic. He saw glimpses in his mind, Thuron soaring effortlessly above the peaks, the valley below pulsing with vibrant light, the chimes loud and joyful. But he also felt the moment of Thuron's fall, a sudden, violent downdraft near the whispering wall during a fierce gale, the sickening crack of bone against rock, the agonizing crawl towards the healing pool. He felt Thuron's despair as the valley's light dimmed, its chimes silenced one by one, mirroring his own immobility. Thuron wasn't just the valley's guardian, he was its heart. His grounded state was weakening the magic that sustained this hidden world. Silas confided his fears to Thuron one afternoon as he carefully flexed the healing wing joint. The light fades, Thuron, the flowers don't all chime anymore. It's like the valley is sleeping. Thuron let out a low, mournful sound, confirming Silas's thoughts. The griffin nudged the wooden bird, then looked up towards the narrow slice of sky visible above the valley walls, his meaning clear. The valley needed its guardian aloft. It needed hope restored. But Thuron's wing, though less swollen thanks to the magical poultices, was still weak. The shattered primary feathers were the problem. Without them, he couldn't catch the air, couldn't generate lift. Silas stared at the damaged feathers, despair threatening. How could he mend something so intricate? He looked at the wooden bird, warm and humming in his hand. It had led him here, helped him heal Thuron this far. Surely it held more answers. That night, Silas stayed late in the valley. He sat by the pool, the wooden bird cradled in both hands, pouring his worry and hope into it. How do I mend his wings? How do I help him fly again? How do I save the valley? The bird pulsed warmly, its light soft and steady. Silas closed his eyes, focusing on the hum, letting it fill his mind. Images flickered, not Thuron's memories this time, but visions of the valley itself. He saw the shimmering bark of the trees, the intricate veins in the luminous mushroom caps, the delicate structure of the chiming flowers. He saw the pattern, the interconnectedness, the life force flowing through everything. And then he saw the shattered feather. It wasn't just broken, its connection to the vibrant magic of the valley was severed. It needed not just mending, but reconnection. It needed a conduit. Silas's eyes snapped open, landing on the wooden bird. A conduit. Like the bird was a conduit between him and Thuron, between the outside world and this hidden one. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. The next morning, Silas arrived carrying not just poultices, but his small whittling knife and a piece of the hardest, smoothest mountain oak he could find. He sat beside Thuron, holding up the wooden bird and the oak piece. I have an idea, Thuron. It might not work, but I have to try. Thuron watched him, his gaze steady, trusting. Silas studied the broken feather fragments carefully. Using his knife with painstaking precision, guided by the subtle hum of the wooden bird he kept nearby, he began to carve. He carved tiny, intricate replicas of the shattered feather sections from the oak, mimicking the curve, the subtle barbs, the hollow shaft. It took hours, his fingers cramping, his focus absolute. Thuron remained perfectly still, understanding the delicate work. As Silas carved each tiny piece, he held it near the wooden bird. The bird's warmth seemed to seep into the wood, making it pliable, almost alive. When he had a set of perfect, miniature oak feathers, he held them against the broken stump on Thuron's wing. Now, Silas whispered, more to himself and the bird than to Thuron, we need to bind them, not with thread, with light, with the valley's light. He looked around at the glowing mushrooms, the shimmering trees, the chiming flowers. He placed the wooden bird directly onto the join between Thuron's real feather and the first carved oak piece. He closed his eyes, focusing all his will, all his hope, all his newfound love for this hidden world and its guardian into the bird. He imagined the vibrant energy of the valley flowing through him, into the bird, and from the bird into the tiny wooden feathers, fusing them not just to the wing, but to the very magic of the place. A soft gasp escaped Silas. The wooden bird grew intensely warm, almost hot, its light flaring brilliantly. The tiny oak feathers glowed with the same internal light as the luminous mushrooms. He felt a surge, a click, like a key turning in a lock. The oak feathers fused seamlessly with Thuron's wing, not glued but grown into place, shimmering with captured valley light. One by one, Silas repeated the process, attaching each carved feather section. The wooden bird pulsed like a tiny star, channeling Silas's hope and the valley's fading energy into the repair. Sweat beaded on Silas's forehead, the effort immense, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Finally, the last piece was fused. Silas slumped back, utterly drained, the wooden bird cooling rapidly in his hand. Thuron flexed his wing experimentally. The repaired section, now a mosaic of his own storm-gray feathers and shimmering, light-infused oak, moved smoothly, strongly. A spark, long dormant, ignited in Thuron's topaz eyes. He stretched both wings wide, the healthy one and the newly mended one, their impressive span casting long, dancing shadows in the luminous gloom. A low, powerful rumble, not of pain, but of pure, unleashed potential, vibrated through the valley. Thuron turned his great head, nudging Silas gently, then nudging the wooden bird. The message was clear, now. Silas scrambled onto Thuron's back, finding holds in the thick fur just behind the powerful shoulders. He held the wooden bird tightly. Thuron gathered himself, muscles coiling like springs. With a mighty push of his hind legs and a thunderous beat of his wings, the mended one catching the air with a strong, sure sweep, they launched upwards. The sensation was breathtaking. The ground fell away, the luminous canopy rushed past, and then they burst into the clear, cold air above the whispering wall. Silas whooped, the wind tearing at his hair, the entire world spread out below him, just as in his dream. Thuron soared, climbing higher and higher, testing his wings, reveling in the freedom regained. He banked, turned, and flew in wide, joyous circles above the hidden valley. As Thuron flew, something miraculous happened below. The valley, which had been dimming like a guttering candle, began to brighten. The mushrooms pulsed with renewed vigor, their light intensifying, casting deeper, richer colors onto the shimmering trees. One by one, the silent bellflowers began to sway, their delicate chimes starting hesitantly, then growing stronger, weaving into a harmonious symphony that rose even to their height. The faint scent of decay vanished, replaced by the vibrant green scent of life surging back. The hidden world awoke, its magic rekindled by the return of its soaring heart. Thuron flew lower, skimming the luminous canopy, the chimes a joyful greeting. He landed gently by the pool, where their journey together had truly begun. Silas slid off, his legs shaky, his heart full to bursting. He looked at Thuron, majestic and whole, and at the valley, vibrant and singing once more. The wooden bird in his hand was warm, humming a contented, peaceful tune. Silas understood now. The bird wasn't just a guide or a conduit. It was a vessel for belief, for connection, for the courage to reach out across differences. It had led him not just to a place, but to a friendship that defied every expectation, and to a truth. That magic exists where belief and kindness meet, often hidden in plain sight, waiting only for an open heart and a helping hand to awaken it. His time in the hidden valley couldn't last forever. He had sheep to tend, a family who would worry. Thuron understood. On Silas's last visit, the griffin presented him with a single, magnificent feather from his healthy wings, storm gray and silver, shimmering with a faint internal light. A token. Silas carefully placed the wooden bird back into his pocket. It felt different now, not just warm, but alive with the memory of flight and friendship. He stepped back through the ivy illusion, the harmonious chimes of the valley fading behind him. The descent was easier, the path clearer. He returned to his flock, to the familiar scents of wool and earth, to the vast silence of the mountains. But Silas was changed. He carried the hidden valley within him, its light, its song, its magic. He saw the world with new eyes. The way the sunlight caught dew on a spiderweb became a tiny, glittering chime. The wind sighing through the pines held the echo of Thuron's wings. The resilience of a mountain flower pushing through crack was its own kind of luminous magic. He kept the feather wrapped in soft cloth, a secret treasure. The wooden bird remained in his pocket, a constant, warm presence. He never spoke of the hidden valley or the griffin, knowing some wonders are meant to be guarded. But sometimes, on clear nights, he'd look up at the stars and imagine Thuron soaring high above, a silent guardian watching over the mountains, the valley below pulsing like a hidden emerald heart. And he'd feel the bird hum softly against his own heart, a reminder that the greatest journeys aren't always measured in miles, but in the depth of connection found, and the quiet, enduring magic of kindness that mends broken wings and awakens sleeping worlds. The fire crackled softly, the last embers glowing like distant luminous mushrooms. The rain had stopped, leaving the world outside clean and quiet. The tale was told, leaving behind the warm glow of a friendship forged in a hidden valley, and the comforting certainty that magic, like kindness, is always closer than we think, waiting patiently for a gentle hand and an open heart to find its way home. Sleep now and dream of soaring. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Deep in the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient canopies like liquid gold and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 years, lived a community seldom seen by human eyes. This was Moss Grove, a hidden village nestled amongst colossal roots and sheltered beneath a cathedral of emerald leaves. Its inhabitants were the Verdantkin, small, gentle folk with skin the color of sun-dappled bark, hair like trailing ivy, and eyes that held the shifting greens of the forest itself. Among them was a young one named Fern, whose curiosity was as boundless as the starlit sky above their home. Fern loved nothing more than listening to Elder Hemlock, whose voice was as soft and deep as rustling leaves in autumn. Hemlock spoke of the great balance, the intricate dance woven by every creature, every root, every drop of dew. "The forest breathes, little sprout," Hemlock would murmur, his gnarled fingers tracing patterns in the soft moss. "Spring brings the green sigh, summer the golden hum, autumn the copper whisper, and winter the silent, crystalline breath. Each is vital, each holds a piece of the heartwood's magic." The heartwood. Fern had heard tales of it, a colossal, ancient tree deep within the forest's core, older than time itself. It was said to be the source of the seasonal magic, its roots drinking deep from the earth's dreams, its branches cradling the essence of each turning moon and shifting sun. The Verdantkin were its caretakers, guided by generations of wisdom passed down through stories told by firefly light and the gentle murmur of streams. One day a subtle wrongness began to creep into Moss Grove. The air, usually thick with the sweet perfume of honeysuckle and damp earth in late spring, grew strangely still and scentless. The fireflies, whose nightly dances painted the twilight with constellations of soft green light, flickered weakly. Most unsettling was the behavior of the brook sprite, a shimmering, playful creature of living water who usually chattered and splashed merrily near the village. Now it flowed sluggishly, its surface unnervingly calm, reflecting the worried faces of the Verdantkin with a dull, gray sheen. Fern noticed first. The usual vibrant hum of insect wings was muted. The leaves, usually plump with spring's vigor, seemed thinner, their edges tinged with a faint, worrying yellow. The scent of pine resin, usually sharp and clean, was replaced by a faint, sour tang like forgotten mushrooms. "Elder Hemlock," Fern whispered, finding the old one sitting by the sluggish brook, his face etched with concern. "The balance, it feels thin, like spun sugar ready to break." Hemlock sighed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. I, little sprout, the brook sprite whispers of chill deep in the earth, the heartwood, it struggles. The essence of spring is not flowing as it should. Winter's icy grip lingers where it should have melted, and summer's warmth hesitates to rise. He pointed a trembling finger towards the deepest part of the forest, where the shadows gathered thickest beneath the oldest trees. We must journey to Heartwood Hollow. The wisdom of the roots must guide us. The journey was unlike any Fern had taken. The familiar, comforting paths felt muted. Sunlight struggled to pierce the denser canopy, casting long, cold shadows. The vibrant moss underfoot felt brittle, and the air held a lingering damp chill that seeped into their bones, despite it being late spring. They passed a family of badgers whose usually bustling set was quiet, the adults looking weary, their kits listless. A chorus of frogs by a pond croaked a slow, mournful song instead of their usual jubilant chorus. Fern felt the forest's unease like a physical weight, a prickling sensation against their skin. After a day and a night guided by the faint, troubled whispers carried on the wind through the leaves, they reached Heartwood Hollow. It was a vast, open glade bathed in an ethereal, shifting light. At its center stood the heartwood. Fern gasped. It wasn't just a tree, it was a living cathedral of wood and magic. Its trunk, wider than 20 Verdantkin houses, pulsed with a soft, internal luminescence. But the light was wrong. Instead of the vibrant, swirling greens and golds of spring fern had expected, it flickered erratically. Patches of weak green fought against stubborn veins of icy blue, and a dull, muddy brown where warm amber should have glowed. Around the base of the heartwood, figures moved with quiet urgency. Not just Verdantkin, but creatures Fern had only heard of in hemlock stories. Lumina moths with wings like stained glass, their light dimmed. Earth gnomes with skin like polished river stones, their faces etched with worry. Even a great ancient stag, his majestic antlers seeming to droop, his breath misting unnaturally in the cool air. The harmony was fractured. The hidden lives of the forest were laid bare in their shared distress. The chill persists, rumbled the stag, his voice like stones grinding deep underground. It festers in the deep roots fed by neglect. He lowered his massive head towards a section of the forest floor near the heartwood's base. Fern saw it then, a patch of ground choked with thorny, unnatural vines, dark, oily things that seemed to suck the very color from the air. They wrapped around smaller roots protruding from the earth, their grip tight and cruel. Nearby, the earth looked scarred and barren, as if something vital had been ripped away. "It is the strangling creeper," Hemlock said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "It takes hold where the forest's voice is silenced, where the small connections are broken. It feeds on imbalance, on forgotten duties." He explained how generations past had spoken of such blights, born not from malice, but from subtle neglect, a stream diverted carelessly by a landslide no one repaired, a clearing where too many saplings were lost, weakening the earth's song. The wisdom passed down was clear. Every creature, from the tiniest beetle turning the soil to the great trees breathing the air, played a part. Neglect one, and the thread of the tapestry unravels. "The heartwood draws strength from the harmony of all," murmured a lumina moth, its voice a soft chime. "When the small songs are silenced, its great song falters." Hope felt fragile. But looking around at the gathered creatures, the worried earth gnomes, the anxious Verdantkin, the sorrowful stag, the dimmed moth's Fern felt a spark ignite. "We are the small songs," Fern whispered, then spoke louder, their voice surprisingly steady in the hollow. "The wisdom says all must play their part. We are the harmony. Can we sing it back?" A ripple went through the assembly. The stag raised his head, a glimmer returning to his deep brown eyes. The earth gnomes nodded, their stony faces softening. The lumina moths fluttered their wings, shedding faint motes of light. The restoration began, a testament to the interconnected life Hemlock had always spoken of. Earth gnomes, strong and patient, began carefully digging around the base of the strangling creeper, loosening its grip on the precious roots without harming the heartwood itself. Their small hands worked with incredible precision, unearthing the dark tendrils. Lumina moths fluttered above, their dimmed light concentrating on the exposed vines. Where their soft glow touched the oily darkness, the creepers seemed to recoil, shriveling slightly, their malevolent energy disrupted. Fern and the other verdantkin gathered nearby. They didn't fight the blight directly, their strength lay in connection. They knelt on the cold, troubled earth, placing their small hands on the moss, on the exposed, shivering roots of the heartwood, even on the cool flank of the patient stag. They closed their eyes and listened. Fern felt the deep, slow thrum of the heartwood, weak but persistent. They felt the stag's steady heartbeat, the quiet strength of the gnomes, the fragile hope of the moths. And they began to hum. It wasn't a complex song, but a simple, deep vibration, resonating from their chests into the earth. It was the sound of roots seeking water, of leaves unfurling towards the sun, of dewdrops gathering on spiderwebs at dawn. They hummed the memory of warm spring rains, the promise of summer berries, the crispness of autumn air, the deep peace of winter snow. They hummed the song of moss grove, of the busy badgers, the croaking frogs, the whispering brook. They hummed the great balance. As they hummed, focusing their simple, collective will, a subtle warmth began to spread from their hands. It wasn't fire, but the gentle, life-giving warmth of the returning sun after a long frost. The moss beneath their fingers seemed to plump up, regaining its vibrant green. The exposed heartwood roots Fern touched pulsed once, faintly, with a warmer light. The earth gnomes, feeling the shift, redoubled their efforts. The lumina moths glowed brighter, their light now a soft, cleansing gold. The stag lowered his mighty head and breathed a warm, misty breath over the struggling patch of earth where the creepers writhed. The combined effort, the gnome's strength, the moth's light, the stag's breath, and the verdantkin's resonant song of connection became a tangible force. With a final, almost audible sigh, the strangling creeper lost its grip. The dark vines shriveled completely, turning to brittle black dust that scattered on a sudden warm breeze that hadn't been there moments before. Where they had choked the earth, tiny, vibrant green shoots immediately pushed through the soil, unfurling delicate leaves that glistened with fresh dew. The effect on the heartwood was immediate and profound. The flickering, conflicted light within its massive trunk steadied. The stubborn veins of icy blue dissolved like mist under a strong sun. The muddy brown warmed, transforming into a deep, rich amber. The vibrant green swelled, pure and strong, pulsing outwards in waves. The light filled the hollow, washing over everyone warm, comforting, and alive. It touched the stag, who straightened, his antlers seeming to catch the light and hold it. It touched the lumina moths, whose wings blazed with renewed, joyful colors. It touched the earth gnomes, whose stony skin gleamed with inner warmth. It flowed over Fern and the verdantkin, filling them with a profound sense of peace and belonging. The magic wasn't a sudden explosion, but a deep, resonant sigh of relief that echoed through the entire forest. Fern felt it travel along the roots, through the streams, up the trunks of trees, and into the very air. Back in Moss Grove, the brook sprite suddenly bubbled and leapt with renewed energy, its water sparkling clear and cold. The scent of honeysuckle and damp earth returned, rich and heady. Fireflies erupted from the ferns, painting the twilight with their joyful, emerald constellations. The badger kits tumbled playfully from their set, and the frogs resumed their boisterous chorus. Fern stood with elder hemlock near the now glorious heartwood, bathed in its gentle, multi-hued light. The stag nudged Fern gently with his velvety nose. "You remembered the wisdom, little one," he said, his voice warm and strong again. "The smallest voice, raised in true understanding of the whole, can mend the greatest tear in the tapestry." Hemlock placed a hand on Fern's shoulder. "The balance is not a distant thing, little sprout. It lives in every connection, every act of care, every song sung for the whole, not just the self. The heartwood holds the magic, but we all of us, great and small, seen and unseen, we are the magic that feeds it. Remember this. The journey back to Moss Grove was a celebration of senses. The air was warm and fragrant. Moonlight silvered the path, dappling through leaves that rustled with a contented sound. The hum of insects was a soothing lullaby. Fern felt the cool, soft moss underfoot, heard the distant, joyful splash of the brook sprite, tasted the sweet nectar of a night-blooming flower offered by a grateful lumina moth. The forest was alive, vibrant, and deeply, peacefully in harmony once more. That night, curled in their cozy nest, woven from soft grasses and fragrant pine needles, Fern gazed out at the firefly-lit glade. The gentle murmur of the brook and the rustling leaves were a soothing melody. They thought of the heartwood pulsing with balanced light deep in the forest, and of the stag, the gnomes, the moths, the badgers, the frogs, and all the unseen threads that bound them together. The wisdom felt warm and solid inside them, as old as oak roots, as deep as the starry sky. It was the quiet understanding that true magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in the countless small acts of belonging, of care, of singing your part in the forest's eternal, beautiful song. And with that comforting thought, cradled by the restored harmony of their ancient, magical home, Fern drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the heart of the whispering woods itself. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches swayed in conversations only the oldest roots could understand, autumn arrived in a sigh of cinnamon and wood smoke. The forest floor became a tapestry of crimson and gold, each leaf crunching like the turning of a well-loved storybook page. It was here, beneath the gnarled branches of the guardian oak, a tree whose trunk bore faces of seasons long past, that a young fox kit named Thistle first noticed the world trembling on the edge of imbalance. Thistle's paws itched with restless energy as he trotted through the amberlit groves, his russet fur dusted with dew. The air hummed with the absence of something vital, the soft, pulsing glow of the moonlit lichen that usually adorned the stones near Brook's Song Hollow had dimmed to a faint shimmer. Worse still, the brook herself ran thin and quiet, her laughter muted as if choked by sorrow. Grandmother Moss told tales of this, Thistle murmured, recalling the elderly tortoise who dozed by the cattail marshes. When the lichen fades, the threads between seasons fray. His worry led him to the bramble gate, an archway of interwoven thorns where fireflies spelled out riddles in the dusk. There he found Sorrel, a pine marten with emerald-tipped ears, kneading clay into tiny pots. The earth's grown lighter, she fretted, her nose twitching. Even the clay won't hold shape, it crumbles like old bread. Together they ventured to the starlight meadow, where the air shimmered with pollen that glowed like captive stars. The meadow's keeper, an owl named Lumen with feathers like frosted velvet, perched atop a quartz monolith. "Ah," Lumen intoned, his voice a low cello note, "the weavers are troubled." He spread one wing toward the northern horizon, where the sky hung heavy, with clouds the color of unripe plums. "The frost spinners have not come to weave winter's first tapestry. Without their needles, autumn cannot end, and spring will never wake." The revelation sent Thistle's mind whirling like a sycamore seed. Every creature knew the frost spinners, ethereal beings who danced on the first freeze, stitching ice blossoms into the earth to cradle sleeping seeds. But no one knew where they dwelled in the off-seasons. "Perhaps the guardian oak remembers," Sorrel suggested, her claws tracing the ancient map of bark. As twilight deepened, the tree's knotted faces stirred, their wooden lips creaking open. "Seek the chamber of echoing roots," whispered the face carved with summer vines. "But mind the hollow's breath," warned the winter-scarred visage. "It hungers for warmth." Guided by glowworms strung like living lanterns, the trio descended through a labyrinth of roots into a cavern where time dripped from stalactites in honeyed droplets. The air smelled of petrichor and forgotten memories. There, pulsing in the gloom, hung the heartvine, a living cord woven from every plant that had ever taken root in the woods. Its usual jade radiance was sickly pale, its tendrils drooping. "Look," breathed Sorrel. A jagged crack split the cavern wall, leaching darkness that swallowed the heartvine's light. Thistle crept closer, ears flat. The hollow's breath, a creeping chill that numbed his whiskers, oozed from the fissure. "This is why the frost spinners stay away," Lumen realized. "Their magic is born of clean cold, not this emptiness." Grandmother Moss arrived at dawn, her shell etched with runes of binding. "To mend the hollow we must sing the binding song," she rasped. "But the song requires 4 voices, root, rain, feather, and fur." Thistle trembled. How could a fox kit contribute to ancient magic? Yet as Sorrel pressed her paw to the heartvine, as Lumen beat his wings in rhythm, as Grandmother Moss chanted words that shook loose stones into dust, Thistle understood. Closing his eyes, he poured his yearning for the forest's laughter into a wordless melody. The response was immediate. Moss bloomed over the crack, violets erupting through its edges as if stitching a wound. The heartvine blazed anew, its light rippling outward through the soil. High above, the clouds broke. Not with rain, but with a shower of crystalline threads, the frost spinners descending at last, their needle-like fingers trailing frost that glittered like diamond dust. By the next moonrise, Brook Song Hollow brimmed with water clear as liquid sky. The moonlit lichen glowed like earthbound constellations, and Thistle sat with friends beneath the guardian oak, sharing a feast of honeyed acorns and elderberry tart. Lumen hooted softly as the first snowflakes, each one a tiny, frozen poem, settled on the branches. Seasons are a conversation, Grandmother Moss mused, her eyes reflecting the aurora now shimmering above. To listen is to hold the world together. Thistle curled his tail over his nose, watching his breath make ghosts in the air. The woods hummed with restored magic, a symphony of rustling leaves and distant owl song. Somewhere deep in the earth, the heartvine throbbed in time with every heartbeat under its care. And as the snow wrapped the world in silence, Thistle dreamed not of heroics, but of dappled sunlight through new leaves, and the gentle certainty that come spring, he'd have more stories to share. The distant star system of Lyra 7 held worlds as different as snowflakes in a nebulous storm. On the frozen, crystalline plains of Xylos, where auroras sang in silent ribbons of blue and silver, lived Vel. Vel was a Xylosian, tall and slender, their bodies seemingly carved from living ice that shimmered with internal light. Their thoughts were precise, logical, and flowed like glacial rivers, slow, deep, and immensely powerful. Communication for Vel was a series of intricate light patterns emitted from their core, a language of pure information. On the opposite side of the system, bathed in the perpetual golden hour glow of twin suns, orbited Florin. It was a world of immense, whispering forests, bioluminescent flowers, and warm, humid air thick with the scent of alien pollen. Here lived Kip, a Florinite no taller than Vel's knee, covered in soft, moss-green fur with large, luminous eyes the color of amethysts. Kip communicated in chirps, whistles, and expressive vibrations that resonated through their fur, conveying a kaleidoscope of feelings instantly. Fate, or perhaps a bureaucratic error in the Interstellar Exploration Guild, threw them together. Both were junior researchers assigned to survey the uncharted moon, Elysium Drift, a place of serene meadows, floating islands, and ancient, silent ruins. Their transport pod malfunctioned upon entry, crash-landing them gently but decisively in a field of giant, soft-glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle lavender light. Vel emerged first, their crystalline form clicking softly as they scanned the unfamiliar, warm environment. The air felt thick and damp, uncomfortable against their normally frigid skin. Kip tumbled out next, chirping excitedly, immediately captivated by the glowing fungi and the sweet, honey-like scent on the breeze. Kip vibrated with pure delight, a low hum filling the air. Vel emitted a sharp, staccato burst of light, equals query, status. Damage assessment protocol initiated. Kip, mistaking the bright flashes for a friendly greeting, bounced closer, emitting a cheerful series of high-pitched whistles, equals friend. New place. Beautiful. Safe. Vel took a step back, their internal light flickering with confusion. The Florinite's proximity radiated uncomfortable warmth, and their chaotic sounds lacked any discernible data structure. Equals alert, unidentified organism, exhibiting erratic behavior. Maintain distance. Kip, sensing the retreat, tilted their head, their large eyes dimming slightly. Their vibrations shifted to a questioning, hesitant thrum. Equals cold one, scared. Sad. They cautiously held out a tiny, three-fingered hand, offering a piece of glowing blue lichen they'd scooped from a mushroom stalk. Vel analyzed the offering. Organic matter. Non-toxic. Illogical gesture. Equals negative, offering unnecessary. Priority, repair communication array. They turned their back, focusing on the damaged pod, emitting frustrated pulses of orange light as their delicate tools sparked against unfamiliar components. The silence felt heavy, punctuated only by the soft hum of the mushrooms and Kip's quiet, confused chirps. The misunderstanding deepened as they tried to work. Kip, eager to help, tried to hand Vel tools based on what felt right: a smooth, warm stone when Vel needed a cold conductor, a fragrant flower when they needed insulation. Vel's light patterns grew sharper, colder. Equals inefficiency. Disruption. Cease interference. Kip retreated to a large mushroom cap, their fur drooping, emitting soft, mournful vibrations like the sigh of a distant wind. They didn't understand the cold one's anger. They only wanted to be friends in this strange, beautiful place. Night fell on Elysium Drift, bringing not darkness, but a breathtaking transformation. The floating islands above began to glow with soft internal light, casting shifting patterns on the meadow below. The air cooled slightly, carrying the scent of night-blooming crystal vines. Then, a low rumble echoed through the valley. Not thunder, but something deeper, more resonant. The ground vibrated. Vel's sensors spiked. Equals warning, seismic activity detected. Origin, subterranean geothermal vent instability. Probability of surface rupture, 87.4%. As if on cue, the ground nearby cracked open with a sound like shattering glass. Steam hissed out, superheated and dangerous. Glowing orange fissures snaked across the meadow towards their pod. Panic, a cold, sharp sensation Vel rarely experienced, flared within them. Their logical mind calculated escape routes, all too slow. A frantic chirping erupted. Kip. The small florinite was dashing towards the largest cluster of glowing mushrooms near the encroaching fissure. Equals foolishness. Vel pulsed, believing Kip was panicking blindly. Equals evade. Evade. But Kip wasn't fleeing. They skidded to a halt beside a particularly large, pulsing mushroom with thick, fibrous roots sunk deep into the soil. With surprising strength, Kip began to push against the massive stalk, vibrating intensely. Equals help. Push. Strong roots hold. Safe ground. Understanding dawned on Vel, cutting through the panic like a laser. Kip wasn't acting erratically. They were sensing the stability of the ground through the interconnected root systems of the giant fungi, something Vel's sensors couldn't perceive. The florinite wasn't offering random gifts. They were trying to communicate comfort and help in their own way. The lichen, it had been a peace offering. Shame, warm and unfamiliar, washed over Vel. They abandoned the pod and surged forward, their crystalline body surprisingly strong. Together, Vel pushing with glacial strength and Kip vibrating with focused energy, they shifted the massive mushroom just enough to reveal a solid shelf of bedrock beneath its roots, untouched by the fissures snaking around it. They scrambled onto the safe ground just as the area where the pod sat cracked open, swallowing it with a hiss of steam. Safe but stranded, they huddled on the small rocky island, surrounded by glowing steam vents and pulsing lavender light. Their initial silence was heavy. Vel's internal light flickered erratically, processing the near disaster and their own misjudgment. Kip shivered slightly, the adrenaline fading, leaving exhaustion and residual fear vibrating through their small frame. Slowly, hesitantly, Vel extended one crystalline hand. Not a tool, not a demand. Just an open gesture. They emitted a soft, steady pulse of pale blue light. Equals gratitude. Assistance acknowledged. Error, misinterpretation. Kip looked up, their large amethyst eyes wide. They cautiously reached out a small, furry hand and placed it gently on Vel's cool, smooth surface. A wave of warmth, not physical, but emotional relief, forgiveness, and tentative understanding flowed through Kip's vibrations into Vel's perception. Equals friend. Kip chirped softly. Equals affirmative, equals Vel pulsed, the light warming to a gentle gold. Equals friend. The shared challenge had shattered the walls of misunderstanding. In the days that followed, working to salvage what they could and signal for rescue, their communication transformed. Vel learned to interpret the subtle shifts in Kip's vibrations, the quick trill of discovery, the low hum of concentration, the soft purr of contentment. Kip learned to recognize the meaning in Vel's light patterns, the steady blue of focus, the soft green of approval, the warm gold of reassurance. Vel used their logical mind to devise solutions. Kip used their innate connection to the moon's vibrant life to find edible glowing berries that replenished energy and soothing sap from the crystal vines that healed minor scrapes from salvaging. One chilly evening, as they huddled under a makeshift shelter woven from giant, flexible fern fronds, Kip's design, Vel's structural reinforcement, Kip shivered violently. The Florinite body, built for Florin's warmth, struggled with Elysium Drift's cooler nights. Vel observed, their core light dimming with concern. Logic dictated preserving their own energy. But something else, a new, warm current flowing beside the glacial rivers of thought, prompted action. Vel carefully positioned themselves beside Kip. Then, with a deep, resonant hum, they focused their internal energy. Slowly, the air immediately around Vel warmed, radiating gentle, dry heat like sun-warmed stone. Kip's shivering subsided. They looked up, their eyes glowing softly, and emitted a deep, resonant vibration of pure, profound gratitude and comfort. Equals warm, safe, a thank you, friend. They leaned gently against Vel's side. Vel pulsed a soft, steady gold. Equals preservation of vital unit, friend. Priority. When the rescue ship finally descended, drawn by the homing beacon they'd painstakingly repaired together, the guild officers found them sitting side by side on a sun-warmed rock. Vel was patiently holding components steady while Kip, vibrating with focused intensity, used their natural resonance to fuse microscopic fractures in a salvaged communicator circuit, a technique Vel had calculated and Kip instinctively executed. Back on the guild station, they became something of a legend, the ice and the moss. Where Vel went, Kip was often perched on their shoulder or tucked into a specially woven pouch, radiating warmth. Where Kip explored vibrant hydroponics gardens, Vel was a steady, watchful presence nearby, their cool light a comfort in the artificial heat. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship not in their similarities, but in the beautiful, challenging space between their differences. It was the warmth offered in the face of cold logic, the steady light provided in moments of chaotic fear, the patience to learn a new language of the heart, and the profound understanding that sometimes the strongest bonds are forged not in ease, but in the shared warmth of a campfire on a strange, glowing moon, where an open hand and a soft pulse of light said more than any shared language ever could. Their friendship, like the singing auroras of Xylos and the honey light of Florin, became a beacon, a quiet testament to the universe that understanding, kindness, and warmth could bridge any distance, melt any ice, and make even the vast, starry unknown feel like a place called home. And as they sat together in the station's observation deck, watching the swirling colors of the Lyra Nebula, Vel's core pulsed a serene gold, and Kip snuggled closer, purring a soft, contented vibration that echoed the peaceful hum of the stars themselves. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stardust wove through the void like strands of glistening silk, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a world bathed in perpetual twilight, where the skies shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and gentle breezes carried the sweet scent of blooming starflowers. The Luminarans, delicate beings with skin that glowed softly like the moon, lived in harmony with their serene surroundings, tending to the gardens of light that covered their planet. On one particularly tranquil evening, as the twin moons rose to cast their gentle glow over the land, a small spacecraft streaked through the heavens, its hull glinting like a shard of silver against the deepening sky. This ship, a modest transport vessel, was piloted by a solitary traveler from the distant world of Terran. Her name was Lyra, and she was an explorer by trade, one who roamed the stars in search of knowledge and understanding. Lyra's journey had brought her to Luminara, drawn by tales of its beauty and the wisdom of its people. Her heart, though courageous, harbored a loneliness that whispered to her in the solitude of space. As she descended through the atmosphere, her ship's systems suddenly faltered, a cascade of sparks and alarms filling the cabin. With a steady hand and a calm mind, Lyra managed to guide her vessel to a gentle landing in a meadow aglow with the soft luminescence of starflowers. Emerging from her ship, Lyra was greeted not by fearsome warriors or suspicious eyes, but by a single Luminaran who approached with a serene smile. This Luminaran, named Solus, moved with the grace of a breeze and the kindness of a gentle rain. His eyes, deep pools of starlight, held curiosity and a warmth that transcended words. "Welcome, traveler," Solus said, his voice like a soothing melody. "You have come at a time of rest and reflection. How may we assist you?" Lyra, though relieved by the warm welcome, found herself struggling to understand the Luminaran's gentle ways. She had prepared for hostility, for the mistrust of an outsider, and the kindness offered so freely was both comforting and perplexing. "My ship," she began, her voice tinged with the hesitance of uncertainty, "it needs repairs. I did not mean to intrude." Solus merely nodded, his understanding as deep as the night sky. "Here on Luminara, we believe in offering aid to those in need. Your presence is no intrusion, but a chance to share in the exchange of stories and wisdom." As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself enveloped in the rhythms of Luminaran life. Guided by Solus, she learned the ways of the starflower gardens, their petals soft and fragrant, their glow a gentle caress against the skin. The Luminarans, in turn, listened with rapt attention to Lyra's tales of distant worlds and the marvels she had witnessed among the stars. Yet, not all was smooth in this newfound companionship. Misunderstandings arose, as they often do between those of different worlds. Lyra, eager to help, had attempted to rearrange a section of the garden, believing she was improving it. The Luminarans, who cultivated their gardens with deep reverence and tradition, were taken aback by the changes, though they remained kind in their expressions. Solus, sensing the discomfort that lingered like a shadow, approached Lyra with gentle understanding. "We cherish your enthusiasm, Lyra," he said, his voice a balm to her troubled heart. "But our ways are woven with the fabric of our being. Perhaps, together, we can learn from one another." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lyra nodded, her voice a whisper of contrition. "I meant no disrespect. I wished only to contribute, to belong." In this moment of vulnerability, a bond began to form, a bridge of understanding between two souls who had once been strangers. Solus, with patience and wisdom, showed Lyra the intricate dance of their traditions, explaining the balance of light and dark, of growth and rest. As they worked side by side, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A rare celestial event, the eclipse of shadows, was approaching, a time when the twin moons would align and cast the land into temporary darkness. During this period, the gardens required careful tending, as the absence of light could harm the delicate starflowers. Together, Lyra and Solus faced the eclipse, their efforts a seamless blend of Terran ingenuity and Luminaran tradition. Lyra's knowledge of technology complemented Solus's deep understanding of the gardens, and their collaboration ensured the starflowers continued to thrive even in the absence of light. In the quiet hours of the eclipse, as they rested beneath the canopy of stars, Lyra spoke, her voice a gentle murmur in the darkness. "I have traveled far, seeking knowledge and adventure, yet it is here, in your gardens, that I have found something truly precious, a friend." Solus, his glow a gentle beacon in the night, nodded in agreement. "Our paths are like rivers, Lyra, flowing from different sources but meeting in the same ocean. Through understanding and friendship, we have enriched our journeys." The eclipse passed, and with it came the dawn, a warm embrace of light that painted the world in hues of gold and lavender once more. Lyra's ship, now repaired with the help of her new friends, stood ready for departure. Yet, as she prepared to leave, her heart was filled not with the ache of parting, but with the warmth of connection. Solus and the Luminarans gathered to bid her farewell, their luminescent presence a reminder of the gentle strength found in unity. "Wherever your travels take you, Lyra," Solus said, his voice carrying the promise of their friendship across the distance, "know that you are always welcome here, a part of our story." With a heart lighter than it had been in many years, Lyra embarked on her journey once more, the stars her companions, and the lessons of Luminara her guiding light. As her ship ascended into the embrace of the cosmos, She carried with her the understanding that true friendship, like the gardens of starflowers, blossomed through patience, kindness, and the shared light of two souls, meeting amidst the vastness of the universe. In the sleepy village of Mosklin Hollow, where chimney smoke curled like silver ribbons and lanterns glowed with captured starlight, young Finn noticed something peculiar. Every morning for 3 days, the villagers awoke to find their freshly baked loaves of sunseed bread missing from windowsills. Not a crumb remained, only a faint, shimmering trail of lavender dust leading toward the whispering woods. Finn, with his patchwork satchel and curious heart, decided to investigate. The first clue came from old Mrs. Bramble, whose cottage smelled perpetually of cinnamon and wisdom. "The dust," she murmured, stroking her ginger cat, "reminds me of moon-petal pollen. But moon-petals only bloom under full moons, child, and last night was but a sliver." Finn examined the glittering path. Each speck pulsed softly, like a sleeping firefly. He scooped a sample into a maple leaf, tucking it carefully into his satchel. As twilight painted the sky in plum and apricot hues, Finn followed the trail into the whispering woods. Ancient oaks hummed low lullabies, their roots cradling pools of liquid moonlight. There, beneath a canopy of weeping willows, he met Orla, a badger whose silver-tipped fur held constellations of wisdom. "Troubled by vanishings, little one," she rumbled kindly. "Seek the Glimmerfolk. They guard nature's secrets but dislike direct questions. Observe instead." For hours, Finn sat silently by a mossy stump, watching. Dragonflies with stained glass wings danced above the ferns. Suddenly, a cluster of tiny, luminous creatures, no larger than acorns, fluttered down. Their bodies glowed like captured twilight, shedding lavender dust as they moved. Finn held his breath. The Glimmerfolk didn't steal the bread, they ignored it entirely. Instead, they gathered around a cluster of withered moon-petal buds, sprinkling pollen with desperate little sighs. The buds remained tightly closed. Finn's mind whirred. Moon petals needed full moonlight to bloom, but the Glimmerfolk were trying to force them open early. Why? Remembering Mrs. Bramble's words, he studied his leaf sample. The stolen bread's warmth. Sunseed bread retained oven heat for hours, perhaps enough to mimic Moonlight's gentle touch. The Glimmerfolk must have taken the loaves to warm the buds, leaving pollen trails when they flew back. Gently, Finn approached Orla. "They're not thieves, they're gardeners in a hurry, but why?" The badger's eyes softened. "Ah, tomorrow is the Bloomtide Festival. Without moon petals, the Glimmerfolk can't weave their starlight cloaks for the winter migration. The crescent moon isn't strong enough this year." Finn hatched a plan. That night he gathered every villager's leftover bread, still warm in quilted napkins. With Orla guiding him, they placed the loaves around the moonpetal patch like cozy little hearths. Then, hidden in the ferns, Finn played his reed flute, a melody mimicking the full moon's lullaby. Slowly, miraculously, the buds unfurled into luminous silver blossoms. The Glimmerfolk erupted in joyful chirps, weaving their cloaks as the petals glowed. At dawn, Mosklin Hollow awoke not to missing bread, but to windowsills laden with moonpetal honey cakes, a Glimmerfolk thank you. Finn found a tiny starlight cloak pin on his pillow, humming with warmth. The mystery hadn't been one of theft, but of silent helpers struggling unseen. And as the village shared honey cakes under the rising sun, they understood. Kindness often reveals itself in unexpected ways, and solutions bloom brightest when nurtured with patience and trust. The woods whispered in agreement, and Finn smiled, knowing some secrets were sweeter when gently unraveled. The wind sighed through the willows by Rowan Creek, carrying the scent of damp earth and the last brave wildflowers clinging to autumn. Inside a snug cottage with ivy crawling up its stone walls, a fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing amber light across the worn rug where a young girl named Mira sat. She held a smooth, gray river stone warmed by the fire, its surface etched with faint, swirling lines that seemed to shift in the flickering light. It wasn't particularly beautiful, this stone, but it felt right in her palm, a comforting weight she'd found years ago near the creek bend. Mira often felt a quiet ache, a sense of being too big for her own skin or too small for the wide, bustling world beyond her village. She noticed things others missed, the intricate patterns of frost on a window pane, the secret language of birdsong at dawn, the way the creek water murmured different tunes over different stones. Tonight the ache felt sharper, a restlessness humming beneath her skin. She traced the stone's lines, her fingertip catching on a tiny, almost invisible indentation shaped like a crescent moon. As her finger pressed into the moon mark, the stone pulsed gently, like a tiny heartbeat against her skin. A soft silver-blue light bloomed from the indentation, warm and alive. Mira gasped, almost dropping it. The light grew not blindingly bright, but deep and cool, like moonlight concentrated into a liquid pearl. It flowed outwards, not illuminating the room, but seeming to gather the shadows themselves, weaving them into a shimmering curtain beside the hearth. Within the curtain of woven light and shadow, an image formed. Not a reflection of the room, but a place. She saw towering trees unlike any in the woods she knew, their bark shimmering with veins of silver and amethyst. Giant, luminous mushrooms glowed softly from the forest floor, casting pools of violet and emerald light. Delicate, fern-like plants unfurled fronds that seemed spun from starlight, and the air within this vision shimmered with drifting motes of gold. It was breathtakingly beautiful and utterly silent. The vision lasted only a moment before the light retreated back into the stone, leaving the familiar room and the crackling fire. Mira stared at the stone, her heart pounding like a trapped bird against her ribs. Had she imagined it? The warmth still pulsed faintly within the stone, and the crescent moon indentation felt slightly warmer than the rest. A thrill, equal parts fear and wonder, shot through her. This was no ordinary stone. It was a key. Sleep was impossible. The image of that luminous forest burned behind her eyelids. Before dawn painted the sky with pale streaks of rose, Mira was pulling on her thickest woolen socks and a sturdy coat. She tucked the river stone deep into her pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against her leg. She slipped out the cottage door, the air crisp and biting, carrying the scent of wood smoke and frost. She didn't know exactly where she was going, only that she needed to follow the creek, to the bend where she'd found the stone years ago. The familiar path looked different in the pre-dawn gloom. Frost crunched under her boots, and the skeletal branches of the willows reached like bony fingers. The creek gurgled, its voice louder, more insistent. When she reached the bend, a place where the water curved sharply around a mossy boulder, she stopped. This was the spot. She pulled out the stone. It felt heavier now, humming with a low, almost inaudible vibration. Taking a deep breath, Mira pressed her thumb firmly into the crescent moon mark. Again the silver-blue light bloomed, brighter this time, washing over the mossy boulder. Instead of forming a curtain, the light seemed to melt a section of the rock. The solid stone surface rippled like water, revealing not darkness, but the very edge of the luminous forest she'd glimpsed in her vision. She could smell it now, damp earth rich with unknown minerals, the sweet, clean scent of those glowing mushrooms, and something else, ozone like the air after lightning, but gentler. The sound of the creek faded, replaced by a profound, expectant silence. Heart-hammering, Mira stepped through the rippling stone. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in the chilly pre-dawn woods, the next she stood beneath the canopy of the shimmering trees. The air was noticeably warmer, thick with the scents she'd detected. The silence was immense, yet alive. It wasn't the absence of sound, but the presence of a deep, resonant quiet, like the world holding its breath. The giant mushrooms pulsed softly, their light painting shifting patterns on the silver and purple bark of the trees. The starlight ferns trembled slightly, though there was no breeze. Above, the canopy wasn't sky, but a dense tapestry of glowing leaves in shades of deep blue and indigo, creating a perpetual twilight. This was the Glimmerwood. Mira stood frozen, awestruck. The scale was overwhelming. Everything felt ancient, watchful. She took a tentative step forward, the moss beneath her boots yielding silently. As she moved deeper, small wonders revealed themselves. Tiny beetles with iridescent carapaces scurried over roots, leaves unfurled with a soft sigh, and crystal-clear droplets of water hung suspended from fronds, refracting the ambient light into miniature rainbows. She followed a faint path winding between the giant mushroom caps, drawn by a distant, rhythmic sound like deep, slow chimes. The path led to a clearing where a small, perfectly still pool reflected the glowing canopy. Beside the pool, half hidden behind a curtain of luminous vines, sat a creature. Mira froze again, fear prickling her skin. It was large, easily the size of a pony, but shaped like a badger grown immense. Its fur wasn't brown and white, but a deep, velvety black shot through with streaks of silver that seemed to move like liquid mercury. Its eyes, large and intelligent, were the color of polished amber, reflecting the soft lights of the Glimmerwood. It had powerful shoulders and long claws that looked capable of tearing through stone. It was utterly magnificent and undeniably intimidating. It was a shadow stripe, a creature from village tales meant to warn children away from deep woods depicted as fierce, territorial beasts. The shadow stripe hadn't noticed her yet. It was focused intently on the still pool, its massive head tilted. As Mira watched, holding her breath, the creature reached out a massive, clawed paw and dipped a single claw tip into the water. Ripples spread, and as they touched the edges of the pool, the deep chime-like sound resonated softly through the clearing. The shadow stripe's expression wasn't fierce, it looked thoughtful, almost sad. Mira must have made a sound, a tiny gasp, the crunch of a leaf under her shifting foot. The shadow stripe's head snapped up. Its amber eyes locked onto hers. Mira's blood ran cold. She saw intelligence there and surprise, but also a flicker of something that looked remarkably like fear. It didn't roar or charge. It simply stared frozen, its silver-streaked fur bristling slightly. Panic surged. Mira fumbled in her pocket, her fingers closing around the warm river stone. She didn't know what to do. Run. Hide. She squeezed the stone tightly, pressing the moon mark unconsciously. The stone pulsed, stronger than before. A wave of that calming silver-blue light washed out from her, gentle but distinct. It washed over the shadow stripe. The creature flinched, but then it relaxed. The bristling fur smoothed. The fear in its eyes melted into pure astonishment. It tilted its massive head again, studying Mira with intense curiosity. Then, incredibly, it made a sound. Not a growl, but a low, rumbling purr, deep and resonant, vibrating in Mira's chest. It was a sound of profound relief. Slowly, cautiously, Mira lowered the stone, though she kept it clasped in her hand. Hello, she whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. The shadow stripe blinked its amber eyes. It didn't speak, but it dipped its head in a slow, deliberate nod. Then it gestured with its muzzle towards the pool. Mira, her fear slowly receding, replaced by burgeoning wonder, took a hesitant step closer. The shadow stripe watched her, then dipped its claw into the pool again. Chime. The sound vibrated through the air. This time, as the ripples spread, Mira saw something else. Faint images flickered within the water's reflection, not the canopy, but fleeting glimpses. A bright flash of light, a tremor shaking the ground, a sense of frantic movement. Then a shimmering barrier, like solidified moonlight, sealing off a section of the forest. The images faded with the ripples, leaving only the reflection once more. "The light," Mira murmured, understanding dawning. Something happened, a bright light, and then a wall. She pointed towards the shimmering barrier she'd seen in the vision. The shadow stripe rumbled again, a sound of agreement mixed with deep sorrow. It nudged a large, flat stone beside the pool with its nose. On the stone were etched symbols, swirling lines, crescent moons, and a stylized depiction of a barrier. Mira traced the symbols with her finger. They felt familiar, echoing the patterns on her river stone. "This stone, it's connected, isn't it?" she asked, holding up her key. "To whatever happened to the wall." The shadow stripe nodded vigorously. It pointed its claw at the moon symbol on Mira's stone, then at the matching symbol etched onto the flat rock. Then it pointed deeper into the Glimmerwood, in the direction the barrier had appeared in the vision. Its rumble held a note of pleading. You want me to help?" Mira asked, incredulous. "Help with what? Bring down the wall?" Another emphatic nod. The great beast lowered its head, its amber eyes holding Mira's gaze. It wasn't demanding, it was asking. Trusting. This creature, feared in tales as a monster, was trapped, separated from something vital by a magical barrier only her strange stone seemed connected to. Its fear hadn't been of her but for her, or perhaps for what her sudden appearance might mean. The light from her stone had calmed it, signaled she wasn't a threat. An unexpected warmth blossomed in Mira's chest, pushing aside the last remnants of her fear. This wasn't a terrifying beast, it was a lost soul, just like she sometimes felt. Her stone was the key, and this creature needed her help. Her quiet ache was forgotten, replaced by a sense of purpose so profound it felt like stepping into sunlight. "All right," Mira said, her voice stronger now. "Show me." The shadow stripe, whom Mira silently named Silas in her mind, led the way. Their journey through the Glimmerwood was a passage through wonder and deepening mystery. Silas moved with surprising grace for his size, his paws making almost no sound on the thick moss. He knew the hidden paths, guiding Mira around areas where the ground shimmered with unstable light or where clusters of glowing, thorned vines hung low. He showed her marvels, groves where flowers bloomed with petals of pure crystal that chimed in a non-existent breeze, streams of liquid light that flowed over stones like mercury, and creatures of pure energy that darted through the air like living constellations. Silas communicated through gestures, rumbles, and expressive eyes. He pointed out plants with leaves that glowed brighter when touched, signaling safe paths. He showed Mira how to drink from dewdrops clinging to giant ferns, water so pure and sweet it tasted like cold starlight. He shared nuts from trees with bark that felt like velvet, nuts that tasted of honey and spice. He was patient, protective, and astonishingly gentle. Mira learned the Glimmerwood was called the Veilwood by its inhabitants. Silas belonged to a clan of shadow stripes who were its ancient guardians, attuned to its deep magic. The Veilstone, Mira's river stone, was one of several ancient keys, attuned to the heart of the forest. They passed remnants of what must have been a thriving community, hollows in giant trees that looked like dwellings, clearings with patterns of stones arranged for gatherings, now overgrown and silent. The wall, Silas conveyed through gestures and sketches in the soft earth, had appeared suddenly after a violent surge of unnatural light, a light that felt cold and wrong. It had severed the Veilwood, trapping Silas and a few others on this side, separating them from the Heart Grove, the source of the forest's magic, and the rest of their clan. Without the Heart Grove's pulse, the Veilwood was slowly dimming, its magic fading. The fear in Silas's eyes wasn't just for himself, but for his entire world. The closer they got to the barrier, the more the atmosphere changed. The vibrant glow of the mushrooms and ferns grew dimmer. The air felt thinner, colder. The profound silence deepened into something oppressive. The sense of rich earth and ozone faded, replaced by a faint, acrid tang. The very trees seemed to droop, their shimmering bark dulled. Finally, they reached it. The barrier wasn't a physical wall, but a shimmering curtain of solidified moonlight, just as Mira had seen in the pool's vision. It stretched impossibly high, vanishing into the glowing canopy, and curved away into the distance on either side. It hummed with a low, dissonant frequency that set Mira's teeth on edge. Through its translucent surface, she could see the forest continuing on the other side, brighter, healthier, pulsing with stronger light. She could also see movement, other shadow stripes pacing anxiously near the barrier, their forms blurred by the distortion. They saw Sila's and let out low, mournful calls that vibrated through the humming wall. Sila's rumbled back, pressing his massive head against the barrier, a gesture of heartbreaking longing. Mira approached the humming wall. The cold emanating from it was palpable, leaching the warmth from her skin. She held up the veilstone. It pulsed warmly in response, the silver-blue light flaring brighter, pushing back against the cold. She pressed the stone against the barrier. ZZZZZZZZT. A shock, sharp and painful, jolted up her arm. She cried out, stumbling back. The barrier flared angrily, a harsh white light momentarily overpowering the veilstone's glow. The dissonant hum intensified. The shadow stripes on the other side recoiled. Sila's whined, a sound of deep concern. He nudged her gently with his muzzle. Mira rubbed her tingling arm, looking at the stone. The crescent moon mark glowed faintly. She hadn't just pressed it, she'd pushed it against the barrier with force, meeting resistance with resistance. That wasn't the way. Remembering how the light had calmed Sila's, how it had woven the vision without force, Mira took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, focusing on the stone's warmth in her hand, its steady pulse. She thought not of breaking the wall, but of connection. Connection to Sila's, to the Veilwood, to the heart grove beyond. She thought of the quiet ache she'd felt, the longing for belonging that resonated with the forest's fading light. She poured that feeling not force, but understanding, empathy, and a deep desire to mend into the stone. She opened her eyes. The veilstone glowed with a soft, steady radiance, the silver-blue light flowing outwards like gentle water. She didn't push it against the barrier this time. She simply held it near, letting its light touch the humming wall. The harsh humming softened. The cold lessened. The dissonant frequency wavered, becoming almost musical. Where the veilstone's light touched the barrier, the solidified moonlight rippled, becoming less opaque, more like flowing water. Mira saw the shadow stripes on the other side press closer, their amber eyes wide with hope. Encouraged, Mira focused harder, pouring her calm, her newfound purpose, her burgeoning friendship with Sila's into the stone. The light grew stronger, spreading wider across the barrier's surface. A section about the size of a doorway began to visibly thin, becoming translucent, then almost clear. The low chime sound Sila's had made at the pool resonated faintly through the thinning barrier. Sila's rumbled, a sound vibrating with anticipation. He nudged Mira gently towards the thinning section. This was it. The key wasn't for smashing, it was for unlocking. Unlocking with gentleness, with understanding. Mira stepped closer to the shimmering doorway of light. She could feel the immense energy of the barrier humming around the edges of the opening, but within the circle defined by the veilstone's influence, it felt calm, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. She took a deep breath, feeling the pure, vibrant energy of the untouched Veilwood beyond wash over her. It tasted like sunlight on dew and smelled of ancient, healthy earth. She looked back at Sila's. His amber eyes held hers, filled with trust and a depth of gratitude that made her heart swell. He dipped his great head. Mira nodded, a silent pact sealed. She stepped through the shimmering gateway. the difference was immediate and profound. The air on this side was warmer, thicker with life and magic. The glow from the trees and plants was vibrant, almost blinding after the dimness of the fading section. The sense of profound silence was replaced by a soft symphony, the rustle of luminous leaves, the distant chime-like calls of unseen creatures, the gentle gurgle of a light stream nearby. It felt like stepping into the heart of a living jewel. Before her stretched a path leading deeper into the forest, towards a soft, golden radiance pulsing rhythmically in the distance, the Heart Grove. But Mira didn't move immediately. She turned back to the barrier, holding the veilstone high. Its light shone steadily through the opening she'd created. Silas hesitated for only a moment on the other side, his massive form framed by the shimmering doorway. Then, with a powerful surge, he bounded through. He landed beside Mira with a soft thud on the vibrant moss, shaking his great head as if shedding the cold and silence of the trapped side. He let out a deep, resonant roar that echoed through the trees, not a sound of anger, but of pure, unadulterated joy and homecoming. From deeper within the healthy Valewood, answering roars and calls erupted. Shapes moved swiftly through the trees' more shadow stripes, their silver-streaked black fur gleaming in the radiant light, their amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. They converged on the clearing by the barrier. The reunion was a sight Mira would never forget. Silas was enveloped by his kin nuzzling, rumbling, touching foreheads. The sounds were deep purrs, soft whines of relief, and joyful rumbles that vibrated the ground. They touched the Veilstone's light, still holding the gateway open with reverent curiosity, their massive forms surprisingly gentle around the small human girl. One shadow stripe, slightly larger than Sila's with more pronounced silver streaks like lightning bolts across his shoulders, stepped forward. His eyes held ancient wisdom. He looked at Mira, then bowed his great head low, touching his forehead to the moss before her. The others followed suit. It was a gesture of profound respect, of gratitude that needed no words. The elder shadow stripe, whom Mira sensed was named Borin, gestured towards the pulsing golden light of the Heart Grove. Silas nudged Mira gently. Their journey wasn't over. The barrier was breached, but the Veilstone was needed at the source to fully heal the wound and restore the flow of magic to the entire forest, including the dimmed section Silas had been trapped in. The walk to the Heart Grove was a procession filled with quiet awe. Mira walked beside Silas, surrounded by the majestic shadow stripes. The forest here was even more magnificent. Trees towered like cathedrals of light, their leaves shifting colors like captured auroras. Creatures watched them past, delicate, multi-legged beings made of woven light, shy forest sprites with wings like butterfly petals, and large, slow-moving creatures with hides like moss-covered stone. None showed fear, only curiosity and a sense of reverence for the procession heading towards the heart. The Heart Grove was a vast, open space beneath the glowing canopy. At its center stood not a tree, but a colossal, crystalline formation. It pulsed rhythmically with a warm, golden light, like a giant, benevolent heart. Veins of pure silver and deep emerald green ran through its structure, throbbing in time with the light. This was the Heartstone, the source of the Valewood's magic and life force. But Mira could see the problem immediately. A jagged, dark fissure ran through one side of the Heartstone. From this fissure leaked tendrils of that same cold, harsh white light she'd seen associated with the barrier. These tendrils snaked outwards, corrupting the ground around the Heartstone, turning the vibrant moss gray and brittle. The pulse of the Heartstone was weak, faltering. This was the source of the cold light that had created the barrier, the sickness draining the Valewood. Borin approached the Heartstone, placing a massive paw gently against its base. He rumbled, a sound of deep sorrow and communion. He looked back at Mira, then pointed at the fissure, then at her Veilstone. His meaning was clear. The key was needed here, at the source of the wound. Mira approached the colossal crystal. The air hummed with immense power, both benevolent and wounded. The cold emanating from the fissure was intense, but the warmth of the veilstone in her hand countered it. She remembered the lesson at the barrier, not force but connection. Healing, not breaking. She closed her eyes, pressing the veilstone against her own chest, feeling its steady pulse synchronize with her heartbeat. She thought of the Valewood's beauty, the glowing mushrooms, the starlight ferns, the chime-like sounds. She thought of Silas's gentle guidance, his trust, the profound relief in his eyes when he crossed through the barrier. She thought of her own quiet ache transformed into this incredible purpose. She gathered all these feelings: love for the forest, gratitude for the friendship, the deep desire for wholeness, and poured them into the veilstone. The stone blazed with light, not the harsh white of the fissure, but a brilliant, pure silver blue that radiated warmth and calm. Mira opened her eyes and stepped forward. She didn't thrust the stone at the fissure. Instead, she placed it gently, like a healing poultice, directly onto the jagged, dark crack in the heartstone. The reaction was instantaneous and profound. The cold, harsh light recoiled from the veilstone's warmth like a living thing. The silver blue light flowed into the fissure, not fighting but filling. It seeped into the dark crack, chasing the cold light, mending, sealing. Where the veilstone's light touched the heartstone, the crystal structure itself began to knit back together, the dark scar shrinking, replaced by veins of healthy gold and emerald. The pulse of the heartstone grew stronger, steadier. The warm, golden light intensified, washing over the grove in waves. The gray, brittle moss around the base began to soften, regaining its vibrant green hue. The dissonant hum emanating from the fissure faded, replaced by a deep, resonant tone that harmonized with the veilstone's chime. It was the sound of healing, of a world mending its own heart. Mira kept her hand on the stone, pouring her energy, her empathy, into the healing process. She felt a strange connection, not just to the veilstone, but to the heartstone itself, to the ancient magic flowing through the Valewood. It was vast and deep, yet welcoming. She felt Silas's presence beside her, a warm, solid comfort, his own deep rumbling adding a bass note to the healing harmony. Slowly, steadily, the fissure closed. The last tendrils of cold light dissipated like smoke in sunlight. The veilstone's light dimmed back to its gentle pulse. Mira lifted her hand. The heartstone stood whole again, pulsing with strong, steady, golden light. The dark scar was gone, replaced by seamless crystal. A wave of pure, vibrant energy burst forth from the heartstone, rolling outwards like a gentle tide through the entire Valewood. The shadow stripes lifted their heads and roared in unison, a sound of pure triumph and relief that shook the leaves. The light in the grove intensified, bathing everything in warm gold. The trees seemed to straighten, their leaves glowing brighter. Even the air tasted sweeter, richer. Mira swayed, suddenly exhausted, but filled with an indescribable warmth. Silas nudged her gently, supporting her. Borin approached, his ancient eyes filled with tears that gleamed like liquid amber in the golden light. He bowed his head again, lower this time, and gently nudged her hand holding the veilstone. Then he turned and led the assembled shadow stripes in a slow, solemn circle around the restored heartstone, a ritual of gratitude. Mira knew it was time to go home. The Valewood was healing, the barrier would likely dissolve completely now that the heartstone was whole. Silas walked her back to the shimmering gateway, which was now barely visible, just a faint ripple in the air. The cold and silence from the other side were gone, replaced by the burgeoning vitality spreading from the heart grove. At the gateway, Silas stopped. He looked down at Mira, his amber eyes filled with an emotion deeper than words could convey. He lowered his massive head and gently nuzzled her cheek, his fur soft and warm. A rumble deep and pure vibrated from his chest, a sound of farewell, of profound thanks, and of eternal friendship. Mira hugged his great head, burying her face in his silver-streaked fur for a moment. "Goodbye, Silas," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you." She stepped through the faint ripple. She was back by Rowan Creek, the chilly pre-dawn air sharp after the Valewood's warmth. The mossy boulder was just a mossy boulder again. She looked back. The shimmer was gone. The connection was closed but not severed. She could still feel the echo of the Heartstone's pulse, faint but warm, resonating from the Veilstone in her pocket. The walk back to the cottage felt different. The familiar woods were no longer just trees and path. They hummed with a subtle vibrancy she hadn't noticed before. The quiet ache inside her was gone, replaced by a profound sense of peace and belonging that stretched far beyond the village. She carried a hidden world within her, a friendship that defied all tales, and the quiet knowledge that even the smallest stone could hold the key to extraordinary journeys. She slipped back into the cottage just as the first true rays of dawn painted the sky. The fire had died down to embers, casting a soft, rosy glow. Mira climbed into her bed, pulling the covers up. She took the Veilstone from her pocket. It was warm, pulsing softly with its own gentle rhythm, the crescent moon mark faintly visible. It no longer felt like just a stone, it felt like a promise, a reminder. As she drifted towards sleep, the images played behind her closed eyelids. The towering, shimmering trees, the giant glowing mushrooms, the deep amber eyes filled with trust, the immense, gentle creature who was her friend, the wave of golden light healing a wounded heart of crystal. The world outside her window seemed richer, deeper, holding secrets and wonders just beneath the surface. She held the warm stone close, its steady pulse a lullaby against her palm, a silent echo of a distant forest's restored heartbeat, and the unbreakable bond forged within its luminous depths. She wasn't just Mira anymore. She was the keeper of a secret, a friend to giants, and forever touched by the magic of the Valewood. And as sleep finally claimed her, a soft smile touched her lips, knowing that wonder wasn't just in hidden forests, but carried always within, a warm stone's breadth away. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the canopy, lived a community unseen by human eyes. Here the breeze carried secrets on its breath, and the roots of the world hummed with old magic. Among the hollows and fern-carpeted clearings, a young squirrel named Pip scampered. His fur was the russet brown of autumn leaves, and his eyes held the restless spark of perpetual curiosity. One crisp morning, as Pip chased a spiraling maple seed, he noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, which usually sang a merry tune over polished stones, ran sluggish and murky. Silverfish darted erratically instead of their graceful dances, and the luminous moon petals by the water's edge had wilted overnight. A chill hung in the air, unnatural for late spring, when warmth should have kissed the forest floor. Pip's nose twitched at the sour tang of decay beneath the usual perfume of pine and wild honeysuckle. Guided by worry, Pip sought out elder thistle, a tortoise whose shell bore intricate patterns like a map of constellations. Thistle resided beneath the grand willow, whose branches wept shimmering strands of silver moss. The air here thrummed with the willow's low, soothing hum, and the ground felt soft as velvet beneath Pip's paws. "Grandfather," Pip whispered, nuzzling Thistle's weathered neck, "the brook is sick, and the cold bites like winter's ghost." Thistle's eyes, deep as forest pools, grew solemn. "Ah, little one, you sense the season not." He explained how the whispering woods thrived on balance, guarded by the Heartstone, a gem hidden in the oldest oak, pulsing with the rhythm of the seasons. When harmony falters, the stone's magic phrase, cold seeps where warmth belongs, life withers where it should bloom. Long ago, Thistle recounted, the forest creatures learned to tend the Heartstone together. Fireflies polished its surface with dewlight at dawn, Earthworms loosened the soil around its roots, and songbirds fed it melodies to strengthen its pulse. But lately the northern winds had grown fierce, scattering the fireflies and silencing the birds. Without their rituals, the stone's energy dimmed. Determined to help, Pip gathered his dearest friends, Luna, a moth with wings like frosted starlight, and Bramble, a badger whose gentle strength could move mountains. Under Thistle's guidance, they embarked on a quest to mend the season knot. Their journey wove through landscapes alive with magic, fields where bluebells chimed like tiny bells when touched, caves where glowworms painted constellations on damp walls, and meadows where dandelion seeds rode thermal winds like golden chariots. As they traveled, Pip noticed subtle wonders, the way spiderwebs glittered with captured rainbows after a shower, the earthy scent of truffles rising from Bramble's careful digging, the velvet brush of Luna's wings against his ear as she navigated moonlit paths. Each sensory detail was a thread in the forest's living tapestry. Their first challenge came at the Misty Falls. Here the water usually cascaded in liquid diamond sheets, but now it oozed thick and silent. The falls are clogged with sorrow moss, Luna observed, her antennae drooping. It feeds on imbalance. Bramble used his powerful claws to clear the rocks while Pip and Luna gathered bundles of sun-kissed thistledown, a natural remedy Thistle had taught them. As they laid the down upon the moss, it dissolved like sugar in tea, and the falls sighed back into music. Next they faced the silent glade, where the songbirds had ceased their chorus. A bitter frost coated the wild roses, stealing their scent. Luna fluttered to the highest branch, her wings dusting the air with iridescent powder that melted the ice. Pip scampered up, offering acorns filled with nectar from the last blooming honeysuckle. One by one robins and wrens emerged, their voices tentative at first, then swelling into a symphony that shook dew from the leaves. Finally they reached the elder tree, its trunk wide as a hill, roots cradling the heartstone. The gem, usually ablaze with shifting colors, spring grain, summer gold, autumn amber, winter blue, now flickered weakly. Frost crept up its sides. The wind spirits are distressed, Thistle murmured. They feel unheard. Pip remembered his grandmother's tales. Wind spirits danced to the laughter of young creatures. So he did something bold. He scurried to the highest twig and spun in dizzying circles, tail whirling like a pinwheel, chittering a playful tune. Luna joined, looping figure eights in the air, while Bramble drummed a joyful rhythm on a hollow log. Their mirth rang like bells. From the north, a single breeze spiraled down, tentative at first, then whirling into a gale of giggles. More winds gathered, weaving through the trees in ribbons of cool air that smelled of distant snowmelt and alpine flowers. As they danced, the frost on the heartstone melted. The stone blazed anew, pulsing warmth through the roots and into the soil. By the time they returned to the crystal brook, life had returned. Water chuckled over stones, clear as spun glass. Moon petals glowed like captured moons, and silverfish traced liquid silver spirals in the current. The air hummed with the thrum of cicadas and the perfume of awakened earth. Under the grand willow, Thistle smiled. Well done, little guardians, remember this, the forest breathes as one. Every wing beat, every root's reach, every note sung or silence kept, it all weaves the balance. Pip curled beside Luna and Bramble, watching fireflies paint the dusk. He felt the wood sigh in contentment, the rustle of leaves like a lullaby, the damp moss cool beneath him, the taste of wild strawberries sweet on his tongue. Above, the first star blinked awake, reflected in the now steady brook. And as the creatures drifted to sleep, the whispering woods cradled them, whispering ancient truths on the breeze. That harmony lives in listening, magic in kindness, and strength in the gentle bonds that tie root to rain, wing to wind, heart to heart. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dripped like liquid gold through the emerald canopy, the boundaries between the seen and unseen grew thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the gnarled roots and within the hollow trunks, thrived a hidden world. Ferns unfurled velvet fronds, sheltering tiny folk who polished dewdrop lanterns. Shy river sprites wove moonlight into shimmering currents, and the very air hummed with the gentle magic of life intertwined. At the heart of this realm stood Grandfather Rowan, an ancient tree whose bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. His leaves whispered secrets carried on the breeze, and deep within his core pulsed the rhythm of the forest itself, the steady beat of seasons turning. He was the keeper of the great balance, a harmony woven from sunlight and rain, growth and decay, the bustling energy of summer and the deep slumber of winter. This balance was maintained by the hidden folk, industrious moss keepers, meticulous root tenders, sky watchers who rode dragonflies, and the quiet water weavers. Among them was a young hedgehog named Thistle. Soft-spined and wide-eyed, Thistle possessed a rare gift. He could feel the subtle shifts in the forest's breath, the tiny tremors in the earth before anyone else. He spent his days exploring the dappled glades, his tiny paws sinking into cool, damp moss that released the scent of rich earth, and decaying leaves a perfume of life and renewal. He listened to the gurgle of hidden springs, tasted the tart sweetness of wild strawberries warmed by the sun, and felt the soft brush of moth wings against his snout at twilight. One late summer evening, as fireflies began their silent dance, painting the deepening blue with flickering gold, Thistle felt a strange tremor. It wasn't the comforting rumble of distant thunder or the gentle settling of the earth. It was a sharp, discordant shiver, like a snapped lute string. The air, usually thick with the scent of honeysuckle and warm pine, carried a faint, metallic tang. He scurried to Grandfather Rowan, finding the old tree unusually still, his leaves rustling with unease. "Grandfather," Thistle whispered, his small voice barely disturbing the twilight hush. "The earth shivers wrong, the air tastes sharp." A low groan, like shifting stones deep underground, resonated through Grandfather Rowan's trunk. "Ah, young Thistle, your heart feels true, the balance trembles, look." Thistle tilted his head. High above, the sky, usually deepening into a velvety indigo scattered with early stars, held a strange, coppery glow. The familiar constellations seemed blurred, muted. "The stars, they look tired," Thistle murmured. "The sky lantern's dim," Grandfather Rowan explained, his voice a sigh through his leaves. "The weaver of autumn winds sleeps too deeply. Her loom, where she spins the golden threads of fall and the crisp frosts of winter, lies idle. Without her work the seasons cannot turn smoothly. Summer lingers, draining the earth's strength. The streams grow sluggish, the berries wither before ripening. The great cycle is stalling." Thistle's heart clenched. He thought of the plump blackberries he loved, still hard and green. He remembered the worried chatter of the water weavers about the receding stream levels. But how do we wake her? Where is she? Deep within the crystal caves, Grandfather Rowan rumbled. Guarded by the veil of forgetfulness, a mist spun from drowsy dreams. Few remember the path, fewer still possess the gentle touch needed to disperse the veil without harm. Thistle knew he had to try. His gift, that sensitivity to the forest's breath, might be the key. Word spread through the hidden communities like wind through dry grass. Willow, a nimble squirrel with fur the color of twilight shadows, offered to guide him, knowing the forest paths like the lines on her own paws. Bramble, a sturdy badger whose claws were gentle despite their strength, volunteered to clear any fallen branches or loose stones, his deep voice a comforting rumble. Even Lumina, a tiny glowworm usually content to illuminate mossy nooks, insisted on coming, her soft, steady light a beacon in the deepest dark. Their journey began at moonrise. The Whisperwood transformed under the silver light. Moonbeams painted silver pathways on the forest floor, illuminating phosphorescent fungi that glowed like fallen stars. The air was cool and sweet, filled with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. They followed a hidden trail known only to the oldest roots, marked by stones worn smooth by time and flecked with glittering mica that caught the moonlight. Thistle led, his small body tense, feeling every vibration beneath his paws, the scuttle of beetles, the slow pulse of sleeping roots, and that persistent, discordant tremor. They navigated gnarled roots arching like cathedral buttresses, crossed whispering streams on stepping stones polished by centuries of water, and passed through meadows where moonflowers unfurled their luminous petals, releasing a perfume so sweet it made their heads swim. Willow leaped ahead, scouting paths, her tail a flickering shadow. Bramble cleared obstacles with patient strength, his breath puffing clouds in the cool air. Lumina clung to Thistle's back, her soft light casting long, dancing shadows. After what felt like hours, the air grew colder, damper. They reached a sheer rock face, veiled by thick curtains of ivy. Behind it, hidden from casual sight, yawned the entrance to the crystal caves. A faint, pearlescent mist swirled before the entrance, shimmering with faint rainbows even in the moonlight, the veil of forgetfulness. It pulsed with a sleepy enchantment. Just looking at it made Thistle's eyelids feel heavy. Willow blinked slowly, Bramble yawned wide, and Lumina's light dimmed. "Remember Grandfather's words," Thistle whispered, fighting the drowsiness that crept into his bones like cold water. "The veil feeds on noise and force. It needs quiet, gentle remembering." He closed his eyes, shutting out the mesmerizing swirl of the mist. Instead, he focused inward, on the deep, resonant feeling he carried for the forest. He remembered the warm press of sunlight on his back after rain, the joyful gurgle of the spring-fed stream, the rich, loamy scent of freshly turned earth by the badger set, the satisfying crunch of a perfectly ripe hazelnut. He thought of the delicate tracery of frost on a spiderweb, the first brave crocus pushing through snow, the vibrant explosion of green buds in spring, all the beautiful, essential turning points the weaver created. He began to hum. Not a song with words, but a low, soft vibration, like the forest breathing, like the deep sigh of roots stretching. It was the sound of moss growing, of sap rising, of leaves unfurling. Willow, shaking off her drowsiness, joined in with a soft chittering, mimicking the wind through pine needles. Bramble added a deep, grounding rumble, the sound of shifting earth settling. Lumina pulsed her light in time, a soft, rhythmic heartbeat. Their combined sound a quiet symphony of forest life, washed against the veil of forgetfulness. The mist shimmered violently, the rainbows flickering. It recoiled from the gentle, familiar resonance. Thistle stepped forward, still humming, pouring all his love for the Whisperwood, all his awareness of its intricate balance, into that soft sound. He reached out, not with his paw, but with his feeling. The veil didn't tear, it simply remembered. It remembered it was part of the forest too, a mist born from cool mornings and damp hollows. With a sound like a sigh of relief, it dissolved, not into nothing, but into a cool, refreshing moisture that kissed their faces and dampened the stone, smelling clean and pure. Beyond lay the crystal caves. Stalactites and stalagmites glittered like frozen waterfalls, catching Lumina's glow and fracturing it into 1,000 dancing points of light on the walls. The air was cool and still, smelling of ancient stone and deep water. In the center of the largest cavern, upon a bed of luminous moon moss, slept the weaver of autumn winds. She was tall and slender, her form seeming woven from twilight itself, draped in robes that shifted color like autumn leaves, russet, gold, deep crimson. Her face was serene, her silver hair fanned out like spun moonlight. Beside her lay a loom of pure crystal, strung with threads that shimmered with the potential of frost and falling leaves, but utterly still. Thistle approached softly, the others hanging back in reverence. He knelt beside the mossy bed. He didn't shout or shake her. Instead, he gently placed his small paw upon the cool crystal of her loom. He closed his eyes and focused, sending out the feeling he had used against the veil, the vibrant memory of the forest needing her. He sent the image of the thirsty streams, the tired stars, the unripened berries, the stifling warmth that overstayed its welcome. He sent the deep, resonant pull of the turning earth, yearning for the crisp kiss of autumn, the cleansing sleep of winter, the vibrant rebirth of spring that only her work could herald. A tremor ran through the crystal loom. A single thread, a deep, burnished gold, began to glow faintly. Then the weaver sighed. It was the sound of wind stirring through dry cornfields. Her eyelids fluttered open, revealing eyes the color of a stormy twilight sky, deep and vast. She blinked, looking down at the small hedgehog whose paw rested on her loom, feeling the urgent, loving plea radiating from him. A gentle smile touched her lips, as soft as the first frost. "Ah," she breathed, her voice like dry leaves skittering over stone, yet warm and kind. The forest calls, and a small heart remembers the balance. She sat up, stretching limbs that seemed to ripple with contained breezes. My slumber deepened beyond its time. Thank you, little guardian, and your steadfast friends, for weaving the song of remembrance. She rose, her robe swirling with colors now vibrant and alive. She moved to her loom. As her long, slender fingers touched the crystal frame, the cavern filled with a soft, resonant hum. The threads began to shimmer intensely. She started to weave, her movements fluid and sure. Golden threads intertwined with threads of crisp white and deep russet brown. As she worked, a cool, fresh breeze sprang up within the cave, smelling of wood smoke and ripening apples. It swirled around thistle, willow, bramble, and lumina, invigorating them, carrying away the last vestiges of drowsiness. "Go now," the weaver murmured, her focus on her growing tapestry of autumn. "Tell Grandfather Rowan the balance is restored. The winds will rise, the lanterns will brighten, the great cycle turns once more." They emerged from the crystal caves just as the first hint of dawn painted the eastern sky in streaks of rose and apricot. The coppery haze was gone. The stars above shone clear and bright, winking out one by one as the sky lightened. The air, once heavy and metallic, was now fresh and cool, carrying the unmistakable scent of change, the promise of autumn. As they made their way back, a strong, clean wind swept through the Whisperwood, rustling Grandfather Rowan's leaves in a joyful chorus. It danced through the branches, carrying the first dry leaf spiraling down to land gently on Thistle's head like a tiny, golden crown. The streams chuckled with renewed energy. High above the sky lanterns, the stars pulsed with clear, steady light. They found Grandfather Rowan bathed in the warm light of the rising sun. "Well done, little hearts," he rumbled, his voice rich with relief and pride. "You felt the discord. You sought the wisdom. You acted with gentle strength and unity. You reminded the weaver, and thus the forest itself, of the song that must never fade." Thistle looked around at his friends, Willow chattering excitedly, Bramble nodding with quiet satisfaction, Lumina glowing softly with pride. He felt the cool, invigorating breeze on his face, smelled the earth waking up refreshed, heard the vibrant song of the forest resuming its ancient rhythm. He thought of the weaver, diligently weaving the beauty of fall, knowing winter's rest and spring's rebirth would follow in their own time. That night, as the Whisperwood settled under a sky now thick with brilliant stars, the air crisp with the first true breath of autumn, Thistle curled up in his cozy nest of dry ferns and moss at the base of Grandfather Rowan. The scent of wood smoke from a distant, unseen hearth, or perhaps it was the scent of the changing season itself, mingled with the damp earth and decaying leaves. He listened to the wind sighing through the ancient branches, a lullaby of harmony restored. The gentle glow of fireflies and luminas, soft light outside his den painted dancing patterns on the walls. The deep, resonant pulse of the forest, the steady heartbeat of the great balance, thrummed peacefully beneath him. He closed his eyes, safe, content, and deeply connected to the timeless, magical whisper of the world, knowing that even the smallest creature, listening with its heart, could could help turn the seasons and keep the ancient harmony alive. Sleep came as softly and inevitably as the falling leaves outside, wrapping him in the profound comfort of a world in balance. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were thin as a dragonfly's wing. The air itself hummed with a quiet energy, smelling of damp earth, sun-warmed pine needles, and the faint, sweet perfume of hidden night-blooming flowers. At the heart of this realm stood Sylvan, an elder stag whose antlers resembled the bare, intricate branches of winter trees, yet were perpetually adorned with tiny, glowing mosses that shifted color with his mood. His eyes, deep pools of amber, held the wisdom of countless seasons. He was the keeper of whispers, the one who listened to the forest's heartbeat, the gurgle of streams, the rustle of leaves, the sigh of the wind through the ferns. One crisp autumn morning, as mist curled like sleepy cats around the tree trunks and the air tasted of cinnamon and wood smoke, a small hedgehog named Bramble trundled anxiously towards Sylvan. Bramble's normally bright eyes were clouded with worry, and his spines seemed to droop. "Keeper Sylvan," Bramble squeaked, his voice trembling slightly. "The silver thread, it's fading. The water barely trickles past the moonstone glade. The watercress is wilting, and the fireflies say their nursery pool is shrinking." Sylvan lowered his great head, his warm breath creating small clouds in the cool air. He closed his eyes, his ears twitching, listening not just with them, but with the very core of his being. He felt the subtle tremor in the earth, a faint discord beneath the usual harmonious thrum of the Whisperwood. "I feel it too, little Bramble," he rumbled, his voice as soft as falling leaves. "The silver thread is the forest's lifeblood, fed by the tears of the Sky Mother and the deep sighs of the earth. Its weakening speaks of an imbalance." Nearby, Pip, a young squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns and boundless energy, chattered down from an oak branch. "An imbalance, what can we do? We need the water. My winter stash of hickory nuts is near the drying bank." Sylvan raised his head, his mossy antlers glowing a soft, reassuring green. "Patience, young Pip. Fear dries the spirit faster than sun bakes mud. We must understand before we act. The wisdom of the forest flows through generations, like the silver thread itself. Remember the tales told under the hunter's moon." He began to walk, his hooves making soft thuds on the thick carpet of fallen leaves that released a rich, earthy scent. Bramble scurried beside him, and Pip bounded from branch to branch overhead. Sylvan led them towards the source of the silver thread, high in the moss-draped hills where the air grew colder and carried the sharp tang of granite. As they climbed, Sylvan spoke of the delicate dance that sustained the Whisperwood. "See how the ferns unfurl only after the spring rains whisper their promise, how the glowworms light the paths only when the dusk deepens to velvet. The forest breathes in cycles, Pip Bramble. The Sky Mother weeps not just rain, but starlight and frost. The earth sighs not just water, but warmth and strength. The silver thread carries it all." They reached the source, a cleft in moss-covered rock where water should have bubbled forth with vigor. Now only a thin, hesitant trickle emerged, barely enough to moisten the dark stone. The air here felt strangely still and thin, lacking the usual vibrant energy. "Look," Bramble pointed a tiny claw. Deep within the cleft, tangled amongst the roots of a venerable yew tree that clung precariously to the rock face, was a dense knot of gnarled, dark vines. They pulsed with an unnatural, dull purple light, choking the spring. "Shadow vine," Bramble gasped. "I thought it only grew in the sunless ravines." Sylvan nodded gravely. "Aye, shadow vine. It feeds on discord and neglect. It must have crept here unseen, perhaps when the summer storms were fierce and distracted the wood sprites. It strangles the earth's sigh, blocking the deep waters from rising." He touched the vines with his muzzle, and they recoiled slightly, emitting a faint, acrid smell like burnt sugar, force will only make it grip tighter. It thrives on struggle. Pip scampered down, landing beside the feeble trickle. But we have to get rid of it, can't I just gnaw through it? He nibbled experimentally at a tendril and instantly spat, shaking his head. Bleck, it tastes like bitter ashes. The old ways teach us, Sylvan murmured, his gaze softening as he looked towards the canopy where the autumn sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky in hues of apricot and lavender. Balance is restored not by opposition, but by harmony. Shadowvine fears not teeth or claws, but the pure essence of the seasons it disrupts. He turned to Bramble. Little tunneler, your nose is keen. Deep beneath the roots, where the earth is warm and dark, grows the moonpetal bulb. Its roots hold the memory of winter's quiet strength. Can you find one? Bramble puffed out his chest. For the silver thread, of course, keeper. He vanished into a small crevice near the yew roots with surprising speed. Sylvan then looked up at Pip, now perched nervously on a rock. Swift climber, the highest branches of the sun-kissed aspen hold the last dewdrops touched by the dawn's first light. They shimmer with the promise of spring's renewal. Can you gather some in a leaf cup? Pip's eyes widened. The very top, but the wind. The wind respects courage and purpose, Pip, Sylvan said gently. Trust your agility, as the forest trusts you. While Bramble burrowed deep into the comforting, loamy darkness, smelling of rich decay and hidden life, Pip embarked on his dizzying climb. The aspen swayed gently, its leaves whispering secrets. High up, the world seemed made of light and air. Pip focused, his heart pounding, carefully collecting the precious, cold dewdrops that sparkled like liquid diamonds in a folded beech leaf. Meanwhile, Sylvan stood sentinel by the choked spring. He lowered his head, his glowing antlers dimming to a deep, peaceful blue. He began to hum, a sound so low it was felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated through the rock and into the earth. It was the song of deep roots, a melody passed down from stag to stag since the forest was young, speaking of patience, endurance, and the slow, sure turning of the seasons. The harsh purple pulse of the shadowvine flickered uncertainly. Bramble emerged, dusty but triumphant, clutching a smooth, ivory-white bulb that glowed with a soft, internal light and smelled faintly of frost and clean snow. Pip landed beside him, breathless but holding the leaf cup brimming with luminous dew that smelled impossibly fresh, like the very first breath of spring. Now, Sylvan instructed, his voice blending with his hum. Place the moonpetal bulb deep within the knot of shadowvine bramble. Let the memory of winter's stillness touch its core. Pip, pour the sundew over the vines, a blessing of the light to come. With delicate care, Bramble pushed the cool, glowing bulb deep into the tangled mass. Pip carefully tipped the sparkling dew. Where the dew touched the shadowvine, the harsh purple light sputtered and dimmed. Where the bulb rested, a soft, white radiance began to seep into the dark tendrils. Sylvan's hum deepened, weaving around the bulb's chill and the dew's brilliance. He sang of autumn's crisp decay making way for renewal, of winter's rest nurturing hidden life, of spring's inevitable return. He sang of the deep earth sighing freely, and the sky mother weeping cleansing tears. The shadowvine shuddered. Its pulsing light faded completely. The gnarled vines seemed to shrink, becoming brittle and gray, like old cobwebs exposed to the sun. With a sound like a sigh of relief, they crumbled into dust, blown away by a sudden, gentle breeze that carried the scent of rain and clean rock. And then it came. A deep, resonant gurgle from within the earth. A surge of clear, cold water, sparkling with tiny points of light like captured stars, burst forth from the cleft. It washed over the rocks, singing a joyful song as it tumbled down the hillside, following its ancient path towards the moonstone glade. The very air seemed to sigh, filling with moisture and the vibrant, electric hum of restored magic. The silver thread flowed strong once more. Bramble danced a little jig on the wet rocks, his spines gleaming. Pip chattered with pure joy, watching the water race downhill. Sylvan raised his head, his antlers now glowing a vibrant, healthy green, reflecting in the newly freed spring. They followed the revitalized stream back down to the moonstone glade. Already the watercress perked up, its leaves glistening. Fireflies like tiny, joyful lanterns began to emerge, their soft green light reflecting on the now full nursery pool. Creatures emerged from hiding, a family of voles, a watchful owl, delicate moths all drawn by the restored harmony, the sound and scent of life flowing freely. Under the rising moon, whose silver light turned the glade into a place of enchantment, Sylvan spoke to the gathered creatures. The shadow vine came not from malice, but from a moment of inattention. The forest's balance is delicate, woven from countless threads, the deep roots and the high leaves, the winter's sleep and the summer's blaze. It requires our watchfulness, our respect, and our unity. He looked at Bramble and Pip. Wisdom lies not just in knowing the old songs, but in listening to the forest's need. Courage is not just strength, but the willingness to seek help and trust in the strengths of others. You both remembered the lessons woven into the tales, and you acted with the harmony of the seasons in your hearts. Pip puffed out his chest, no longer just thinking of his nuts. Bramble felt a warm pride settle deep within him, warmer than any sunbeam. The Whisperwood sighed contentedly around them. The gurgle of the silver thread was a constant, soothing melody. The scent of damp moss, wet stone, and moonlit flowers filled the air. Fireflies traced lazy patterns above the water, their light mingling with the reflection of the stars. High above, the Sky Mother, pleased with the restoration, began to weep gentle, autumn tears, a soft, steady rain that pattered on the broad leaves, dripped from the pine needles, and sank gratefully into the thirsty earth. It was the sound of the forest breathing deeply, a lullaby of perfect balance. Sylvan settled by the glistening stream, the rain a cool kiss on his fur. Bramble curled contentedly under a giant fern frond, listening to the rain's rhythm. Pip found a dry hollow in an oak, his earlier worries washed away. The magic of the Whisperwood, strengthened by wisdom, friendship, and the eternal dance of the seasons, pulsed softly around them, a comforting presence in the deep, ancient night. The silver thread murmured its endless song, a promise carried on the rain-scented breeze, ensuring that in the Whisperwood, harmony would always find its way, as sure as the dawn following the dark and the spring returning after the winter's sleep. The last firefly winked out, leaving only the moon's glow on the water and the gentle, steady sound of life flowing on and on. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder, as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft, russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight, and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained. "A place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the Whispering Woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The Whispering Woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the whispering woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the whispering woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In the quiet village of Willowmere, where chimney smoke curled into shapes like sleeping cats and every garden gate squeaked in its own peculiar melody, there was a mystery brewing as soft as the steam from a teacup. It began on a crisp autumn evening when young Milo, the clockmaker's apprentice, noticed something odd. The village sundial, which had always pointed faithfully to the sun's position, now spun lazily clockwise every time a cloud passed overhead. By the next morning, whispers fluttered through the cobblestone lanes like autumn leaves. Baker's bread turned lavender overnight, the mill pond rippled in perfect geometric patterns, and every third stair in the library staircase had gone mysteriously silent underfoot. Milo, a boy with a mop of chestnut hair and a pocket watch that ticked in time with his curiosity, decided to investigate. His first clue came from old Mrs. Thistledown, the village knitter, who claimed her yarn had begun knitting itself into tiny sweaters for the mice in the walls. "It's not mischief," she insisted, her silver needles clacking like crickets. "It's lonely magic, like something's trying to talk but doesn't know the words." Guided by the scent of cinnamon drifting from the hearth of the village's wise apothecary, Master Corwin, Milo found himself in a cozy shop where jars of starlight and dried thunder hummed on shelves. Corwin, a man whose beard seemed to hold constellations in its tangles, listened gravely. "Magic always has a reason," he murmured, stirring a copper pot of soup that smelled like forgiveness. "Look for patterns, lad. Even whispers leave footprints." The next day Milo noticed the anomalies followed a rhythm. The sundial spun fastest at noon, the bread turned lavender only when the wind blew east, and the library's silent stairs formed a perfect spiral. That night, under a moon the color of buttercream, he followed the trail of a glowing moth, a creature with wings like stained glass, to the edge of the whispering wood. There, beneath an ancient oak with roots like knuckles, he found a small, shivering creature, a dust hare, a rare magical being made of powdered starlight and autumn thistledown. Its ears drooped like wilted petals, and its eyes held the ache of 1,000 unsung songs. "I didn't mean to cause trouble," it hiccuped, voice like a rustling diary. "I was looking for a home. My old burrow was washed away by rains, and when I'm sad, my magic leaks." It gestured weakly to the air, where motes of its stardust swirled into shapes, a spinning sundial, a lavender loaf, a silent stare. "I just wanted someone to notice." Milo's heart folded like a well-loved letter. With Corwin's guidance, the village rallied. Children gathered acorn caps to catch the dust hare's runaway magic, weavers spun a nest from thistle silk, and the baker crafted a honeycake steeped in welcome. On the night of the harvest moon, the dust hare, now named Pippin, burrowed into its new home beneath the oak, its magic settling into gentle hums that made the sundial chime at noon and the library stairs sing lullabies. Years later, travelers would remark on Willowmere's enchantments, clocks that ticked in haiku, bread that tasted like cherished memories, and stairs that carried tired feet like a mother's arms. But the villagers simply smiled, sipping cider by firesides, and said, "The best magic isn't in the wonders you see. It's in the listening." And in the heart of the whispering wood, under an oak tree that glowed softly on lonely nights, a little creature who'd once been lost sighed contentedly, its stardust weaving dreams for every soul who'd learned to hear the world's quietest, kindest whispers. Once upon a time, in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled. "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger-snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again? Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Perhaps, Flora replied with a wink. But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself. Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter, he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. The whispering woods and the lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. The lantern of Luminara, it said, a beacon for those who seek the hidden world. Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the Whispering Woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. the crisis struck on the third morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. The rain whispered against the window panes of Mr. Thistledown's clock shop, a soft, rhythmic patter that seemed to keep time with the gentle tick-tock of 100 clocks. Inside, the air smelled of warm wood oil, cinnamon tea, and the faintest trace of ozone that always lingered near the oldest timepieces. Young Leo, with his perpetually messy brown hair and eyes wide with curiosity, was polishing the brass face of a grandfather clock, his reflection warped and wobbly in its gleaming surface. He loved the shop, loved the comforting symphony of ticks and chimes, loved the way Mr. Thistledown's wrinkled hands moved with such certainty among the gears and springs. "Careful with that one, Leo," Mr. Thistledown murmured, his voice like rustling parchment. He was hunched over a delicate porcelain mantel clock, his magnifying glass perched precariously on his nose. "She's older than the cobblestones out front, sensitive soul." Leo nodded, buffing the brass with extra gentleness. His hand brushed against a small, dusty drawer tucked beneath the clock's pendulum case, a drawer he'd never noticed before. Intrigued, he eased it open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, lay a pocket watch. It wasn't grand or jewel-encrusted. Its silver case was tarnished, its glass face scratched, and the chain was a simple, thin braid of metal. It looked utterly ordinary, forgotten. Curiosity prickling his fingertips, Leo picked it up. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. He traced the worn etching on the back, a simple spiral like a coiled fern frond. As his finger touched the spiral, a faint warmth pulsed through the metal. Then, quite distinctly, he heard it. Not with his ears, but inside his mind. A soft, rhythmic thrum-thrum-thrum like a tiny heartbeat, and a feeling of deep, aching loneliness. Leo gasped, nearly dropping the watch. He looked quickly at Mr. Thistledown, but the old man was absorbed in his work. Holding the watch carefully in both hands, Leo focused. The thrum-thrum was steady, but the loneliness was a cold, gray fog swirling around it. He closed his eyes, picturing the warm shop, the smell of cinnamon, the comforting ticking. Slowly, tentatively, he pushed that feeling towards the watch. The cold gray fog seemed to shimmer, then thin just a little. The thrum-thrum felt a fraction stronger, a tiny bit warmer. Leo's eyes flew open. This wasn't just an old watch. It felt things. "Mr. Thistledown," Leo asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "This watch in the drawer, does it belong to anyone?" The old clockmaker looked up, his magnifying glass making one eye enormous. He peered at the watch in Leo's hands. "Ah, the Solace watch, haven't seen that in years, belonged to old Mrs. Hemlock, lived up in Ivy Cottage on Whisper Hill. Kind soul, terribly lonely after her husband passed. She brought it in once, said it felt sad. I couldn't find a thing wrong with the mechanism, just needed winding." He sighed. "She passed on herself, oh, must be 10 winters ago now. No family left, the watch just stayed." Leo clutched the watch. It wasn't broken. It was lonely. Its owner was gone, and it carried the echo of her sadness. Can I take care of it?" he asked impulsively. "Mr." Thistledown studied Leo's earnest face. "Seems it found its way to you, lad. Keep it safe. Even forgotten things remember." Leo carefully slipped the watch into his pocket. It felt warm against his leg, the thrum-thrum a constant, quiet companion. But the loneliness was still there, a persistent chill. Leo understood loneliness. He'd only recently moved to the village, shy, and finding it hard to make friends. He decided then and there he would help the watch remember something besides sadness. He would find it solace. His journey began simply. He took the watch everywhere. He held it while watching bees drone lazily around fragrant lavender bushes, pushing the feeling of drowsy contentment towards it. He placed it near the bakery oven when Mrs. Butterworth pulled out loaves of golden bread, letting the warm, yeasty smell and the feeling of cozy fullness seep into the meadow. He sat with it by the babbling brook, sharing the feeling of cool, clear peace. Each time the cold loneliness retreated a little more, replaced by a warmer, softer glow within the watch's gentle thrum. But it wasn't enough. The core ache remained, a deep-seated longing. Leo needed help. He thought of Barnaby, the grumpy but soft-hearted badger who lived in a burrow beneath the ancient oak at the edge of the village green. Barnaby knew everything that happened in the woods and fields. Leo found him meticulously polishing a collection of shiny pebbles outside his burrow. HMPH, Barnaby grunted, not looking up. "What do you want, lad? Interrupt an important rock business." Leo knelt, showing him the watch. "It's lonely, Barnaby, really lonely. It belonged to Mrs. Hemlock. I'm trying to help it feel better, but I don't know what it truly needs." Barnaby stopped polishing and peered at the watch, his black nose twitching. Old Hemlock knew her, always left crumbs for the birds, even in deepest snow, heart big as the moon. He tapped a claw thoughtfully on a particularly smooth pebble. "Lonely, you say, HMPH. Maybe it needs more than just nice feelings. Maybe it needs connection, to remember her." "But how?" Leo asked, the watch pulsing softly in his hand. "Ask the Whisperers," Barnaby said cryptically. "Up near Ivy Cottage, they remember everything, those gossips." He pointed a stubby claw towards Whisper Hill. The Whisperers, Leo knew, were the ancient wind chimes hanging from the gnarled apple tree in Mrs. Hemlock's overgrown garden. Made of seashells and smooth glass, they were said to catch and hold fragments of sound and feeling from long ago. It was a steep climb up Whisper Hill. Ivy Cottage looked forlorn, its windows dark, its garden a tangle of wildflowers and tall grass. But there, catching the afternoon sun, hung the Whisperers. They weren't moving, the air was still. As Leo approached, holding the watch close, a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred. The chimes didn't ring, but they hummed. A low, soft vibration filled the air. Suddenly, Leo wasn't just holding the watch, he was inside it. He felt the warm weight of a hand holding it, saw flashes of a sunlit garden bursting with roses, smelled the sharp, clean scent of soap and earth. He heard a woman's soft laugh, warm and kind. He felt a deep contentment, a quiet joy in tending the flowers, in watching the birds, in the simple peace of her cottage. This was Mrs. Hemlock's happiness, her solace. The watch had been a constant companion, a silent witness to her quiet, loving life. Its loneliness wasn't just for itself. It was an echo of her missing presence, the sudden silence where her joy had been. The vision faded. Leo stood blinking in the overgrown garden, the watch warm and pulsing rapidly in his hand. The cold loneliness was still there, but now it was mixed with the warm memory of joy, creating a poignant ache. He understood now. The watch needed to feel useful again. It needed to witness new solace, new moments of quiet joy. It needed to be held, not just carried. Back in the village, Leo found his next helper, Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and eyes that missed nothing. Pip was fearless and chatty, flitting from rooftop to windowsill. "Lonely ticker, eh?" Pip chirped, landing on Leo's shoulder and cocking his head at the watch. "Seen sadness, needs busy work, needs purpose." He pecked gently at the watch chain. "Follow me." Pip led Leo not to grand places, but to small moments. To old Mr. Fenwick sitting on his bench, sharing crusts of bread with the pigeons, a look of serene peace on his wrinkled face. "Hold it there," Pip chirped. Leo sat beside Mr. Fenwick, the watch warm in his hand. He pushed the feeling of the old man's quiet contentment towards it. The watch pulsed, absorbing the gentle scene. Pip led him to the baker's daughter, Alara, patiently teaching her little brother how to knead dough, their laughter light and flour dusting their noses. "Here, here," Pip insisted. Leo stood nearby, sharing the watch's presence with the feeling of familial warmth and patient teaching. The watch glowed faintly. They went to the edge of the brook, where sunlight dappled through leaves onto the water, creating shimmering patterns. "Just quiet," Pip whispered, unusually subdued. Leo sat, the watch resting on his knee, both of them soaking in the pure, peaceful beauty. The watch's thrum became deep and steady, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. But the final challenge arose unexpectedly. A fierce storm rolled in one evening, howling winds rattling the shutters of Mr. Thistledown's shop. Leo was helping secure the windows when a frantic knocking came at the door. It was young Timothy, Mrs. Butterworth's son, tears streaking his face. "It's Whiskers," he sobbed. "My kitten, the wind blew the shed door open and she ran out. She's so scared of storms, I can't find her anywhere." Whiskers was tiny, a scrap of gray fluff easily lost and terrified. Searching in the howling dark and lashing rain seemed impossible. Fear clutched at Leo's heart. Then he felt the watch in his pocket. It wasn't pulsing its usual thrum-thrum. It felt focused, intent. And it was pulling him, a gentle, insistent tug towards the back door. Trusting the feeling, Leo grabbed a lantern. "Come on, Timothy, I think I know where to look." He dashed into the storm, the watch a warm beacon against the cold rain. It pulled him not towards the open fields, but along the stone wall bordering the village green, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn bushes. The wind screamed, the rain stung, and the lantern light flickered wildly. "Whiskers," Timothy cried, his voice thin against the gale. Leo held the watch tightly. He didn't try to push feelings at it. Instead, he asked it, silently, desperately, "Where is she? Help us find her." The watch grew warm, almost hot. Then a clear image flashed in Leo's mind, not a location, but a feeling. A tiny knot of pure, icy terror huddled deep within the thicket, behind the gnarled roots of the oldest hawthorn. It was so vivid, so precise. "She's here." Leo shouted over the wind, pointing towards the roots. Timothy scrambled forward, pushing aside wet branches. There, shivering violently, eyes wide with terror, was Whiskers. Timothy scooped her up, cradling the soaked, trembling kitten against his chest, murmuring soothing words. The relief that washed over Timothy was palpable, a warm wave of pure love and gratitude that cut through the storm's fury. Leo stood beside him, the rain plastering his hair to his forehead, the watch glowing with a soft, steady light in his hand. He let it feel Timothy's overwhelming relief and love for his found kitten. The watch didn't just absorb it, it seemed to resonate with it, its own lingering loneliness finally dissolving completely in the face of this powerful, selfless love and relief. The cold ache vanished, replaced by a deep, golden warmth that spread from the watch up Leo's arm, filling him with an incredible sense of peace and rightness. Back in the warm, dry shop, with Whiskers purring contentedly wrapped in a towel on Timothy's lap, Leo took out the watch. It gleamed softly in the firelight, the scratches on its glass face seeming less deep, the silver brighter. Its thrum-thrum was strong, steady, and radiated a gentle, comforting warmth, not just happiness, but deep contentment and purpose. It had witnessed fear, but also courage, love, and profound relief. It had been useful again. It had found solace not just in comfort, but in connection and the overcoming of adversity through kindness and care. Leo placed the solace watch on the mantelpiece above Mr. Thistledown's crackling fireplace. It didn't need to be carried anymore. Its journey was complete. Now its gentle thrum-thrum joined the symphony of the shop's clocks, a soft counterpoint that seemed to deepen the sense of peace. Anyone who sat near the fireplace felt a subtle warmth, a sense of calm, and the unspoken assurance that even in forgotten things, and even after storms, solace could always be found. Leo smiled, watching the firelight dance on the silver. He had learned that magic wasn't always in grand spells, but in quiet empathy, in listening with your heart, and in the extraordinary secrets held within the most ordinary acts of kindness. The watch ticked on, a quiet guardian of comfort, its secret now a shared warmth that filled the cozy shop, promising peaceful dreams to all who listened. Deep within the Whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, the boundaries between the seen and unseen were as thin as a spider's silk. Here, beneath the sighing branches and amidst the rustling ferns, lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the forest's magic. They were the keepers of the Glimmerdew, guardians of a delicate balance tied to the turning seasons. Among them lived Sorrel, a young field mouse with fur the color of damp earth and eyes that held the curious spark of dawn. Her dearest friend was Linden, a venerable red squirrel whose russet coat was touched with silver at the tips, and whose knowledge of the Whisperwood's ways was as deep as its oldest roots. Linden often spoke of the Glimmerdew, a mystical substance that appeared only at the cusp of seasons, clinging like liquid starlight to the heart-shaped leaves of the moonpetal plants deep within the forest's oldest grove. "The Glimmerdew isn't just dew, little Sorrel," Linden would murmur, his voice a comforting rasp like dry leaves skittering over stone. They sat on a moss-covered log, the air thick with the sweet, decaying scent of autumn leaves and the damp, rich aroma of loam. "It's the forest's breath condensed. It holds the promise of spring's growth, the strength of summer's sun, the wisdom of autumn's release, and the quiet hope of winter's sleep. It keeps the magic flowing, the roots strong, the streams singing. Without it, the balance wavers." Sorrel twitched her whiskers, tasting the crisp air. She could feel the subtle shift, the vibrant greens of summer yielding to the fiery golds and scarlets of autumn. The usual symphony of bird calls held a different note, a touch more melancholic. "But how does it work, Linden, and why only at the season's turn?" Linden's bushy tail flicked thoughtfully. "Ah, that's the dance, little one. The magic gathers when the world holds its breath between one season and the next. It needs stillness, anticipation. And it needs the harmony of all who dwell here, the industrious beetles turning the soil, the patient spiders spinning their silver webs, the owls watching with wise eyes, even the grumbling badgers in their deep sets. Our respect, our quiet existence in tune with the woods. Feeds it disruption, fear, disharmony. These things can thin the Glimmerdew, make it harder to form." He pointed a claw towards a patch of particularly vibrant ferns. "See how the light catches there? That's the edge of the Glimmer Grove. When the true cusp arrives under the hunter's moon, the dew will bloom." As the days shortened and the nights grew colder, a palpable unease began to ripple through the Whisperwood. Sorrel, while gathering hazelnuts near the whispering brook, felt at first a tremor beneath her paws, not of the earth, but of the magic itself. The brook's song seemed strained, a little hoarse. The vibrant colors of the turning leaves looked duller, muted, as if dusted with ash. Most worrying of all, whispers reached her tiny ears. The Glimmerdew wasn't forming as it should. Only faint, scattered sparks appeared on the moonpetal leaves, not the usual shimmering veil. Linden's face grew grave when Sorrel shared her observations. His usual calm demeanor was replaced by a deep, troubled frown. "The balance is tipping," he rasped, his claws digging into the soft bark of his favorite perch. "Something disturbs the deep quiet. Fear has crept in like a cold fog." He explained that a family of newcomers, boisterous young foxes unused to the Whisperwood's subtle ways, had been chasing smaller creatures recklessly near the Glimmer Grove, their loud barks and crashing steps shattering the precious stillness needed for the dew's formation. Their fear and the fear they instilled was poisoning the harmony. "But the cusp is almost here." Sorrel squeaked, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. Under the hunter's moon, without the Glimmerdew. She couldn't finish the thought. She remembered stories Linden told of past imbalances, streams running sluggish, plants wilting prematurely, the very magic of the woods growing thin and brittle. "We must act," Linden declared, his voice firm despite its age. "But not with force, with wisdom, and with the strength of the whole forest." He shared an ancient tale passed down from squirrel to squirrel, about a time when discord silenced the brook. The solution hadn't been confrontation, but understanding and shared purpose. "We must show them the way, Sorrel. We must show them they belong, and that their belonging requires respect." So, guided by Linden's wisdom, a quiet plan unfolded. Sorrel, swift and nearly silent, became the messenger. She visited the warren of Thistle the badger, whose deep, rumbling voice commanded attention. She spoke with Pip, the swiftest kingfisher, whose dazzling blue feathers could catch any eye. She whispered to the venerable owl Orla, whose knowledge of the night was unmatched. She even braved the intricate tunnels of the beetle clans, led by the sturdy elder Korax. Each creature understood the peril. The harmony was their lifeblood. On the eve of the hunter's moon, as the great silver orb rose, bathing the Whisperwood in an ethereal, cool light, the forest gathered at the edge of the Glimmer Grove. The young foxes, drawn by the unusual quiet and the gathering of so many creatures, watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mix of curiosity and residual boisterousness. Linden stepped forward onto a flat, mossy stone. His voice, amplified by the profound stillness of the expectant woods and the watchful moon, carried clearly. He spoke not of blame, but of connection. He spoke of the Whisperwood's heart, the Glimmerdew. He described how the fox's powerful paws, meant for swift running, also gently aerated the soil. How their keen noses could find hidden truffles that fed the roots of ancient trees. How their very presence was part of the forest's tapestry, if woven with care. He spoke of the deep, resonant silence needed now, the shared breath of anticipation. As he spoke, Sorrel scurried to the base of the oldest moon-petal plant. She closed her eyes, focusing not on fear, but on the feel of the cool moss beneath her paws, the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the distant, gentle hoot of Orla, the soft chirr of crickets. She poured her love for the woods, her trust in Linden, her hope for balance, into her quiet presence. Around her, the other creatures did the same. Thistle hummed a deep, grounding note. Pip perched silently, a jewel in the moonlight. Korax and his beetles stilled their ceaseless work. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath in the branches. The young foxes, sensing the profound shift, instinctively stilled. Their playful energy melted into watchfulness. One, the boldest, took a tentative step closer, then another, his movements suddenly careful, aware of the delicate ferns underfoot. He lowered his head, sniffing the air, not with hunting intent, but with newfound curiosity about the subtle magic swirling around him. In that deep shared silence, charged with the focused harmony of the forest's heart, the magic responded. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the air. Then, as if woven from moonlight and starlight, tiny points of luminescence began to bloom on the heart-shaped leaves of the moon-petal plants. Not just sparks, but a soft, cohesive glow that spread like a living veil. The Glimmerdew, pure and potent, formed before their eyes. It pulsed with a gentle, internal light, casting soft, dancing shadows on the forest floor, silver, gold, and the faintest hint of spring green. The air itself hummed with a pure, clean energy, tasting like cold, clear water and wild honey. The strained song of the whispering brook nearby suddenly regained its melody, clear and strong. A collective sigh of relief and wonder rustled through the gathered creatures. Linden nodded, his eyes reflecting the dew's soft glow. "The balance is restored," he whispered, the sound blending with the brook's renewed song. "Through shared purpose and quiet respect." The young foxes watched, awestruck, as the magical dew shimmered. The bold one who had stepped forward dipped his nose towards a low-hanging leaf, not to disturb, but to gently touch the cool, glowing moisture. A sense of profound belonging, a feeling deeper than play or territory, washed over him. He understood, not with words, but with his whole being, his place in the intricate web. Later, as the hunter's moon began its descent, painting long, soft shadows, the forest settled. Sorrel curled up in her cozy nest of dried grasses and thistledown, tucked beneath the gnarled roots of Linden's oak. The scent of the Glimmerdew, faint but unmistakably pure, lingered on the cool air drifting in. She could hear the deep, rhythmic breathing of the old squirrel nearby, a comforting counterpoint to the gentle gurgle of the brook and the occasional soft call of a night bird. Linden's words echoed in her mind, a warm ember in the peaceful darkness. Remember, little sorrel, the magic isn't just in the dew. It's in the listening, in the stillness, in the understanding that every rustle, every chirp, every paw print is part of the great song of the Whisperwood. Guard the harmony, nurture the quiet, and the Glimmerdew will always return, season after season, a promise kept. Outside, the forest slept under the watchful moon, bathed in the soft aftermath of magic. The Glimmerdew glowed gently on the moonpetal leaves, a silent testament to wisdom shared, fear overcome, and the enduring, peaceful balance of a world where every creature, seen and unseen, played its part in the ancient, enchanting dance of life. And in that deep, harmonious quiet, filled with the scent of dew-kissed moss and the promise of renewal, Sorrel drifted into a sleep as peaceful and deep as the Whisperwood itself. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life. The rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves, signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison, a massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the Heartwell." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, help the river remember its song, remember. Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water, maybe if we remind the heart well together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories, we need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle, moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely, the bluebell petal radiated spring's promise, the dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy, the autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire, the snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on thistles and fern's shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single, bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. The amber light of autumn afternoons had always been Leila's favorite time of year. It was when the forest behind her cottage seemed to hold its breath, leaves rustling secrets in hues of burnt umber and gold, and the air carried the crisp scent of apples and distant wood smoke. But this autumn felt different. The trees shed their leaves too quickly, the squirrels buried nuts with frantic urgency, and the river sang a lower, slower song than she'd ever heard. Layla clutched her woven basket of herbs tighter, her boots crunching over brittle ferns. She didn't like changes, not in her routines, not in her forest, and certainly not in herself. Lately her hands trembled when she tried to stitch her embroidery and the tea she brewed, usually fragrant with mint and memory, tasted bitter, as if the plants themselves resisted her touch. That evening, as she sat by the hearth unraveling a knotted thread, a sound fluttered against her window, a moth with wings the color of twilight, tapping gently with antennae that glimmered like dewdrops. When she opened the pane, it alighted on her wrist, and she felt a strange warmth pulse through her veins. The moth led her gaze to the old oak desk by the wall, where her grandmother's journal lay open to a page she'd never seen before. The ink shimmered, words rearranging themselves. When the heart fears turning seasons, the roots must learn to bend. The next morning, Leela found the first crystal growing in her garden. It emerged from the soil where her rosemary plant had withered, a slender spire of amethyst humming faintly. By noon, 3 more had sprouted along the garden path, their facets catching the sunlight like prisms. She reached to touch one, and a vision flashed behind her eyes, a forest floor covered not in leaves, but in thousands of tiny crystals, each pulsing with soft light. A voice, deep and earthy, murmured, "You've forgotten how to listen." Panicked, Leela ran to the one person who might understand, old Bram, the beekeeper who lived at the forest's edge. His cottage smelled of honeycomb and pine resin, and his beard was dusted with pollen from his hives. He didn't look up from his carving as she burst in, breathless. "Ah," he said, smoothing the wooden owl in his hands. "The stones have been whispering about you." "What's happening to me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Bram set down his knife. "Same thing that happens to a hive when the queen is unsure. Everything gets stuck. You've been clinging to the way things were, Leela, but the forest and you are meant to grow." He pressed a jar of honey into her palms. "Take this to Maris by the willow grove, and listen on your way." The path to Maris's hut wound through the heart of the woods, where shadows danced longer than they should. Leela walked slowly, the honey jar warm against her chest. She paused where a creek giggled over stones, and there, beneath the water's surface, she spotted a pebble shaped like a crescent moon. As she fished it out, the crystal in her pocket vibrated, and the pebble's edges softened into a tiny silver bell. A laugh echoed, not her own, but bright and clear, like wind chimes. "That's for noticing," said a voice above her. Maris perched on a branch, her cloak stitched with feathers and spider silk. She swung down, landing light as a dandelion seed. "Bram's honey, is it? Good, we'll need sweetness for what's coming." "What's coming?" Leela asked. Maris tapped the bell now tied to Leela's basket. "Change, and not the easy kind, but you've got better guides than most." She nodded at the crystals now peeking from Leela's pockets, glowing in rhythm with her breath. Over the next week, the forest guided Leela through small, strange tasks. A family of foxes led her to a clearing where fireflies spelled out riddles in the air. A maple tree shed a single red leaf into her palm, which unfolded into a map of stars. Each time she solved a puzzle or followed an instinct, trusting the tug in her chest rather than her doubting mind, the crystals grew brighter and the bitterness in her hands faded. Yet the heart of her fear remained. One moonless night, she woke to find her garden transformed. Crystals towered like frozen flames, their light casting cobalt and topaz shadows. In their center stood a figure made of swirling autumn leaves, with eyes like molten amber. "Why do you resist?" it asked, its voice the crackle of a hearth. "I don't want to lose what I love," Leela whispered. The figure bent, and a leaf brushed her cheek. "Nothing is lost, only transformed." It gestured to the crystals. "These are your fears, hardened by holding on. Let them soften." Tears blurred her vision. "How?" "Breathe." She inhaled, slowly, deeply, and the crystals shivered. With each exhale, their sharp edges blurred, melting into liquid light that pooled around her feet. The light seeped into the soil, and where it touched, flowers bloomed, Snowdrops in December, roses in spring colors, all seasons existing at once. "You see," said the figure, now a girl with moss-green hair and a crown of acorns. "You contain multitudes." She placed a hand over Leela's heart. "The magic wasn't leaving you, it was waiting for you to grow." By dawn, the garden had settled. The crystals remained but as slender obelisks humming with quiet music. Her herbs regrew, lush and fragrant, and when she brewed tea that morning, it tasted of sunlight and forgiveness. Wordlessly the forest folk gathered, Bram with a comb of golden honey, Maris with a cloak woven from dawn mist, the foxes bearing garlands of ivy. They didn't celebrate with feasts or songs, but with the gentle rustle of wind through crystals, the contented sigh of soil settling into new shapes. Leela sat among them, stitching an embroidery of a tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stars. Her hands no longer shook. That winter, when the first snow fell, it glittered with the memory of crystals. Children from the village would come to hear Leela's stories, and she'd tell them of the moth that whispers to closed hearts, the bell that rings only for those who pause, and the garden that taught her how to hold life's seasons like a flame cupped in her palms, not tightly but gently, so the light could breathe. And deep in the forest, if you're very quiet, you can still hear the crystals singing, a lullaby of growth, soft as a root pushing through dark soil toward the unknown, grateful dawn. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded. It was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her. Probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. Oh, you can see, most can't, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle. His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. And you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes. The cup of echoes. Ben breathed. Indeed, Thistle nodded gravely. It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the whispering glen, my home. But his small shoulders slumped. The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever. Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather, but it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, Grumble, silence isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped Grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song, touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep "thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. Title: The Whispering Grove. Once upon a time, in the heart of a vast, ancient forest, nestled beyond rolling hills and babbling brooks, lay a hidden realm known only to a few. This was a place where sunlight filtered through dense canopies, dappling the forest floor in a mosaic of gold and green. The air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and earth, and the gentle rustle of leaves hummed a perpetual lullaby. This secret sanctuary was known as the Whispering Grove, a place where magic breathed life into every leaf and stone. In a quaint village at the forest's edge lived a young girl named Leora. With eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair the color of autumn leaves, Leora possessed a heart full of wonder and a spirit as free as the wind. She lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage, where the aroma of freshly baked bread and herbal teas always lingered. Her grandmother, wise and kind, was the village storyteller, weaving tales of wonder and wisdom that captivated all who listened. Every evening, Leora would sit by the fireplace, wrapped in the warmth of her grandmother's stories, her imagination soaring to places beyond the stars. Her grandmother spoke of the Whispering Grove, a magical part of the forest that was said to hold secrets long forgotten by time. Leora's eyes would widen with awe as she listened to tales of ancient trees that whispered the world's wisdom and creatures that danced in the moonlight. One crisp autumn morning, as Leora wandered through the forest collecting wildflowers for her grandmother, she stumbled upon something peculiar. Amidst the fallen leaves, glinting softly in the sunlight, lay a small, intricately carved acorn. It was unlike any she had ever seen, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. As she picked it up, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, and a faint whisper tickled her ears, as if the acorn was speaking in a language she was yet to understand. Curiosity piqued. Leora tucked the acorn into her pocket and hurried back home, eager to show her grandmother. As she approached the cottage, the familiar scent of cinnamon and honey greeted her. Her grandmother sat by the window, her spectacles perched on the bridge of her nose, embroidering a tapestry of vibrant colors. "Grandmother, look what I found!" Leora exclaimed, holding out the acorn. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with intrigue as she examined the acorn. "Ah, my dear, you have found the heart of the grove," she said softly, her voice tinged with reverence. "It is said that this acorn holds the essence of the Whispering Grove itself, a symbol of life and magic intertwined." Leora listened intently as her grandmother explained that the acorn was a rare and powerful artifact, capable of connecting its bearer to the heart of the forest. It was a gift, meant for those pure of heart and gentle of spirit. "Guard it well," her grandmother advised, "for it has chosen you, and with it you may discover wonders beyond imagination." That night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the land, Leora lay in bed, the acorn resting beneath her pillow. Her mind danced with possibilities, her dreams woven with threads of magic and mystery. The following days unfolded like a tapestry of discovery. Each morning, Leora ventured deeper into the forest, the acorn guiding her with gentle whispers. It led her to hidden glades where flowers of every hue bloomed in harmonious symphony, and to tranquil streams where the water sang as it flowed over smooth stones. One afternoon, while exploring a particularly dense thicket, Leora stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its bark etched with runes that pulsed with a soft golden light. Leora felt a peculiar sense of belonging, as if she had finally come home. As she approached, the runes began to glow brighter, and a soft voice resonated through the air. "Welcome, Keeper of the Heart," the voice intoned, gentle and wise. "You have found the Whispering Grove." Leora's heart swelled with wonder. "Who speaks?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the guardian of the grove," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this sanctuary, waiting for one worthy to bear the heart. You, dear child, have been chosen." Leora's mind raced with questions, but one stood out above the rest. "Why me?" she asked earnestly. "Because you possess the purity of heart and strength of spirit needed to understand and protect the magic within," the guardian explained. "The heart has recognized your kindness and curiosity, and in return, it will reveal the secrets of this hidden world." With each visit to the grove, Leora learned more about the forest and its inhabitants. She met creatures of all kinds, gentle deer with antlers adorned in moss, mischievous sprites that flickered like fireflies, and wise old owls with eyes that held the knowledge of ages. Each encounter enriched her understanding and deepened her love for the forest. One day, as Leora sat beneath the great oak, she noticed a shadow flitting through the trees. It was a fox, its fur a blazing russet, eyes sharp and curious. The fox approached cautiously, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. "Hello there," Leora greeted gently, extending her hand. The fox hesitated, then slowly approached, its eyes meeting hers with an intensity that spoke of intelligence and life untold. "I am Phelan," the fox introduced itself, its voice smooth and melodic. "I have watched you for some time now, Keeper." Leora smiled, feeling an instant kinship with the fox. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Phelan," she replied. "What brings you to the grove?" "I am one of its protectors, as you are now," Phelan explained. "The forest speaks to those who listen, and I have heard tales of your kindness. I wish to be your friend and guide." Thus began a friendship that would transcend time and expectation. Together, Leora and Phelan explored the farthest reaches of the forest, uncovering its mysteries and forging bonds with its denizens. They shared stories and laughter, and with each passing day, Leora's connection to the grove deepened. As the seasons turned, Leora grew not only in knowledge but in wisdom. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, to understand the language of the leaves, and to see through the eyes of the creatures she befriended. The forest became a part of her, and she a part of it. But as with all tales, challenges arose. One winter's eve, a harsh storm descended upon the land, its winds howling like a pack of wolves. Trees bent and swayed, their branches groaning under the strain. The forest shivered in the icy embrace, and the grove's magic flickered with unease. Leora, sensing the distress, ventured into the storm, the acorn clutched tightly in her hand. Phelan, ever loyal, stayed by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. "We must protect the grove," Leora declared, her voice resolute despite the storm's fury. Together they journeyed to the heart of the grove, where the great oak stood steadfast against the tempest. As they approached, the runes glowed with renewed vigor, casting a warm light that fought against the storm's chill. "Fear not, Keeper," the guardian's voice echoed, calm and steady. "The heart will guide you." Leora closed her eyes, focusing on the acorn's warmth. She felt its magic flow through her, a gentle current of strength and life. With a deep breath, she reached out, her heart open and her spirit unwavering. As if in response, the grove's magic surged, a radiant force that enveloped her in its embrace. The storm's fury began to wane, its winds calming, its chill retreating. The trees straightened, their branches reaching skyward in gratitude. The grove had been saved, its magic secure once more. Leora and Phelan stood together beneath the great oak, their bond fortified by the trials they had faced. In the days that followed, the forest flourished anew, its beauty undiminished by the storm's wrath. Leora continued to learn and grow, her heart forever intertwined with the whispering grove. Years passed, and the little girl who had once wandered the woods with wide-eyed wonder became a wise and gentle guardian. The village spoke of her with admiration, and her grandmother's stories carried her legacy to future generations. Leora often returned to the grove, where the great oak stood as a testament to the enduring magic of the forest. Phelan remained her loyal companion, their friendship a timeless bond that defied the passage of time. And so, the Whispering Grove thrived, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the whispers of the past and the dreams of the future intertwined in harmony. Leora's tale became a part of the forest's lore, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, friendship, and the magic that resides in every heart. As the sun set behind the hills, casting a warm glow over the land, the forest whispered its eternal promise, that those who listen with an open heart will always find a place of belonging within its embrace. And somewhere, deep within the heart of the grove, the great oak stood tall and proud, its leaves rustling in a language older than time. It spoke of a girl named Leora, a keeper of the forest's secrets and a guardian of its wonders, a testament to the magic that endures in the heart of those who believe. As the moon rose high and bathed the world in silver light, the forest sang a lullaby, a melody of peace and promise, a song of life and love, and in that moment all was well, and all was as it should be. The end. In a cozy woodland clearing, beneath the sheltering boughs of ancient oaks, there lived a community of gentle forest folk. Their cottages were carved into the sturdy trunks, adorned with whimsical mushroom roofs and windows framed by vines that danced in the breeze. At the heart of this enchanting hamlet stood the great hollow tree, its vast interior transformed into a warm, inviting gathering place. Here the forest folk would come together to share stories, music, and the simple joys of friendship. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves swirled in golden eddies, an unusual hush fell over the hollow tree. The forest folk noticed something amiss. The glowing lanterns that typically illuminated the space had dimmed to a faint flicker. Tilly, a young squirrel with an inquisitive nature, was the first to voice her concern. "Friends, have you noticed the strange way the lanterns are behaving? It's as if their magic is waning." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the gathering, and Willow, the wise old oak spirit, stepped forward. Her bark-etched face creased with concern as she spoke. "You are right to be troubled, little one. The lanterns are indeed behaving strangely, and we must uncover the reason before their light is extinguished completely." With a wave of her gnarled branch, Willow summoned a cluster of glowing sprites, their luminous bodies casting a warm glow around the hollow. "These faithful friends will guide you on your quest to restore the lantern's magic," she said, her voice carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Tilly's eyes widened with excitement, and she eagerly gathered a small band of companions: Thistle, the hedgehog, Mossy the toad, and Piper, the songbird. Together they set off into the forest, their path illuminated by the dancing sprites. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the friends noticed peculiar signs: twisted branches that seemed to have minds of their own, mushroom rings that pulsed with an eerie glow, and whispers carried on the wind that spoke of forgotten enchantments. Piper, with her keen eyesight, was the first to spot a clue. Perched atop a fallen log, she noticed a trail of shimmering dust leading into a thicket of brambles. "Look, friends," she trilled. "Could this be the key to unraveling the mystery?" Mossy hopped closer, his bulbous eyes studying the glittering trail. "Why, I believe you're right, Piper. That dust looks awfully familiar. It's the same sparkle that fuels the lantern's magic." With renewed determination, the friends followed the shimmering path, carefully navigating the tangled brambles until they emerged into a secluded glade. There, in the center, stood an ancient stone pedestal, its surface etched with intricate runes. Thistle, ever the observant one, noticed a faint glow emanating from the pedestal's base. "Look there, friends! Could that be the source of the lantern's magic?" As they approached cautiously, the sprites swirled around the pedestal, their ethereal light revealing a hidden chamber beneath. Within the chamber, they found a glimmering crystal, its facets refracting the sprite's glow in a kaleidoscope of colors. Tilly gasped in wonder. This must be the heart of the lantern's magic. But why has it been hidden away? Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoed through the glade. Well done, little ones, for uncovering the ancient secrets of this sacred place. From the shadows emerged a majestic stag, his antlers adorned with twisting vines and his flanks shimmering with an otherworldly sheen. I am the guardian of this crystal, charged with protecting its power from those who would misuse it. The friends listened, captivated, as the stag wove a tale of an ancient evil that had once threatened to extinguish the light of the forest. In a desperate bid to safeguard the crystal's magic, it had been hidden away, its power dimmed to prevent its discovery. But now, the stag continued, the darkness has passed, and it is time for the light to shine once more. You have proven yourselves worthy guardians of this sacred trust. With a graceful bow of his antlered head, the stag stepped aside, allowing the friends to approach the crystal. Tilly, her heart swelling with courage, reached out and gently touched its glimmering surface. In an instant, a surge of warmth and radiance burst forth, the crystal pulsing with renewed life. The sprites danced in jubilation, their bodies trailing streams of shimmering stardust as they swirled through the air. As the friends emerged from the glade, they gasped in delight. The lanterns in the hollow tree had been restored to their full, brilliant glory, casting a warm, welcoming glow throughout the woodland hamlet. Willow, her face alight with pride, welcomed the heroes back with open branches. Well done, my brave friends. Thanks to your courage, cleverness, and unwavering friendship, the light of our home has been rekindled. And from that day forward, whenever the forest folk gathered in the hollow tree, they would share the tale of the hidden crystal and the brave companions who restored its magic, ensuring that the warm, comforting glow would never fade. In the vast tapestry of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, unassuming galaxy known as Arcadia. Within this galaxy, nestled on the azure planet of Luminara, life flourished in harmonious abundance. Luminara was a world of glowing crystal forests and shimmering lakes, where the gentle hum of nature's melody played an eternal symphony. In a quaint village near the luminous lake, there lived a young Lumina named Lycia. Lycia's kind heart and curious spirit were as radiant as the light she emitted. Her people, the Luminars, were beings of light, ethereal and graceful, their emotions visible in the brilliant hues of their glow. For Lycia, each day was a new opportunity to explore the wonders of her world, and her light danced with a joyful golden hue. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara rose high, casting a silvery glow over the landscape, Lycia decided to wander further than she ever had before, drawn by a mysterious pull from the heavens. As she ventured deeper into the uncharted crystal forest, she felt an unfamiliar tingle in the air, a sensation akin to the gentle whisper of a distant star. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Zendale, a place of rugged mountains and vast, shadowed caves, lived a creature named Tarvin. Tarvin belonged to the Zarn, a species known for their sturdy, earthen forms and the deep, resonant tones of their voices. Unlike the Luminars, the Zarn communicated through vibrations and sounds, their emotions expressed through rhythmic pulses that echoed through the caverns of their world. Tarvin had always felt an inexplicable yearning for something beyond the echoing caves of Zendale, a desire to understand the light that occasionally pierced their world from above. One fateful night, as the stars aligned in a celestial dance, Tarvin followed a rare beam of light that seemed to call to him, guiding him toward the unknown. As fate would have it, Lycia and Tarvin's paths converged in a small clearing bathed in moonlight. Initially, they regarded one another with a mixture of curiosity and caution, for they were as different as night and day. Lycia's luminous glow contrasted starkly with Tarvin's earthy form, yet there was a shared spark of wonder in their eyes. Their first attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lycia's light flickered in patterns of warmth and welcome, while Tarvin responded with deep, resonant hums that reverberated through the ground. Neither understood the other's language, but they persisted, drawn by an inexplicable bond. Slowly, through gestures and shared experiences, they began to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Lycia showed Tarvin the beauty of light, how it danced and played among the crystals, casting rainbows and illuminating the world in vibrant colors. Tarvin, in turn, taught Lysia the music of the earth, the symphony of sounds that resonated through the rocks and caves, creating harmonies that spoke of ancient wisdom. As they spent more time together, their differences became a source of strength rather than division. They faced challenges that tested their newfound friendship, such as navigating the treacherous crystal forest and finding sustenance in a land unfamiliar to both. Each obstacle was met with a growing trust and a deepening bond. One day, as they rested beneath the boughs of a luminescent tree, a sudden storm swept across the land, its ferocity threatening to tear them apart. The wind howled, and the rain fell in torrents, but Lysia's glow provided a beacon of hope amid the chaos, while Tarvin's steadfast presence anchored them against the storm's fury. Together, they weathered the tempest, finding solace in each other's company. In the aftermath of the storm, as the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with the colors of a dawn unlike any other, Lysia and Tarvin realized the true meaning of friendship. It was not simply about understanding words or appearances, but about a connection of hearts and spirits, a bond forged through shared experiences and mutual support. Their friendship became a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. As they returned to their respective worlds, they carried with them the lessons learned from one another. Lysia's light now held a deeper, richer hue, reflecting the warmth of Tarvin's heart, while Tarvin's voice resonated with the gentle melody of Lysia's light. Though they came from different worlds, Lysia and Tarvin had discovered that true friendship transcends boundaries, illuminating even the darkest corners of the universe. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, their story became a legend whispered among the galaxies, a tale of hope, harmony, and the enduring power of friendship. And as the universe continued its eternal dance, Lysia and Tarvin's bond remained a shining beacon, guiding others to look beyond the surface and find the beauty in differences, lighting the way with the gentle glow of friendship.